Damn it. All right. It's
That
Friday.
Hey,
We made it. Hey, it's Friday. Hey, get out of my way. I'm streaming here. We're
hey, it's me, fucking Mario.
It's Friday. We made it. Another week. Hello,
Another one in the
everybody.
books.
Stragag,
almost the
thanks for the
last
resub, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, you can stay first. I will not crush your hopes.
No,
and
I was
dreams on whether
first.
you were
I
actually
was first.
I
What
mean,
the
I see
hell
other
were you
people
doing
up here
here,
before
like,
you. Yeah.
yesterday?
LB had a
or
good
something?
40-minute lead on first.
I figured I'd set everything up and then go take a shit, and then
That's dedication.
you know.
That's smart. Yeah. Oh, I got a message from the Loot Cave. Whoa.
That sounds like an
They miss
adult
me.
store.
What the hell is a loot cave?
I have no idea.
Hmm.
I just got a message from him. Hey, come on back to the Loot Cave.
What
I
are they?
figured it out, LB, and it's completely non-obvious. It's
Well,
from
how do you
the
do it?
So, it's in the station window, like when you're docked, you know, like we're undocked and like the list of all the corporate offices are there and like the station services. There's a
Yeah.
hamburger menu at the bottom right that you click on, and then there's an option for move HQ here and release items.
Oh
That's
my
where it's
god!
fucking at. It's in a
That's-
stupid ass spot.
Fucking ridiculous.
That's pretty wild.
Make sure you add to the forum that that's where it is now.
Yeah.
A 10-year-old post.
Put that in
No.
your Vanguard
Jesus Christ.
feedback. Just like, hey, you know, it'd be really
gonna
cool.
dog
Is
leg
it this
here for a
one thing in
moment.
Eve you changed real quick?
Oh, I really wanted that back though because I was out of my local stash of Master at Arms cerebral accelerators, and there were 34 of them as part of that impound pile,
Mm.
Ooh, that's a lot of.
and those are tasty.
First world problems.
That sounds like first world problems. I agree. People are, I got trillion disc. Man, that's not normal.
Yeah.
I
What
can't
do I do with all
fucking
these
$100 bill.
alligator BPCs? Oh, I don't.
Oh,
I
what
can't
to
hold
do with
all.
them?
Yeah.
Only build one at a time. Better trash the rest.
Ridiculous.
Or they only come as a 5-run, but I only needed one. Get rid of the
Yeah,
rest.
just get rid of
Yeah.
the other four. I don't need the other four.
I only
I don't
build
like
off of a
clutter.
fresh BPC. I don't use used.
That sounds like something I
BPCs.
would do, actually.
It's like rappers who like wear a white tee once and then throw it away.
I totally have just trash ones
Shoes,
that had
sneakers.
like 1 or 2 runs on them. Like, oh, I'm never going to use this.
This
so I'll just get
motherfucker.
rid
This
of it.
motherfucker. Hold on.
Said I
This
creased my
motherfucker
Jordan.
right here. What's this guy doing? Get out of here.
Who that is? Are you fighting someone?
Flycatcher in Zarzak. I fucking let me. Oh, never mind.
Get
I'll
out
tell
of
the
my
you were
story when
talking,
we-
I thought you were talking
when
to
it
your
gets
dog
relevant.
there. Like,
It's Elby's
Jesus,
sister.
nice to your dog.
I don't have a dog.
Be
When we
nice to-
when we
be
get into
nice
the
to your
Eve
kids.
stuff, I'll tell you the story of what almost happened to me just a few minutes ago, and it'll make sense.
We've been in Eve stuff the whole time, LB.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
We haven't done like
started.
We've been
around the
talking
horn.
about Skyhawk's
Where do you think I
office
got
troubles.
Where do you think I got the mystery pill from? Is it fucking Eve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that not, but
It was
all right.
it was blue
Yeah.
pill, apparently.
Let's hit around the horn real quick, and then we'll get into the Eve stuff, and we can find out
Malamar,
what
I hope
happened
you've
to
never
Elby.
had
What almost happened to
hermoids. What's a hermoid?
A Skyhawk
Hemorrhoid.
bails on it.
Elby. What's a hermoid?
I'm done. Yeah, I probably should go to bed.
Akroth, what are you drinking?
Oh, I don't get any music or anything.
Oh, do we have music?
We don't have any.
Oh, I was like, do we
I
need,
didn't
do we
get
need
my own
entrance music? Did they?
Did
Hi,
we?
I'm Snackeroth, and this week I'm gonna try something a little out of the ordinary.
Wait, you got
I'm
something
doing
different?
I'm doing a Catawba Brewing Blackberry Zombie White Ale.
Ooh.
I don't like it. I
Ooh.
don't like it. You done something different? We
Is
can't
it
have
good?
change
No.
here.
I don't know yet. I'm about to crack this beast.
Time
Can't
to
I
Would
do
you-
like so normally they have a beer called White Zombie, and it's a wheat beer, whatever, wheat beer.
Did
or
Rob
a
Zombie
white
get
ale or
upset
something.
about that and try to sue them?
Fuck, I don't think so.
He
But
might have.
this said it was some sort of seasonal, and I'm like, what, for Halloween or something? Like
Or
maybe it's
Boris Karloff.
leftovers? I don't know. It's not. You don't do blackberry things for Christmas, I wouldn't think, and it's got a zombie on it, so I don't know.
I
But
don't
it,
know.
it
I
said it
think
was a
blackberry's a
seasonal.
Christmas thing a little
I
bit.
like blackberry stuff.
I mean, I'm
Zombies
sure
aren't.
the blackberry's not the strangest. part of
Zombies
it.
probably not Christmas. Well, no, the Easter
the
would be
beer's
more
called
zombie
White
stuff,
Zombie,
right? 'Cause
so-
that'd be-
Easter
that's
is
what
more
I'm thinking.
zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody comes back from the dead. So
So this one's
Mm.
a blackberry zombie.
I like
Cool.
blackberries a lot, actually.
Dom, what do you got?
Doing the vanilla porter tonight because
Vanilla
I'm
porter.
still kind of flying.
I still got the gin. I got some raspberry lemonade I'm mixing it with, so that's pretty delicious. LB.
That sounds good.
I'm carrying on with the Whitewater 12 Beers of Christmas, and now I have one called Fresh Cut Trees. It's a
Gross.
spruce sour. I don't know what.
Oh,
the
it's not
fuck
an
this is gonna
IPA.
Taste like?
It's a
It's
spruce
not an IPA,
sour.
no.
Does it taste
It's
like
spruce.
spruce?
sour.
Based on that description, though, it sounds like an IPA, doesn't it?
Dude, yeah. It's like we both got pine drinks tonight, LB.
It's a
shit.
sour. It's a sour beer, but it's a light beer with spruce flavor.
So, okay, how sour is it? That's not a joke. I'm curious. How much of the sour flavor is it? Because it really varies in some of those, right? Some of them are just really bad.
Like
Some are
from
okay.
Sour Patch Kids to Warheads, what is it?
It's Sour Patch Kids.
Okay.
Is that
Definitely not a
bad or
Warhead.
good?
No,
I don't know what
it's-
either one of those are.
It's just sour enough, and you can barely taste the spruce. It's actually pretty good.
Okay.
I actually
Would
really
try, I
like
probably
it.
wouldn't like it, but I would try it. Right?
Yeah.
I don't try it. People, this IPA is great. I don't ever try
That's
it.
the thing with
Right.
this 12 beers of Christmas is they bring out like weird shit, like this spruce sour. So like I'm sure there's other weird stuff in there. There's probably a turkey dinner one that's in there. We'll find out.
Oh, if there's a turkey
Yeah.
dinner one there, I'll try that.
It should have the picture of Lilu Dallas from Fifth Element where she's like, chicken, good. She's got
Let
like
me
a
see
whole.
what-
Oh,
me
she'd
see
probably
what-
say
oh,
turkey,
yeah.
good.
Skyhawk. what do you
Beer
think?
number 4 is
Okay.
Holiday Ham.
There you go.
Oh,
I want to try that
shit.
one.
What kind?
It says it's a pineapple clove brown ale.
Hmm.
Okay, I take that back. I'm not gonna try
I would,
that one.
I would probably drink it.
I don't like the taste of cloves. I know people like it. I get it.
Yeah, they're
I've never
very
cared for that
divisive.
flavor. Yeah, I just don't care for that.
I love the smell.
I like pineapple. I don't like pineapple pizza, but I like pineapple. I just don't
Love
like
pineapple.
clove. Or I like the smell of it actually.
Elf Judy's hot cocoa for day number
There you
5.
go. I'm on that. I'm
Ooh.
all over it.
Oh,
It's a nitro Christmas cream stout. That sounds pretty good.
You know, we should
Elf
create,
Judy,
we should
like
create
from,
the open
Santa
comms.
Claus?
these
We
are
should
like
create
just
the open
describe
comms
your
beer.
It's like the name of the beer is like a paragraph long. Just
What's that called? Like the Christmas calendar thing where you open one each day. Does that have a name?
Advent
That's an
calendar.
Advent
Yeah, advent
calendar.
calendar. We should make an open comms beer advent calendar.
Just come up with different ones.
It's a
We
worthy
could sell
challenge.
that. Like 7 people would probably buy it.
That's
I mean,
right.
there's
Probably.
6 of us, right?
Would it have to have the
So
beer
seven
in
people
it?
probably buy it.
Be like a whole wall mount where it's got the beer in it. You like open the thing. You're
Oh
like,
my
ah,
god,
beer.
could you imagine that? That'd be fantastic. It's like a floor stand.
I
We
don't know
probably
how
just
you
have to
keep
make
it
it
cold.
24 and not 25 because then it would just be like 12 packs of beer.
That's a good
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
We could be edgy like that.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh man,
We'll start it on the 2nd.
day 11,
Yeah.
another
No, start the first.
Keystone.
We end on the
Goddamn-
24th and say "fuck you."
We'll just throw one random chocolate in there. Just to throw
Or the
it
last
off.
one is a bottle of wine or something, or a bottle of vodka. Tito's.
Bottle
should
of
be our fucking
Tito's.
25th. Yep, Tito's should be.
Bring it
25th.
back. Bringing it back.
So
No, we do
tonight,
need to have a night
I'm-
where we all drink Tito's again. That hasn't happened in a long time.
Skyhawk, what do you got? Real quick.
So tonight I'm drinking another THC infused beverage. This one, same brand as the couple weeks ago, but raspberry this time. I think I like the lemon better, but the raspberry's not bad.
Strike says he got Idaho Silver with A&W. What is that? The
What is
rum?
Idaho Silver? Is that a vodka?
Idaho. Well, they make everything. It's really
It's like cheap.
it's
Pop
cheap.
off?
It's fine for like a mixer. But like they make a vodka, they make a rum. I think rum is pretty common, like the more common one. But
Well, they have shit like
they
that
even
around
make, I
here,
don't know if
too.
they make
Shit.
it tequila or not, but I know they make a vodka and a rum.
We
Okay,
have
it's the vodka.
McCormick's.
Yeah.
McCormick's around here. They do the same thing. They make a shitty vodka. They make a shitty gin. They make a shitty tequila and a shitty rum.
I mean, it's fine if you're mixing, because if you're mixing stuff, like you don't need the vodka to be smooth.
no, these are like rub. Every one of them tastes like rubbing alcohol.
yeah, it's
They're not
it's
good.
like I think you can get like a half gallon of Idaho Silver for about
just
like
bad posture.
$12 or something, $15. It's definitely a mixer drink, but
That's like McCormick's. They're like $10 for a gallon or something like that.
all right. Well, that's the $12.95. Hell yeah.
High quality vodka there, baby.
All right. So yeah, Eve said, "What? How'd you almost? Oh, Redeem, take a shot. We already got. Everyone
we
takes a
got
shot.
Sick. Shot. What's the shots for? Just everyone. Everyone just takes a shot. All
We're
right.
Shot.
taking a
Drink,
shot
drink,
to everyone takes a shot.
Happy Friday.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, stupid. Right? Isn't that what they say?
Some people say that.
They say
A
that
lot
to me.
of- a lot
They
of
say that
people
to
are
me a
saying-
lot.
A lot of people are saying kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me a lot. I get that a lot, quite a bit.
Yeah, no.
All right.
I got to figure out a way to get it to actually pop up on the stream Fife. I know there's a way to do it, but I tried using one of the widgets on Stream Elements. Didn't seem to work.
Did you read the
Um,
instructions?
Yeah,
Like
I did.
almost like when you get a
and
follow or a sub or something.
It was a
how
thing
doesn't
where
work.
it's like, oh, it was a thing where like when people redeem channel points, it pops up these things, and I set it up and it just didn't go through. I'm like, well, that sucks. And then I looked for other widgets, and that was the only one I could find. But maybe I'm just not doing it right.
I don't think you need a widget
Get
for it.
Manic
Doesn't
to
Twitch just do it?
remote in for you.
No, Twitch doesn't do it.
Tell them to sort it
Oh,
out.
it does?
It'll pop up in the chat with a marker, but it doesn't pop up on the stream. You need a
Widget?
thing in Stream Elements to send that through.
Yeah.
But
Wiki,
it's kind of like
wiki,
the
wiki,
alerts
wiki.
and stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. So LB, how you almost died? We need the.
All right.
So
We need
like
the
Picture
that.
gist.
You're in Zarzak, right? You're balls deep in fucking alligator BPCs. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna move some of these out of Zarzak into to GDIP. You undock your Ocketer, you align to the Al Savoyning gate,
You're
and
doing
you
this in an
hit warp.
Ocketer?
Why not
Why?
just
So
use
So,
a,
like-
That's a good idea.
you
Why?
could use
No,
a
so-
shuttle, but
I say BPCs, but they're not BPCs. Anyways,
oh,
they're whole alligators. They're
actual
fresh,
alligators.
freshly
Okay, that
baked,
makes a lot
hot out
more
of the oven.
I was
fucking
like,
alligators.
BBCs, throw that shit in a shuttle. You'll get through all
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, no, they're full blown alligators. I didn't want to say it, but
Full-blown
that's
gators?
what it was.
Florida
Full-blown
style.
Oh
gators.
no.
Yeah.
Who
So I
blew
had
him?
a 4-pack of gators in the Ocador. And then for some reason I come out of warp 183 kilometers away from the gate, and I'm like, this is strange. Oh, there's a warp disruption bubble. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so I
What's this
align to the
flycatcher
gate.
doing?
Yeah, I hit cloak and I align to the gate. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to micro jump drive to get out of this fucking bubble. So I decloak, hit micro warp drive, and as I hit micro jump drive, as I hit the button, a flycatcher decloaks, and I'm like, well, this is not good.
Not optimal.
This is bad.
But he never locked me up or anything. I think he was just like, I think he was
cloaking,
shocked
so
that he was
he
in the
has a
bubble
cloak
as well.
delay.
Yeah. So I micro jump drive off the bubble, and then warp back to the station, and I think he might have died out there.
If he
yeah,
was
I mean,
smart,
because there's bubbles
think
and
he
stuff
was-
in Zarzak, but isn't
yeah.
there gate guns in there too?
There is gate guns, but
Don't you
It's
become a
also
suspect
ambient
if you
death.
bubble? Right.
if you're outside of the protection area of the gate, the gravity hazard will tear your ship apart starting at the hull. So my Ocketer was taking hull damage the whole time I was aligning back to the station. And that little flycatcher was taking hull damage the whole time he was sitting in his own bubble.
Oh.
So I
This-
flew away.
Oh, it just
and
goes
he,
straight
I
to
think,
the hull.
yeah, I'm pretty sure he just died.
Oh, okay.
Ocketer's the best choice.
I
There
was
you
just
go.
like, I
Smart
don't
guy.
know.
Smart
It
guy.
might have taken an eternity for a flycatcher by himself to kill an Ocketer, but
No, because I fit them
less time than
stupid.
you think.
okay. Well,
Oh,
also,
of course. Why would
I
you
mean,
not fit him
if
stupid?
you're using, like, do you not use the warp the what do you call it?
Micro warp drive
And-
work cloak.
the
No,
drive.
the-
Valamir, you are correct.
Oh, you're
The,
correct, yeah.
the high slot thing that makes you immune to bubbles for like
The interdiction
Call it
module?
interdiction
yeah, the
nullifier.
interdiction, yeah, the interdiction
Yeah.
module.
So
You put
I
one
have
of
a
those in-
nullifier. I have a nullifier and I have a warp core stab, but the nullifier only works if you use it
If you
before you
preempt it.
go into warp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, they, like,
you align
if
to the
you're-
gate, and when you're fully aligned, you activate that,
You-
and
you
then
hit
hit jump,
nullifier,
and then you
you go.
jump, and then you'll go into the bubble on the gate and jump.
but
through.
it's got such a cooldown that you can't use it all the time. And I've just been so used
But
to not using it that I
was the
don't.
gate you were jumping
fucking
through into
use it.
high sec though, right?
Next time you'll probably do that.
Yeah, that's probably a good.
or
idea.
it was into low sec, but I mean,
Yeah.
But the time the cooldown on it, it's a bit, but you could wait out your full cloak duration on the other side of the gate, and by that time it'd be pretty up, like up
Yeah, you'd
pretty.
be fine.
But on that side, you're
Yeah.
probably because you're jumping into low sec probably, so he's not gonna be able to bubble on that side, and then you only
No,
need
he
to
won't.
have you only need to have
Yeah.
your warp core stab ready to go for the other side.
That's right.
How far
Yeah.
did he decloak off of you?
Like 20K.
So he would have had
So
to
he
burn a little bit
chose. He
extra, too.
chose to do cloak.
He
decloak.
he would have to
He was doing a
decloak,
cloak,
burn
he can't.
towards me. Yeah.
Now, the
But
thing is, though, if a addictor's fitting a cloak, it fucks their scan reso or whatever their
and the lock time. Yeah.
scan reso. Well, yeah. So you get your decloaking delay, which they have no bonuses towards. So it's ages, or it feels like ages when something's slipping through your fingers. So the thing is, you don't worry about getting them locked down. You just burn at them and throw another bubble up so that you catch them in more edge of bubble while you get your shit together. That's the
Yeah.
traditional.
Unless they got a micro jump.
I have a
drive,
question. Like
then
it's
you're fine.
obviously
Or unless you're 20 off and getting to him is going to take you long.
That's
enough
why he
to sit for,
decloaked.
like,
He decloaked so he could burn toward him with his micro
Yeah.
warp drive on because he knew that he was going to probably jump, micro
I'm-
jump away. So he tried
I'm
to get you
sure-
quick, and he
Possibly,
failed. He
you're right.
failed.
I'm sure there's a reason that people have figured out because everyone uses Ocketers for the most part, but
it's 'cause they're
Um,
awesome.
well, I know, but like, why
That's-
are
I don't.
why
I
are
was
they
paying.
better? Because you can fit more tank on an impel, so why use the Ocketer?
because I think it's got the biggest fleet hanger, doesn't it?
True.
Yes.
Oh, does it?
So
Yes.
The-
You can haul more.
here's here's what could
Oh.
possibly go wrong's theory on Akators. If you catch one of our Akators, it's going to die. No one's coming. There's no cavalry. Like, that's it. Die quietly. Please leave the comms channel and cry somewhere else.
Die. Yeah, die with some honor. Die with some
So
dignity.
the way we fit them is we fit them to be as slippery as possible. So they're fast align, as fast as you can with an Akator.
That's the one thing
There's a
I
cloak,
thought, because Akators
There's a
align
micro warp
faster than
drive.
Mundo.
There's an afterburner. There's a micro jump drive. There's the warp core stab. There's a nullifier, and the rigs are usually for like warp speed. So we were trying to be as slippery as we can with our Akators, but if you catch it, it's dead. It's dead in like a minute. It's not. It doesn't. I don't have any reps on it. There's no tank on it. It's just me running fast as I can, like a fat kid through fucking the candy store. Just trying to get out of there.
Every one of my haulers are set up to tackle and fight.
Not
well,
I was like, I
but they'll
got
tackle.
Impel, and I think I got it
Yeah.
up to like 110,000 EHP.
Yeah, we would
But-
use impels for
But it's
Dumb,
like
I
it does,
think
it's,
the
it's,
sub
cheat.
ones.
it's
Never.
almost like
I
a
can't go to high
freighter's
sec.
align time. It's like 20. I think it's like 19 to 21 seconds align time. So it's like a freighter when trying to get it
Yeah.
warped off a gate. So you're not evading anyone, but
No.
if they decide to attack you, they. I mean, I
What-
just use it for shipping stuff around high sec. So
What's
it's
the
like,
hauler
they're
that can
probably,
carry PI crap? What's that one?
That's
I mean,
the
also
Epithal.
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 My epithals all have a disruptor, a scrambler, and a web on it.
Yeah, but
Because
you
guess
fly
what? If
around-
you tackle me and I tackle you back, guess what you do? You run away.
Yeah.
Because it's scary as fuck when a fucking epithal tackles you. You have, what the fuck is going on?
I
This
just-
fucker's tackling me back. I gotta get the
Nereus-
fuck out of here.
I just
It's
put
worked
in-
twice.
I
It's
just-
worked twice. It can't kill anything,
Yeah.
but it's worked twice.
Yeah,
The
I mean, I
Nereus
just put
does a
inertia
really good
stabs on
passive
mine
check.
so it gets going as fast as possible.
You can use the Nereus with the whole clown shoe fit.
Clown
you
shoe
can do a
what's that like?
shitload of regions. So like
yeah.
somebody comes to fuck with you, and then you like point them, and then you just like can tank a
yeah, I like
respectable
that.
amount while
Yeah,
you
it's
do
fun.
something else with your alts or other people.
We would.
Or you're
use,
just trying to scare 'em
No,
Those-
no, sir. This is not the Nereus you're looking for.
We used those a lot for Sov contests back in Pravi.
And you can light
I
a
can see
Sino
that,
with
yeah.
them.
We use sigils because of the tank. We would take a sigil and put the Sov ones on them.
We use
Yeah,
sigil
that's
for
the original
little
clown
holes.
shoe, right? Is the sigil.
You can now though get a better tank on a Nereus than you can on the Sigil.
Oh, wait, really?
I
Okay.
couldn't say.
Yeah, that's why we
I'll leave
made
that
this
up to the
change.
profession.
Made the change from they did. I was with them at the time from sigils to using the Nereus for that reason.
One of my
what?
court mates is a absolute madman in a saber, although he doesn't run a cloaky one, which baffles me. But or at least not often, I don't think.
I do the cloaky ones
But
with the
I
Greenspan.
try to fly with him when I get a chance because I learn something new like almost every time. He's a much better pilot than I
You
am.
can fit more shit on there if you don't put a cloak on it.
You can, and he does. That's the
Yeah,
thing. is he
he's
wins
not-
so
he's
many
not
more
trying to
fights, and I'm
sneak
like,
up
"How
on
you
people?"
do so well, knowing that I'm average at best." And he's like, "Oh well, I run 200s instead of 125s or whatever." And I'm like, "Oh really?" And like, let me check this out. And I'm like, "Oh, he's got no cloak. He's running bigger guns. Like, okay, yeah."
He's
okay, I
not worried
see
about.
it."
He's not trying to
He's
sneak up on
actually
people.
doing
He's
the
just
job.
he's just actively flying around catching people, and once he catches people, he just needs the firepower. That's
Yeah.
I like,
Like
that.
at most he'll dual box, but like still, like he's so good at catching things. He's a very much better pilot than I am. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. It's not hard initially to catch things. Like as we, LB, that was probably an anchor bubble, yeah, the initial one, or was it? Did you happen to notice?
I think he dropped it like it's a
Okay,
regular one.
dropped it and then maybe
Wow.
cloaked, like
Good
while he was
news,
driving
yeah.
or something. Quick
Yeah.
question, since you've dicked around in cool space, if you're cloaked, do you take any of that ambient damage?
I don't think you do.
Maybe that's like a workaround where you can actually do some cloaky camps, but like once you come out, you're like, okay, I gotta commit because it's me or him, and let's see who has more hull.
Yeah, like
Which
if you're
he
if
might
you're
even
something
have
to
had
test.
bulkheads to buffer longer, which would make him slower to get to you and shit.
that would.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
So Val looked it up. On all deep space transports, they all have the same fleet hangar
Yeah.
and the same bonus.
Why is the Akator so?
So a
Hmm.
couple
It have
reasons.
more room
it
and
might
they
have a
just
little
respect
more.
it.
It might have a little more
I think it's
cargo
more space.
space, but the cargo space is like 2,000 or 3,000. That's not where you're. That's
It
not
could
why
be
you're.
up to 5.
Well,
the
yeah. If you
Akira
put
3900.
cargo expanders on, but you're not. If you're using cargo expanders and
It's not about
you're not
expanders.
needing the fleet hangar, then you're probably going to use a blockade runner instead because you can put those on that and
The
it's
different-
safer. But
The different flavors have different amounts of cargo hold. So like the
Right, but the
Bustard,
ship-
the Caldari does base 5 cargo, or maybe not base, it's probably with skills, but whereas the Ocular can only go up to 3900, which you may say, oh, that means nothing. Base 5 means I can put a Dictor in there or 2 frigates. 3900 means 1 frigate. Fuck Dictors, and it's just Ocular.
But that's only but that's packaged. But I mean, if you're using the deep space transport, you're probably using the fleet hangar with assembled ships.
Or just a bunch of ships. I try to regularly move more than like 30-ish frigates or Dictors or whatever at a time. And so like when I'm like, oh, I can only stuff 1 in here, and when I'm working on the Dictors, it's like I can't stuff any in here. Like, fuck this cargo hold. But I still love Galente, so I fly the Ocular.
Cagda makes a good point. The T1 industrials for Galente are the most useful because of their specializations. So people train those up, and then the easiest train into a DST would be an Ocular.
That makes a lot of sense. I was
they even used to be the best too.
Yeah,
the 85 back.
Yeah, the 85. Because now you got the 85. You have the Epithol. You have the Crucible or
Cryos?
Miasmos.
Yeah, because there's like a mineral one. There's an ore one. There's the PI one. There's the regular hauler. Then there's the T1 version. Yeah. That does make sense.
Which I think was almost like a funk surrounding something, right?
Yeah. I was just going to.
That's like you're like Pigpen from. You don't want that.
I had the MR ones turned up because I was trading into like a Providence and an Arc and stuff, so I already had those. So that was the quicker train for me since I was already there. But
the MR ones look cool.
Yeah, the ML is kind of a beast.
They've got cool color, like base color schemes and stuff, I think.
Is CCP Aurora still adding segments to the Iteron 5 until somebody notices?
No,
that's an awesome name.
She put out a tweet.
I don't know if anybody ever watched Cowboy Bebop, but there was an episode called Heavy Metal Queen, and it was about like space truckers was like the theme and whatnot, and they looked like 85s. It was a bunch of like ship, whatever, almost like Connex containers. Yeah, it's an anime thing.
It's
like the most westernized anime there is.
It's live action too.
They used a bunch of Western music. I read about it, like they were trying to like appeal to both audiences, and I was like, it worked. That fucking music was great, and I'm not big into anime.
Cause you like cowboys.
I do.
I do too.
Man.
I like cowboys. Yeah, I'm not
cowboy butts drive
me nuts. Speaking of cowboys,
we had a sticker, like we put a magnet or a sticker on a magnet. My car's full of like my work is full of like car people. And it was like a thing where we were passing it around and like seeing who could get away with like putting it on somebody's car and then, driving around town and stuff. One of our coworkers was super upset about it. And I was like, come on, guy. Like, come on. Like, this is pretty lighthearted. He was, I have to assume there might be a phobia involved or something. But it's like,
I was like, you got to play the Ram Ranch.
That's real fucked up to put stuff on people's cars and blah, blah, blah. We were like, if everybody was doing it, it was fun. We also did
if it's a decal that doesn't come off well, then yeah, I can understand that.
Well, you put, you know those little ones you put on the window?
Oh, magnet. Oh, then yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
the magnet.
It's a magnet. Yeah, magnet's fine. If it was like a decal or something that like, now you're gonna have to like try and scrape it off and possibly ruin paint. Or something.
Now you should have put sand underneath the magnet. Fuck him.
Grit it up.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think he was like trying to pose it as like, don't fuck with people's cars, because some of those people take a lot of pride in their cars. But
those little stickers.
But that's why we did the magnet and shit. So we were like, come on, we think you're fucking afraid of the gays.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Those little window stickers of like the families, like mom and dad and the kids and whatever.
Yeah.
So we thought a guy had done something dumb, so we were gonna do something dumb to him. We bought a bunch of those, and that cost his whole back window. We put them in inappropriate positions, right?
Oh wow.
And it turns out he wasn't the guy who did the thing we thought.
It's like
that still would be really cool to see. Like people would be like, "Is he one of those like fundamentalists or whatever?" It's like,
he was
fucking
pissed.
Kids across. People like, what is going on with this family?
Mom's blowing dad. The kids are fucking the dog. I mean,
oof.
It was rough stuff. You get it? Rough.
Yeah. Dog thought so. Goodness, what happened in Eve lately?
LB almost died.
Face handled.
He escaped through sheer will.
Did you make $1 bajillion off all those gators?
What do you sell your gators?
Did you go back for the flycatcher loot?
No, it's out in no man's land.
Well, how much do you sell your gators?
Look at your hole. You're like, I can make it. Just start afterburning at them.
My first batch, I was giving them to Alliance mates for $1 billion each, but that was when they first came out, and that was like
Alliance mates. And you fucked them that hard? Okay, I don't want to.
Listen, probably still giving them a deal.
all my fucking alliance mates are wormholers, and they're just rolling around in blue loot and ISK. They have ISK
So you don't
fights
feel like
every
you're taking
fucking night.
advantage
Well,
of them.
So I'm
Also,
not taking
you,
advantage of
You
any of
said
them.
when they
You're
first
actually
came
doing
out.
them a favor by taking some of the ISK off their
Also,
hands.
when they first
I
came
have
out,
the new candy. If you want the new candy, give me some fucking ISK.
You gotta
That's
pay.
what I-
well,
that's
also
how I
like
get
a
my
billion
fucking-
is
know
when
you were
they
cutting
first
them
came
a
out.
deal.
I think they were going for like 1.1 in Jita when they first came out. So
Yeah,
that's
they were
actually
Only
up
about
there.
700 million
that's
right now.
a
Is that what you're going for?
10% bro discount. So
He definitely
Uh,
was. LB's
those are
not that
good.
guy. We know it.
They're going for
700,
like
600
8.
mil?
they're going for a lot less now.
850.
But I mean, like the first
850,
couple days they came out, the first like 2 to 4 days, I think they were going for like 1.1. The crew,
I was actually
Kisriel-
trolling to see if I got a good
Kisriel-
price.
Yeah,
on
the
mine.
Kisriels
I
were going for
did.
like 1.2, 1.3, I think. So
Hey, wait, LB.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought you guys got evicted
What are
out of
they
the
now?
wormhole that night that I came and tried to help you.
Oh, we just found another one. That's how-
yeah, fair.
No, they're worms. They belong in the
vagrants.
dirt. So you got to find new dirt.
Just moving from
Just
Abandoned
fucking
house.
I don't
abandoned house.
scan wormholes.
yeah,
I just
slither
let
your way to another dark corner of the universe and try again.
I just let E Scout do it for me.
Dragon.
Wait, I remember hearing. I think is E Scout gonna like stop doing their shared bookmark folder thing soon?
Mm,
I haven't heard anything about that.
Oh.
Where'd you hear what you heard?
I thought it was like some off comment I heard someone
No,
say.
I-
Like,
I
are
think
they,
I
are they
heard
gonna
the
not,
same
they're gonna
thing,
stop
Drayden.
doing that? Like they're gonna just stop
Oh.
allowing it open to everyone. I'm like, oh shit, that's like
I
I
think
don't
I
scan
heard the same
wormholes.
thing.
I just use the wormholes that they know about. That's all.
so I know they have a new website out.
Oh.
Maybe that's what it was. Okay.
I didn't know they did more than Thera holes, but still, it's super fucking
They do
handy.
Thera
Yeah.
holes. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. But I mean that's. I mean,
Super
what
do
are-
Turner.
No,
what are-
I thought they did the ones that
I
They
think
do
they-
Turner as well.
drifters, the drifter ones, right?
I
Don't
think
those
they do
too?
routes through to Thera too, don't they? Like, if it's, through a few wormholes into Thera, maybe. But
I avoid
Oh, I don't know.
wormholes
It
at all
wouldn't
costs.
shock me.
I don't know.
Those
I don't
guys
go
are good
through there
people. That's
much.
what some of the few people
Yeah.
that I won't like instinctively like go out of my way to try to shoot or anything.
I probably
My
would.
Like,
alliance
oh, you're
executive
cool.
hates
Where's
it.
is there a
Us,
wormhole
we're
there
on
now?
that list too, right now.
Why?
Because they only aggressed on, right?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
like
Yeah, like I wouldn't even shoot them. It's like, you know what? If you're gonna like
Oh,
scan shit
no,
down for
I'm-
me for free and let me use it, I'm not. gonna
Drayden,
shoot
I think what we're
I-
talking about is what Valamir just said. I think that was what I think we're both remembering
With
that.
E-Scout, I've gone as far
Okay.
before as actually like giving them blue status at like plus 0.1. That way they, like if I have fleet, they can't
to
see
show up in
that.
intel and stuff.
Oh,
But,
that's
but yeah, but like
would be
that way,
smart.
just
I
they're
wish-
just blue.
I wish that was feasible because I'm sure there's incidents, even though I've never really heard of any, but you have to assume there are, right? Like people doing
It's-
an AWACS or something for the rare opportunities they get
And
like
then they
that.
get kicked out.
So they,
probably, yeah.
so some of
Sure,
their
but I'm
newer
just saying,
people-
like, I'd hate to like open my group up to that over something where I'm like, you're community trusted, but like we didn't vet anything there. Like,
Unless
fuck
you're
off.
wormhole people with lots of ISK and tons of blue loot, then fuck
Well,
them.
those
They
people
can,
don't
they
even
can
show up
afford
in
it.
local, so they
They
don't
can
care.
afford it. Fuck them.
So they came into Pravi a lot actually. And at one point, like I did just blue them. Like I had our whole
Goodness,
alliance
this
just
is a
blew them, and we
family
never
show,
had an
dude.
issue.
Damn it! I couldn't come up with something funny to say, Akaroth.
Sorry.
Speaking of blueing people, Skyhawk, I saw a commercial today
Oh God.
about it was a cat commercial, and it immediately thought of you. I don't know why, because it had it was like two women singing Christmas songs, and this cat playing the piano behind them, like jing 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 jing, like a jackass. Immediately thought of you. I don't know why.
I mean, that is how I used to like when I was growing up. Anytime we would see a piano in the mall, wherever, like the Macy's piano, I was that kid going up to it and embarrassing the shit out of my mom by banging on it. So
How
that
would I have known
tracks.
that? But I knew.
That
I knew it was
tracks.
you. Yeah.
I saw there was a community beat up. I haven't
there?
seen it yet.
There's a beat. It just
Me
came out
neither.
today. I didn't look at it
Yeah.
too much yet.
Is it beat
Is the beat the one that's in an article?
The beat is the
Pulse is the
article.
video.
Yeah, the pulse is the video.
And
Yeah.
they have not been doing the pulses regularly as they were for a while, and I miss it.
Yeah, we used to get a
Eva's
pulse every
dying,
week.
dude.
It's probably
You
because we
haven't
keep
heard?
destroying the pulse bar every week. So
It's in maintenance mode.
It's
Yeah, they gotta-
right.
they-
I didn't think of that.
Well, normally Drayden doesn't necessarily want to watch them, but a lot of times I don't get a chance to watch
No,
them.
I like to
when
watch
They come out
'em.
on Friday and they're like now, so I'm like, let's all watch them together.
no,
'cause
I
we're
I
sitting
usually
here talking through patch notes and shit. We're trying.
no,
to
I usually
inform
don't
the
play them
people.
on the show because a lot of times like they used to start out as like 1.5 minutes, like a scope video, but now they're like usually like 5 to 10 minutes. It's like
Yeah,
okay,
I think that last one that
I'm
you
not
were
gonna
like,
play
I
a
don't know, it
10-minute
was like
video.
8 minutes or something.
Yeah, I was like,
Well,
I'm not
this
going to
is-
play an
this is a
8-minute
really good
video, and
community.
it's basically like this. The pulse is basically doing what we do. I like watching them because it's like it gives you little updates on some of the stuff going on, but it's
I
kind
wanna
of just
share 'em with the
all the stuff they talk about in the pulse is usually stuff we're going to be talking about here anyway. And playing an 8 to 10 minute long video is a little
But
excessive.
you know,
I
it's
think,
way
here,
better
but-
presented than anything we do.
Well, yeah, I mean they have the production value.
I think it's the kind of thing where like if we positioned it, perfectly like in the middle of the show, it's honestly not a terribly bad break, but I
Intermission.
don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
Before
figure
we
like
get all
take a
too
piss,
drunk
get a drink.
and stupid, right? We do need to raise our glasses to fallen Eve mate, the guy from
Oh, I
Brave.
heard-
I can't. Let me look at
I think I
his
saw
name.
something.
I
maybe
just
a different
saw
one
something.
recently,
Yeah, I
too.
just saw someone mention it on
Yeah,
a Lucky
Keith,
stream
Keith
earlier.
Yelnick 3 from Brave passed away, and they did have a sign of vigil
Yeah,
for him.
I think they're doing it all
So
night
let's-
tonight. So
Did they? Okay, well, let's raise a glass. Yeah, rest in peace. There you go. All right, sad stuff done.
I had a thought like yesterday or the day before because I saw some. Maybe it might have been that person. I saw a Reddit thread or something. Mentioning hey, a vigil coming up and this, that, and the other. And I sat there and thought to myself for a second. I was like, man, dude, I feel like this is happening so much lately. And I was like, dude, we've been here for a minute though. A lot of
An
people
aging
started
community.
already old and they're getting older, or whatever
Yeah.
life
Talking about
happens.
me?
But no, it was just like, well, it's a 20-year-old game now. So like a
feel
lot
like
of
that was
people
directed
who weren't
right at
spring
me.
chickens to begin with, which I started in fucking high school, but some people started in their like 60s and stuff.
yeah,
So I'm like, okay, I have to like, I had to, like, it was just a moment where I was like, man, I feel like we're seeing a lot of vigils lately. And like, then I was like, oh, dude, this game's been around for fucking
yeah,
been
ever.
around for 20 years,
People are gonna die.
the average age of Eve players is higher than most other games, I think. So, and it's been like that for a long time. So, I mean, I started the game. How fucking old was I? I think I was like
You said you were
25
like
or
How old were
12
you
or
10
so?
years ago?
I think I was
12
like
years ago.
25 when I started playing, but now I'm like 38. Maybe I was 26. I think I've been playing for 12 years. So,
was
I would have been
18.
48 when I started.
Found out
Yeah,
when I
so
was,
it's like, I
16 or
mean,
Oh my
17.
god.
and it's like if you think about
Shut
it,
up.
there's people that have been playing for 20 years and they started when they were like in their late 20s, early 30s, and now they're like 50, 60 years old playing Eve. I mean, like, yeah, that's a little early.
Math is hard, I
on
get it,
average,
but,
like
yeah.
the average lifespan, but still, I mean, like, hey, it's not like people don't pass away at those ages. So,
Yeah,
shit
it's
can
just-
shit can happen. I mean, it's sad.
So look, not
So-
yet. We can't have your stuff, but when it happens, can we?
I'm not saying that
yeah,
it's
like,
like
put us in your will, dude. That's all
Put
we're
us in your
saying.
will.
Yeah.
That's really funny. We were talking just the other night about how
I'm
there needs to be
absolutely gonna
law
eat my shit.
or precedent coming out soon of people leaving digital assets, like game assets, to people in their wills. Because I mean, gaming's been around long enough now. People are dying, obviously. So
Give me your accounts, bro.
yeah, is that legal? Can I leave my Eve crap to somebody in my will? Is that
that would be
legally
an
binding?
interesting. I mean, that's
Like
a little
Azariah,
morbid,
if
and
you
like
have
I
my
don't want
power.
to. I don't want to like what I said earlier. I don't want that to sound like I'm just brushing off like people die. Fuck it. They don't. I'm not saying that. I'm just
Drayden
saying.
isn't an insensitive.
No,
nor a
I'm
cunt.
just saying it's like hey, people do pass away in the game, and it is sad. And I love the fact that we do the sinovisual stuff for
Thank
them.
you. See, Rayo's going to take care of it for us. We send
but
him our
I-
stuff, and he'll distribute it as per our will.
Yeah.
What a nice guy.
But I'm just saying
Right.
it's
That's
not
great.
unheard of for people that this game going as long as it has, and people that have been just long time players. It's not unheard of for people to pass away here and there.
No,
So.
we just talked about
Well,
it.
so
It just happened.
The thing with Eve, though, and something that I was reading just in the last few days, which I don't really keep on top of, but account sharing as a topic is obviously frowned upon.
Mhm.
And I think
Yes.
you could probably find some
Very naughty.
documentation that says, you might get in trouble for this. It's from what I've read anyway, a mostly unenforced thing. The reason they have their rules in place is because if you complain about it and say, hey, I was account sharing with somebody and they cleared me out, I want you to look into this. They'll be like, no, you're fucked because you should.
You broke the
done
Yeah,
that.
you're
Yep.
banned. Now we're not.
But
You're
the-
not going to
but-
get yourself back because we're going to ban your account for account sharing.
I don't
But
even
could I
know that
will
they even
somebody
will
my
ban
account?
you. I think they'll just say we're not fucking helping because we told you that's not allowed, kind of
Yeah.
thing. So, and which is a perfectly logical policy, but apparently that's like something that's not crazy uncommon over the years. Which I think in the early years a lot of us knew it because
Well,
major
the other
alliances
thing,
had like a Titan and stuff. But
actually, yeah, the other thing that protects them is, according to CCP, all in-game assets are owned by them.
sure, and that's
They're
every
not
gaming
owned by
company.
us.
But
Yeah,
but where I
so,
was
I mean,
going
yeah.
with that is, we're thinking about this right now in an Eve sense. So, and it's not even really that difficult to pass on your accounts. And I think I know a lot of people in this game who have inherited accounts, so to speak, just from people who know they're never coming back. But that being said, you think about things like in the greater internet sphere, like people are buying like real estate in like the metaverse or whatever and spending like real house money on it, like tons of real money, or like I know years ago there was an Entropia universe, Entropia Online, where people like it was like made articles and stuff where
That where the guy
somebody
bought the
like
space
bought a
station
planet
for
or
for
like
100 grand or something.
yeah, like
I remember that.
you know,
Yeah.
real crazy shit. And it's like, well, there probably isn't anything on the books for like virtual assets in such a sense, but
Yeah, 'cause
surely
if the
we're
game
getting to
dies,
that
is
point
how
where you have
yeah.
to, right?
It's
Like
gonna make
because
sense, yeah.
when there's that kind of money involved and the potential of like, you know, we're not there yet, but like people wouldn't be buying $250,000 metaverse house if they didn't think one day, you know, it was an actual maybe potential investment for some reason, which I don't agree with, but you know, to each their own. And nobody knows the future, so fuck off.
I'm just
But,
gonna
like,
put it in my real life will.
How do you know nobody
So,
knows the future? Maybe I
you
know
know,
the future. I'm not sharing.
Dom knows the future, but most
I'm
people
just
don't know
not
the
sharing.
future.
I'm not sharing. I'm a fucking jerk. I don't share.
I'll put it in my real life will. So it's like you got the little like TV set that people are watching, and you're like, okay, this goes to this person, and it's like, and I need someone to log into my Eve account. Here's the account name. Here's the password. Here's the email access for my 2FA because
See,
fuck
that's
you
the
hackers.
easy thing, though.
And then I want you to give all this stuff to this person and this stuff to this person.
But what if you have like
People are like, wait, is this a
overzealous?
video game?
What if you have like overzealous devs and like, you know, whatever watch programs, aspects of their code and things that are like, if you log in from vastly different IPs and stuff, you know, you subject yourself to scrutiny, let's say. And it's like, nah, come on, fuck off. You don't know I'm dead, but like, come on. Like, but you know, I could see stuff like that happening because some companies are a little bit more like zealous, like I said, when it comes to things
Do
like account sharing and shit.
Hard time typing.
hey Dom, do you know if for the Sino Vigil thing, are they allowing everyone in there, or is it like goons only? Like they're gonna shoot neutrals, or are they allowing
surely.
neutrals in for the Sino Vigil?
You're
Like,
talking
well,
about the class.
I mean,
Alleged-
I probably wouldn't go in
allegedly,
there in like
Grady.
a recon, but if you like went in there with a hauler with an industrial Sino, would they?
Allegedly, they're supposed
Go
to.
there in
but
a
there's
shuttle
always
and
that one
If you
jerk.
go in
that-
there like in
that
yeah,
does
like
it,
in
yeah.
in a fucking Terra or something, you're like, hey, I'm just here for the vigil. They'll probably let you through because that's not a ship that they have to worry about you hot dropping with or anything like that.
Just
So
go in a shuttle and
kind of
ask
crap.
for one and stimulate their economy.
yeah, give me docking access to 1DQ.
No, just tell somebody to undock in one and bail.
Yeah, I will pay someone $5 million.
Thank you. Look back.
to undock in a Terra with a industrial Sino and a bunch
If
of
I heard
and a bunch
correctly,
of
it was a
Liquido.
Brave Sinos vigil. You would 100% have someone be like, yeah, I'll be right back. Chill on the undock in your pod or whatever, and
Yeah.
then they'll just boat one
I'll
out.
I'll just tell Dom like, hey, put it in the Intel channel. Like,
How's that work out for you, LB? When you ask me
Dom's
to put
gonna
stuff
get
in the
blacklisted
Intel
for
channel.
fucking with the Intel chat.
When I get what now?
When you ask me if you want safe patches, how's that work out?
oh, Venture too. Yeah, Venture could work. But a Terra's a T1
You
industrial
asked
is
for safe
cheaper than
patches. I told you
cheaper
that
than a
I was
Venture.
talking shit about you. You're known in space. They wouldn't give you. Space
Oh,
patches.
yeah, that's right.
Don't ask
Yeah,
me for safe
fucking-
patches because I'll fuck with you.
It's
I was
just
telling
Dom and
everybody,
his
get
alts.
this guy.
Dom and his
Get
alts
this
show
guy.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Rorqual could jump to an industrial Sino, but if a hostile Rourke jumped on top of 1DQ, is that where the vigil's going on?
There was one. I thought it was already happened. I don't think it's today. I think it was 2 days ago.
No, someone was someone in
there's
the
been
channel was
three-
saying that there's
the
a vigil
12th.
tonight, and that they were asking him to stream it, but he's like, they'll be doing that. So
So maybe there's
Um,
two of them then. There was one on
oh,
the 12th.
I was like, if it's on 1DQ, and if you
And it sounds like this guy was
if you
very
jump
well
to
liked
if
among
you
the
jump to
brave
hostile
people.
Rorqual onto the 1DQ station, I don't think goons would be very worried about it. I think they'd be like, yeah,
Well,
keep
you
doing
could
that.
smart
'cause
bomb the shit out of people in pods and whatnot. Now you could do a lot of damage to that, but
They'd
you're
kill it.
losing your Rorqual. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Do you
they'd kill
think?
it.
Do you think they'd be cool about it if you just decided I'm bringing a
That is
Sino
that is
vigil
the
Rorqual? Would they
No.
still be cool about it and everybody
No.
resist the
Yeah,
urge?
they
do you
probably
think?
would.
No.
I don't.
No.
I think that'd be a
Like,
bad
even if you
idea.
didn't aggress or anything,
Don't-
but then you like
It
land.
it doesn't
in
matter
the-
if you come in
you
if
can't-
you come in a
you can't
ship
sign
that's
it with a Rorqual anymore.
possibly aggressive and you're not in our group. That's not
Yeah,
going
you
to be.
can't
a
I
sign
thing.
think if you're
You can't do
not
it.
Imperium, I think the best option is is either bring a Venture or
Shuttle.
a T1
Shuttle.
industrial.
But think how
Shuttle,
cool it would be.
shuttle.
if
Well, a
it's
shuttle
even
you
though
can't let a
do it.
Sino with, and you'd have to like hope that someone could buy you one and undock in it and
You're not
eject.
with our group. Don't go come in a Sino ship. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
shooting you. I'm
I
shooting
wouldn't
you.
fly out there
I'm a
in
jerk.
my like Sino hauler or whatever because your ass gonna get killed like 20 jumps out.
No,
That's the
just saying, 'cause
problem.
some
That's the
people- some
problem
people
with
like to
this.
go
And
do
it
that
doesn't matter
stuff.
what group is holding the vigil. There's always somebody from that group who's a jackass is going to shoot somebody, right? There's always
Yeah.
that one guy who's a dick. It could happen. So
They usually get a good finger wagging.
no. They not. You get
No, I know.
booted.
Yeah, I think most groups are the same way where they're
Yeah.
like,
I was just
that
checking
was
because I know like
explicitly forbidden.
I can guarantee you, if it happened in my alliance, you're not going to be in the alliance anymore.
yeah, Sino vigils are usually just kind of one of those things where everyone's just like, hey, if they're here for that, don't shoot them.
Yeah,
That's
don't be a dick.
generally
That's why
like a
it's
universal
one of
thing.
the
Like,
few-
there's very few. I think there was that one time there was a sign of vigil, and I don't know if it was snuffed, but some group came in and just like obliterated everyone. It was like really just like what the fuck, and like the whole community was like what the fuck. Wasn't that Snuff that did that?
Probably. I hated him already.
I
so
feel
I'd
like
be
That's
Yeah,
just
it's
that
like-
World of Warcraft video.
I mean, it's like I can't remember exactly, but it sounds like something Snuff would do, and I swear there was a time where there was a Sino vigil and there was like half a dozen to a dozen people like
Valinor?
Sinos,
That's
and
probably
like,
the greatest
a group
joke
came in
I've
and just
ever
killed
read.
everyone. It was like, what the actual fuck are you doing? That's so shitty.
I flew into one DQ and I got a double cookie dough blizzard. Fuck yeah, that's a funny fucking joke. I like it. I like
Hell
it
yeah.
a lot. I'm writing it down.
Me too.
Writing it down.
I guess I don't get it, but sure.
A Dairy Queen. I
DQ's Dairy
flew
Queen.
into one Dairy Queen and got myself a cookie
Oh.
dough blizzard.
Dairy Queen, I get it now.
Because the Dairy Queen sells a shake thing.
Yeah,
they
I
call
make
it a
the
blizzard.
association of Dairy
Yeah.
Queen and one and Blizzards. I didn't make one DQ
They got the-
association with
they
Dairy
got the
Queen. That
hot
was my
eats
fail.
and the
You
cool
got to be
treats.
really clever.
Yeah,
And I'm
and
pretty clever, so I
and
mean that's
that's
probably
Gr-
why I got it.
Grill and
never
chill.
claimed it.
I'm still writing it down.
Snuff blew up an orphanage. Snuff also killed the
Oh, yeah, the
sixth.
Care for
They
Kids. That
killed the
was kinda
Sixth
controversial.
Empire. I don't know if it was a Keepstar or Fortizar. It might have been a Fortizar.
Yeah, I think he had one of the early Freeport ones too.
Yeah, they Snuff came in and
It
killed
was like
that.
early TTT when they were
It's
like,
like,
a
oh man,
conglomerate of
you're gonna
groups,
hit
not
Sixth
just
Empire, man. Does anyone actually like aggress Sixth Empire? Damn.
Those
I
guys.
mean,
do.
like for the PvP
Snuff.
combat, sure, but I'm like, people are actually gonna like assault the structures of Sixth Empire. Come on. Was it Sotia? Okay, I don't know exactly what it was. I
There
know
was a
that there was a.
Sotiu and a Keepstar, and I think there was
And
a
a
fort
Keep,
as
okay.
well.
Do you know how you avoid getting your structures attacked?
Don't
Don't
build.
have structures?
Don't have structures.
Yeah,
That's how it
actually
That's how it works
You
in
can't
Eve.
even get Wordex if you don't.
That's right.
It's not
Jake.
nice
There you go,
CCP.
yeah.
My
That,
alliance doesn't
that
want
actually
any
was a thing
structures.
with the Imperium recently. They went out and destroyed one of those chronic war deckers. They
Oh,
destroyed
yeah,
their,
yeah,
their,
HQ.
their HQ and dropped the war against all of us. It's like almost
Nice.
immediate. It's like it's not the
Yeah.
24-hour
Yep.
cooldown.
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks, boom, no more war.
Yeah, it's fucking fantastic.
Well, from
it's
them.
funny. Yeah.
It's only a matter of time before they just make a bunch of.
I think
alt
that's the first
groups
time
or
I've
some
ever
shit.
seen a group fight back on one of these stupid ass high tech war decks. Though usually people just ignore it, right? Because only a few people get caught when they don't do shit right. You just ignore it.
Usually,
I've
when
never
there's a
seen
high
that.
sec war deck, you get the one group that's attacking, and the group that's defending is a group that has no actual ability to defend their structure at all.
There's probably one guy
Because
has
it's
a
usually
fucking
someone like
structure,
that pays
yeah.
a mercenary group that does high sec war decks. Like, hey, we'll pay you this much just to go blow up this Asterhus or this.
It's the same.
you know,
It's the same people too on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they're attacking you. I'll go defend you.
yeah.
I'll
And so
pay
you get this group of like 50
fucking
guys
racket.
coming in and like super
Mob.
stuff that's not going to get killed by the 5 or 10 man corp that's the
Something would've
defending.
happened to
Yeah.
Lazio, how did we lose artistic nudity? Was it our fault?
No, he's
No.
in. No, not us. Like the Twitch apparently.
Dude, that time I took my pants
They
off
were
was
allowing
way too long
artistic
ago.
nudity, and after 24 hours, is that recent? I haven't heard anything
Yeah, that
about
was
that.
recent.
So they-
have
they
the
made it-
UC too.
Why can't I be having? If I'm
like
artistically nude,
like-
that's no good, huh?
Oh, like the body paint channels where they do like the body paint
That's
outfits.
right.
What about
Okay.
like
right,
if you're
yeah.
pornographically nude? Is that okay?
So apparently,
Absolutely
what
not.
kicked this off?
Oh, that
is
one's bad too. Can't have that
an
one either.
adult entertainer lady,
That sucks.
OnlyFans lady, kind of was
Was
doing
it-
something where she was just like literally just cutting off at nip or something. As far as whatever I read today on Reddit, and they were like they banned her because of some little bit of buzz and outrage, and then they were like 2 days later or something, they were like, oh, we're gonna start allowing artistic nudity, and everybody was like, wow. Okay,
Did
are
you
is that to just get her right? Like, what are we talking about right now?
She
And
was
then
cutting
apparently
off
it's
her
been, like,
nipples, and that's bad. That
no,
seems like
just
a bad
the
thing.
camera was cut off right above the nip or
Oh,
something.
God.
I don't know.
Or
That's
it
what
wasn't
nude
something I
then.
read.
A lot of those body paint they'll put on like pasties, like the little pasty
and apparently
pads.
there was a
So
bunch
you
of,
won't,
like,
it won't actually
fur
be any
shit
nipples
and
anyway.
all sorts of craziness coming out in the last couple days.
Look
So
back
they
at
were
your-
like, "Oh, we're gonna dial that back. That was a bad idea." And people were like, "Yeah, it was a dumb. Like, what did you think was
It's
gonna happen?"
because I mean you get the people that would actually use
Which
it for
is
the
already
artistic
fucked,
for the
but-
artistic side, and then you get the people that would like find the
It was a lot of
loophole
bad
to
actors.
just get the subscribers and the money.
Apparently, a
because
bunch of
of
furry
the-
shit and a bunch of loli porn, which is like little kid shit, but in animation form or something. Like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's dumb fucks, Valimir. I think the people knew exactly what they were doing, and they were trying to loophole themselves into saying it's art, and they're just doing the lewd stuff for subs and money.
Well,
When
so
you
the
see
crazy
me
thing,
nude,
too-
And
you-
that, and
you
that did
understand
ruin it
art.
for the people
You
that
know,
actually
yeah.
did want to do the artistic stuff. So
So Twitch has a terrible track record with this kind of stuff, like very short bans for like women, or let's just say people. I don't know enough of the current events, but like a lot of times like female streamers will nip slip or like something, and it'll be like, oh god, and then they'll get like a 3-day ban or like a 7-day ban, and then they'll just be right back at it. And obviously they're not showing a nip every week or something, but like this kind of stuff comes up a lot, and it's very lightly treated from what I've seen historically. But it's getting like worse, and this has started a pretty big conversation where people are like, so Twitch markets itself, for video games, this, that, and the other. Obviously there's probably a very large children demographic, and they were like, and if you ever just go to the main page, which I don't anymore because I know which channels, and I pretty much lurk the Eve Online channel for the most part.
You lurker.
Like you can have a fresh account, never logged into a computer before, because like they've defended themselves being like, it's all, it's the algorithm, it's cultivated by your interests. They push like, fucking hot tub girls and this, that, and the other and stuff. That stuff's on like the front page, so it's like
Push what?
you're
Hot
kind
tub
of already
streams.
beholden to like the OnlyFans like crowd, and you haven't really done a lot
Yeah.
towards that.
The
And of course,
the
there's
just
money
chatting
behind it.
category, the just chatting category is huge,
Yeah.
and it's mostly populated with the meta streamers who are always pushing the edge of what's acceptable and
Yeah.
what's not. Amaranth is one of the top ones, right? We all know who
Amaranth,
Amaranth
yeah.
is.
And she's made
She's-
millions off of it.
She was the
She's
reason behind the
made
hot
so
tub,
much
right?
money. Yeah, she.
Yeah.
I don't know if she started the hot tub thing, but she became the most popular.
That was the
one.
controversy at the time, was that Amaranth was doing something that was borderline with the rules, and some
Yeah.
people, enough people complained and made a fuss. Allegedly, a lot of this comes from like their credit card processors, because it's
Probably.
like advertising bucks and PR and bullshit, just corporation nonsense.
Yeah.
And then
There's
so
two
they
sides
have to,
of the-
they have to shut it down for a second, and then they just let it go back. But then that's when they introduced the hot tub clause. They were like, well, it's totally legitimate to sit in a hot tub and talk to people on the internet. Like, that's not a big deal.
Especially if it's full of Jello. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I
That
don't
doesn't
really
sound good
care.
for
We
the
need
plumbing.
we need to change gears real quick. The
Sure.
Sino Vigil thing. So the 12th was for the guy from Brave. It was on the 12th. Today is somebody from Ascendance. So it's actually two
Okay.
people from Eve.
Zed-
Okay,
These
Zed's-
are
Zed's
classes
dead.
to the
Zed's dead.
That's the one I
Zed's
saw.
dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
No
two
shot.
people this week passed away from Eve. Sorry.
Eve will kill a man. That's probably
Eve will
the
kill a
case,
man.
but the way you said it, you said
cameras
passed
are-
away from Eve, and I was like, damn, dude.
No, murder. I should have said murdered by Eve. Sorry.
It's been stressful over the years, but like I
The,
try to keep it
s-
under wraps.
The cameras are fucked.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
Are they? They look fine on my
Destroyed.
They
side.
look fine to me.
Frozen.
Yeah, they're good.
But
Your
I think
stream
you're
is
frozen.
I'm fucked. And you know
you're
what? Guess what?
frozen.
I'm fucked.
If you're
My
looking at
first-
the Discord
no.
one, click out of it and then click back in, and it should
I'm not
update.
listening to
'Cause Mine
Discord.
does
I was
that
in-
on occasion.
I'm just gonna reload.
Oh no, no. Good.
So the 3-day bans and the 7-day bans, people say that like they don't hurt. They do.
keep
They do and they
tallying.
don't. They
There's
do
like
and
a
they
3
don't.
strike
So
thing, I think almost.
if you are banned for 3 days, any subs that auto renew on those 3 days will not auto renew.
Oh
if
shit.
you have 100 subs and they're spread through the 300 days or the 30 days, like you're losing 1/10 of those.
Oh,
subs,
maybe they're all on the
right?
same day. You don't know, right?
They
It
could be.
Lose them all.
That'd be wild.
right. So
That's, I
you'd
did
have
not
to
know that. That's interesting.
you'd have to build it back up when you come back. From
That's
your,
interesting.
From your ban.
Imagine
right?
if during that time, all of your PI on those 35 characters or 100 characters goes dead too. So it's like
Well, no, because you have nothing but time at that point, so you can just fucking go and do PI all fucking day and nobody.
not if you're
gives a shit.
banned.
From
Can't log
Twitch.
into
Banned
your
from
phone.
Twitch. They don't ban you from.
Twitch
they
Oh,
don't
I
ban you
thought it
from-
was Eve. You're banned from Eve. Never mind.
I
No.
thought he was just trying to make like a simile or something. I
This-
was like, I don't get
Yeah,
that.
Hey,
you got
I've
Hilmar
been- Guess what?
on the
Guess what?
button.
It's not
Hilmar's like,
sober.
Like you
oh,
got,
they
did
did
you
a
get
hot tub
banned from
stream?
Twitch?
Burned.
Banned
I
from
think-
Twitch for doing a
less
PI
leaf
stream.
money.
You might.
Yeah,
You're naked.
Hilmar would hit that button to give you all empty cans in your scans for
Should
like
I try?
a
Should we
week.
try it tonight?
So that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Nipples
so you are
on the PI
potentially
stream.
affecting their income.
Yeah.
But there may generally, if we're any controversy, we
Well,
see
But
so far,
they
those
may
people make a
lose
fuck lot of
subs
money.
because if people
Right,
renew
so-
on those days.
So
you're
the
fucked.
the flip side of the coin is that when it's one of those certain streamers, there's usually 8 or 9 articles that come out being like, "Oh my god, so and so got banned for XYZ," and then that drives like traffic back to them.
Mm.
It does.
people
it
like
works
Become
on
a
me.
Amaranth-
trending
It works
hashtag
on
for a
me.
Yeah.
If
week.
somebody gets banned for something, I go
The
check
thing
them
though is
out.
like the,
And then
the,
you
the
go
good-
to their OnlyFans or their
They-
Twitter
that.
or their Instagram or
They-
their whatever, and they actually
It-
probably.
they do have to be
What
careful
happens
because
with
like
a lot of
are-
those, like
Okay, good.
with Amaranth, when she would take a 3-day ban, yeah, she would lose 10% of her renewing subs, but she would gain followers while she was banned. Like she would come back from a ban and there'd be more people dropping follows and subs because heard of her through the article and went to.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll
And then
follow
they'll
her
resub when
afterwards.
she comes back anyway. But
You
the
follow
thing,
Sasha
yeah.
Grey.
the thing
and
was,
Adriana
like,
Chechik.
well, Sasha Grey doesn't do any of that stuff. Sasha Grey actually
No,
does
she plays
legit.
video
She
games.
does legit
Yeah, she
gaming.
plays-
It's
she
fun,
cooks.
yeah.
Like, yeah,
I've
she
read
used
about
to,
it.
I'm
She's
just
pretty
hoping
cool.
for a nip slip because I think she's
No, she used to do the adult industry, but she doesn't anymore. And honestly, she does legit gaming.
I've watched her
and,
videos.
Like
She's
That's what I've
honestly,
heard, yeah.
yeah. If and honestly, she's like, hey, that I did that in the past. That's not what I do here. So like, that's not really a thing that you go into her channel.
That's
If
a
you go to her
job,
channel and start
And I
talking
don't
about
work at that job.
porn, she's gonna probably her moderators are gonna probably just mute you.
Yeah,
or
I
ban
assume
you.
it's
So
been
she
done.
is
I
not
don't
doing
care.
like
I can look
yeah.
at her.
Sasha Grey is not a titty streamer or whatever you want to call them.
How do you-
Yeah,
she,
that's
she
kinda
was
what
like
I
gathered.
legit. She's legit gaming. Like she's there to be a gamer. So
I still watch
I'm
it.
not a simp for Sasha. No, it's not. I mean, I don't really watch her stream.
call a
but-
spade a spade.
Yeah,
Laszlo.
thank
Don't
you,
let him get away
Laszlo.
with it.
Thank you, Laszlo. Thank
No,
you.
I'm saying like if
Fuck
you,
yeah.
Then
you
Are we
can't
watching?
put you can't
White
put
Knight
Sa-
much, Drayden?
Can we
White
change
Knight
No,
his
much?
I'm
title
saying you
bar?
can't put
Can we
Sasha Grey in the
change his
same
title bar?
category
Please.
as Amaranth.
Jordan, White Knight.
Amaranth knows what she's doing. She's getting in a very skimpy bikini on stream, and she knows what she's doing. And I honestly, I don't even care if they do that because, like, hey,
I
if that's
do.
what,
I mean-
if that's what you're gonna make money on, go for it. But
yeah.
but Sasha Grey
It's
doesn't
a-
do that. Sasha Grey is like just doing gaming. So like, don't
It's a
don't put
business.
those
Is
two in the
Amaranth,
same
is she
category.
Amar? She's probably with the Amar group, isn't she? Amaranth.
Yeah.
She doesn't
100%,
play
yeah.
Eve.
How do you know? You don't know that for a
She's
fact.
in.
She
she's
might be in my
CDA.
corporation right now. You don't know.
I mean,
She's not,
possibly.
but she could have been.
Those are all business people, and they're doing
For Sasha,
business.
goddamn.
You have to respect the game.
I mean, well, some of us are Americans, and so we have to respect. Like that's the rules of our game.
Yeah, we like porn. We're
Capitalism
Americans. We like
is
porn.
is second only to the the Lord Almighty, and
Barely
we're not going to
second.
besmirch capitalistic
that?
opportunity because these is just people doing the American way. This is opportunity.
Besmirch.
Who are we talking about?
Besmirch.
Besmirch.
Anybody who games the system and wins.
Oh, see, I thought, but he said
Opportunists.
Amaratin is that was probably that person's probably with the Amarath, probably not. She's looking with like mouth people, I think.
I don't know. She's like a fake
I'm
redhead.
fucked up.
I don't know where she's from, but
How do you know she's fake?
I don't know.
States.
it looks pretty fucking dyed.
I'm not gonna watch a dead girl.
Anyways,
Eve
community
Online.
beat.
There's this game Eve Online we
I
played.
like it.
Community beat.
Community beat. We didn't even cover this. We talked
first-
about it and then didn't cover
Yeah. Well, I didn't the community beat come out.
sorry.
Anyways, titty streamers.
Titty streamers. Hell yeah. Like me some titty streamers, baby.
That's
There's a
probably what's
link-
keeping our numbers down. We should
Or
probably.
There's
no,
a
we
link in the
don't have enough
chat
titty
to the
streamers,
community
yeah.
beat. Wow. Yeah.
Right on the magic
Uh,
school bus. I love this art. Right at the back.
Ushra Khan
Ushra.
turns 19.
Goodness.
Oldest, the first registered alliance, I guess.
Really, I
Good-
did
good
not
for you.
know that.
Yeah.
Were they the first?
that.
Oh.
Yes,
Yep.
they were the first.
I remember what's his name?
So their war
Tyrex
against
Thorpe?
CVA and like old Pravi Blocks war against Ushra Khan dates all the way back to like late 2003, 2004.
Was
who's
that?
that?
Before
Backdoor
times.
Bandit from way back in the day in Usher?
Ivy's husband. Who's she just they got married in Vegas. Well, like remarried in
The
Vegas. They were
giant
married
guy?
before.
I can't think of his name. I know who you're talking about.
I can't
Was
think
that
of
our
his
champion in Iceland?
No, it's his character
No.
name. No,
You know
he.
who I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's in
um,
City of Sainthood. That's not the guy.
It was funny because I knew him way back when we were in Drone Lands originally. In
Look out, cool.
Persona non Gratis. LB, you guys were in Core Alliance or something.
Some kind of bullshit renter. Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
so
out, shit.
he came over into PNG in those days from Ushra Khan, I think. And I was like, oh, I don't know. I didn't know who Ushra Khan was, and then it's like we did all that stuff, and then Alliances split up, and then 8 years later, all of a sudden he's in NC Dot with me. I was like, wait, it's you. And then he ends up marrying Ivy. So it was just kind of like one of those like small world things. I can't think of what his game name is.
Google it.
I have to.
Yeah,
I don't
Ushra
know.
Khan.
Ushra Khan.
19
Sorry,
years
that was
old.
a tangent. Yeah.
They're allowed to
What-
drink in Ontario, but not in United States.
That's a good one,
I
LB.
Got to
I liked
benefit
it.
from that when I was 20 years old and went for
That's
some
right.
work in Canada. What is it 9 TAC 4? What was their that old school, one of the earliest outposts, and for a long time people would kind of let them get it back real easy, and I don't think that's the case anymore.
You mean
It's probably
9UI?
gone. Maybe
Like
that's
Pravi,
it. That's
right?
probably it.
Yeah,
It was
nine,
like their historical homelands or whatever. That was
well,
always kind of
so I don't remember what happened to that after Wrecking Crew pulled out, because when Pravi Block fail cascaded and we took over the region, Rocket worked out a deal where the faction Fortizar that was formerly 9UI Station, was one of the older it's not the oldest, but one of the oldest uh, outposts in the game. There was a deal where it was in a corp that was kept in Usher Khan that like Rocket kept under his control, and it was basically just like free ported for our access and Usher Khan's access. But I don't
Right on.
remember what happened to it.
I think probably with all the other faction forts that got robbed and pillaged out of the air between Test and PL.
I think
if
we
I
probably
recall.
we probably have it in
the
one
deal that I'm
DQ.
talking.
Honestly,
That happened at the end of like Pravi Black fail cascading, and it survived that.
Okay. That was one of the saddest things, in my opinion, that has happened to this game over the years. Is that when
get
they
rid of
made them
yes.
unanchorable, like Destructible would have been pretty cruel too, I think. But like, I don't know a good. I mean, obviously, the way they did it was probably the best approach with given the options. But like, the fact that they had spent a decade plus trying to plaster that region with outposts from the time when it was extremely difficult towards the end, it was getting much easier where like a lot of corporations were just like able to pretty much make their own outposts and stuff. But it used to be a huge fucking group
It
effort.
was a huge.
And they had
just
like
pulling an
40
egg was a
plus
big deal
systems
back in the day.
plastered down, I think. I don't know. They had almost the whole region fixed
It was over
when
60.
Citadels and the thing happened. And then it was like Test and Legacy was going on down south of them. PL did a campaign against them, and I think Test did that like, we're coming to save you, and then they took the space and took them themselves, if I recall. Like, it was fucked.
I lived through it in that space, and what happened was PL came through along with NC Dot and just sat on Pravi's chest for 6 months, essentially.
We're good at that stuff.
And had pacified just the entire region because CCP said the change was coming with outposts, but they didn't say when. So PL was just like, we're going to get in early and just dominate. And Test was at war with Frat at the time. That was when like that whole war was going on. And then once that all wrapped up, they basically just came in alongside Legacy and just swooped in and just flipped stuff in like the matter of 2 weeks, I think.
They basically thwarted a bunch of the progress like PL had made, or I guess PLNC had made, if I recall, right?
They did.
But then it was everybody was like, "Are you guys gonna like leave it?" And they were like, "No, we're not gonna do that." Like,
no,
now
so
it's ours, and we're taking them.
The ashes of that situation is how my old alliance first actually got into nullsec. That was when we transitioned from living in lowsec and preying on Pravi to being like, "Hey, they're weak enough. Let's go steal this corner over here."
Yeah, it was just really unfortunate to see. I like when people make the jokes about like 1DQ having a bunch of them and stuff, because a lot of other people have the leftovers of the World War B Goon Empire, and they had multiple regions worth of outposts, and they weren't plastered every system, but there was hundreds of them, not like multi-hundreds, but like I think well over 100. And granted, they got the 40 from Sort Dragon and the friggin' Peace Deal, but there was still 100 plus left over after that, and so a lot of people pillaged the shit out of that place on the way out.
Yes.
And I was like, thanks Goons for the shit. Like, I've got a Prometheus Fortizar from Goons, and it was a max upgraded when it still had its rigs, but of course I yanked it down.
Man, no one's put up what was the super like the Palatine?
Nobody's gonna do it.
Why?
That will never exist.
Because you could have thousands
I know
of keep
why,
stars,
but I'm just like, someone's got to be
Goons
rich
could
enough
make
to just say,
a
"Fucking do it."
literally unassailable delve if they were going to waste the money on the Palatine. And while I could see them doing it one day just as a passive background project,
It would just
like,
be the
they get their
biggest.
brilliant hand-rubbing economists to be like, if we set aside 5% a month for the next 12 years of our just dominating the game, we're gonna put one down just as a big fuck you, because that's with Mittens at the reins, I think they would have eventually, but like,
I don't know if they would have,
so
but it's just like that's the biggest EP move you can make in the game right now.
They did that one right.
It would probably bankrupt Goons to do it. I think it's. Although I don't know, like
that's what I'm saying. With their brilliant,
I don't know if it would actually bankrupt.
I mean,
with the amount of trillions that are in the game these days,
but
I don't think I would. I think that it's within Imperium and possibly even Frat's ability to do. It's just they don't, because like the second you put it down, it's everyone's gonna flock and kill it. Like the entirety of Eve is gonna
The
come kill
biggest
it,
kill mill ever.
and you will never be able to defend it. So it will die, but you could be the first to
But-
put one up, and then the very first one to lose one, and then everyone else gets the first kill on one. But
Knowing what we know now about 1DQ and server limitations, where they are in the year of our Lord, almost the end of 2023, they could probably get away with throwing one up in 1DQ and be like, as long as we never let there just be not enough people in system.
wait,
we're
there's
fine.
not enough materials to make one in the game. Like, are you sure?
People have been saying that
Yeah.
since they announced them. At this point, I don't think that's necessarily as true as it once was. Like, obviously, it couldn't be as true as it once was.
I
Uh,
feel like
not
it
PI is
could
in
be.
way more stuff now than it ever used to be, and so there's vastly more.
There's a
PI
lot of
being made.
PI. I mean, I don't know,
The
especially now with all
the quantities involved are obscene.
they are, but it might be
something.
something that you have to work towards for like a year or two. But like, it can be done.
Years.
This is like a decade-long project for like our
That long?
modern-sized groups, I'd say.
That's why I was saying. I think after enough time, Goons would have done it with with the mittens at the helm, because I could see there being a reason to. Like, if we're dominating so hard for a decade plus, and we've got pretty much an unassailable little turtle shell thing going on here, like, let's put one up just to show that much more how fucking badass we've got things going, and make the rest of the world jealous.
I'm throwing it into a calculator real quick because I'm curious.
Yeah, it used to be vastly more difficult than it is, but of course, they what's Citadel's 2016, 2017? Like, at this point, they've been out for a minute.
2016.
And that I know the Palatine probably didn't drop with them initially. I think it was maybe a little bit later development, but like, it's still so uphill and so impractical. Which is funny, because that's what they thought was going to kind of be the case with Titans. Like, not quite to the same extreme, but like, it's going to take people forever and you're never going to see too many of them. And it was like, nah, man. Everybody's like doing research now.
Yeah, I'm wanting to see like what the actual costs are, because I don't know.
Skyhawk City's doing
Man,
it for you.
Fuck keep stars. Who cares? Moving on. Sorry.
What's the? So real quick, if we are.
Oh yeah,
moving on-
it's like millions of P4 materials.
There's not
it's
enough PI
wild
in the game.
numbers.
Yeah. Okay. That's excessive.
So that's the thing too, is like what I was saying with like, oh, Goons could set aside, they could budget and figure it out. No, like, essentially the early numbers anyway, and I'm sure it's dwindled since then because there's just that much more over the years going on. But like, it would have been like Goons' whole production as like a massive.
the
entity for,
entire
like,
Imperium would have
years.
to be working at this for
So
a
they
year.
couldn't be building anything else. They would
Yeah.
just like, all hands on deck. We need all the PI, and like,
Yeah.
it would still take years and years. So like, whew.
So you're looking at 86,923,399,296,037.09 ISK, roughly.
How much?
Yeah. I'm just looking at the amounts.
86
Like,
point, basically 87 trill.
yeah. Like,
See, and that's actually not that crazy.
I would be
of a number.
more inclined to believe that much ISK exists in the game, but that's not the thing. It's the fact of like getting 5.5 million nano factories, 5.5 million organic mortar applicators.
Oh, that's
like,
easy.
like, that's the thing, is like you're gonna have to have thousands of people working on these things for like half a year to a year. And
Half
like
of just
Akrov said, like, you
over-
can't just put all of your shipbuilding stuff on hold because you have to do that to upkeep the ships in your fleets and stuff. So this just, yeah, it's
Just
I
over.
didn't know that the numbers were this high on that on the PI shit side. So
Yeah, like this is pretty crazy. I'm gonna see if I can get this to actually let me put this into a new appraisal nicely.
also like almost 62 billion Mexican. Like eight,
the
more,
tri-
eight
the
more
trick
fight is
total?
eight. It says 8 more fight, like 8 individual more fight. I don't. I wonder if they
Just
didn't
wild.
put the. I wonder if they didn't put the number in there correctly for that one.
Or maybe it's just a token amount of more.
And then there's also some like 8 technetium, 6 titanium,
Oh, that's
21
weird.
oxygen,
Yeah, I feel like
21
this is a
mechanical
display error.
parts. I feel like maybe the numbers are just too big to fit in these fields for it to show up properly. So
Yeah.
I do like how it requires spiced wine, hollow reels, frozen food, and small arms.
A lot of the big like structures and outposts and stuff over the
2,250
years have required
janitors.
those kind of things. Like I know Keepstar builds required, Marines and some tourists and some whatever, various like little kind of NPC-ish things that I was like, some of those I just drag around in cans because my corp's fucking like 15 years old or something. But some of it I had to like just go and buy like, bunch of scientists or something in Cheetah at some point, just be like 700 or something to finish a Keepstar build.
Lincoln Stern, I wish you the best of luck. Cheers to that guy. He's like,
there was a guy
as a solo player, he's gonna take up the challenge of building one of these. So
there was a guy on the forums
Let's
for a
go.
while who every few months was posting updates, and he was showing screenshots and stuff of him building out components and things, and like trying to be like, I'm crowdsourcing if anybody wants to donate or anything, but whatever. I'm working towards this, and everybody's like, it's a fucking scam. You're gonna cut and run at some point or something. I think they gave up on the project after a couple of years. I don't know if anything ever really came out of that, but I remember there was a guy on, like, because I would see Reddit posts, but they were like, he was keeping updates on like the official forums and stuff of like, I'm gonna be the Palatine guy. Some of the more Reddit savvy hopefully would remember it.
I don't
Anyway.
recall that one.
The next thing on the community beat, you mentioned you like that artwork, right, Jaden?
The
the
Magic
Magic
School
School
Bus.
Bus. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
9
Yeah.
years old.
So about a month ago or so, Mike Azariah was doing his fundraising drive. Maybe it was 2 months ago, something like that. And he put out that Reddit post, and he came on a couple of different streams. I remember seeing him on like a Mr. Unlucky stream at one point. He was doing the the circuit, doing the PR circuit and going on the night shows and shit. And he put out this Reddit post, and I had the most interesting exchange with someone about it. And I had it pulled up once. So Mike Azariah put up his Reddit post, hey, we're doing this thing, this is what it's about, blah blah blah, we do it yearly, hope to see you guys out there. And I was one of the earliest comments I noticed, like when I walked into work or something, I was like, oh man, the art's pretty great. I felt the same way, that's pretty great art. And some guy replied, search Beatles, Yellow Submarine. Album covers are copyrighted. Always require a permission to recreate a
Did he get
copyrighted
cease and
image.
desisted?
No, and so
Oh.
I said, yes, I can see it shares what it shares the theme with. What does copyright have to do with anything here? This isn't a copy of that album cover or
Satire.
anything.
It's satire. I think
And
it
he
should
said,
be allowed.
Yellow Submarine is iconic. Lego, for example, reproduced it from Lego pieces. Of course, with permission, it is a Lego version and, of course, referencing the Beatles. It was not an album cover either, and definitely they did not name it Lego's Yellow Submarine or Lego Submarine, and they did not name it without giving credit to artists. And I was like, what are you getting at right
He's
now?
probably some guy that's upset.
And he
Like, you
said,
can't
I came
use
here
the
to ask
Beatles.
questions. When I
live
saw
and
this, I
breathe
had
the
my
Beatles.
answer.
Yeah, he sounds like
It was
someone
just
that's
the wildest
upset.
exchange I've had recently, and I was like, what the fuck are we
Yeah,
talking
it's like
about?
there's a thing called satire. You can actually, which is allowed. You can actually.
It's not even, in this case, I don't even think it's satire. I think it's fair use and creative derivatives. But
yeah, it's
still,
like you can make things
I'm
that
not a lawyer,
allude to
but-
other things as long as it's different enough. Because this isn't
Yeah.
the Yellow Submarine. This is a bowhead ship in the game.
And it's not for profit, which is a very
It's also
important
for
distinction.
profit,
No,
and,
if no profit
I-
or losses will happen, you can't do fuck all. It's like it's fair use.
And I do like Rayo's idea. That would be sick if they made a skin like that for the bowhead
Unless you're
that
Disney.
Mike could use. Yeah,
Disney would still win the
Disney and
lawsuit,
Nintendo will sue your ass for anything.
Yeah.
But
but
We
fair
need,
use
like,
works for
our-
most things.
Need a Hershey's bar skin for the orca.
Oh, that'd be fun.
hmm.
I like that idea.
Where's
Wait.
Timber?
The
Timber, wake
orca,
up.
the orca's good, but wait, do it on the Rhea or the Charon. They're
But
like
that-
natural.
But those are
They're just a
different
big old
than the
crazy
function of
thing.
the orca, though.
What's a Hershey bar have to do with an orca?
I don't know.
The
they're
orca just
both
looks
brown.
more like a candy bar to me. I don't know.
You think so? It's got a bridge and stuff, whereas like the Charon and the Rhea are like just they look like a Hershey bar, like a big old brick that if you pull back the wrapper, you could break them off.
I hear.
I
you.
don't know. I'm just saying.
I've
We're
called my
making
orcas
candy
in the
themes,
past
which I
monkey
hope
bar.
Tamber dives into. I would like to see some because obviously the whole Galente Holler line makes for a lot of great candy bar possibilities.
Not wrong.
All
Sorry.
right.
So anyway, what's next on that beat?
Next is it's an article called Easy Breezy. It's about the Winter Nexus. I don't know if you know this,
Ooh.
but the Winter Nexus is on right now from 5 December to 4 January, I think it is.
And there's snow and stuff
Um,
places. It looks
yeah.
cool as fuck.
So
And
in
what
the
does the
article,
Winter Nexus do for me?
what does it do for you?
Make
Well,
you
what it does
fat
for
money.
you, it depends where you live. Where do you live?
I
Skyhawk? Do you live in nullsec
in
or lowsec or
I
highsec?
live in nullsec, but I go where my heart desires.
Well, there'll be metaliminal storms in lowsec, nullsec, and highsec.
Ooh,
And in those metaliminal storms, you will get a bonus to overheating modules because, of course, it's snowing and it's cold in those systems.
Space is
There'll
cold.
be combat sites for you to run. There'll be an ice mining event for you to run, and there'll be data sites for you to probe down and run. And they'll all give you lucrative prizes for you to pad your wallet with. The best rewarding sites are in lowsec. There's filaments to take you to these metaliminal storms as well. Up to
Ooh.
5 players can take a filament to their desired area of space.
How
right
do we
to the
get
heart
these
of a
filaments?
metaliminal source. Well, you can get them from logging in. There's free login rewards all during the Winter Nexus event. Or you can buy them off the market, obviously. Or you can find them in the data sites or as loot in the combat sites.
Sounds easy and accessible.
Yeah, and there's a nice little video here in with the article that will give you a fit for a Praxis that allegedly makes 200 mil an hour. There you go.
That's pretty sweet.
It's all right, I guess. The Winter
Yes.
Nexus event has traditionally been the most lucrative seasonal event because it's timed with Christmas. So this is supposed to be the Christmas gift to Eve players.
The time of plenty.
It's a time of
You know what?
plenty.
We're talking gifts though. Does anyone else remember? This is like 5, maybe 6 years ago now, where for Christmas we got those special boosters that we could take that gave higher SP tunes the ability to have up to 3 until the booster expired, up to 3 skill injectors injected at full SP.
Oh,
I do
That was like 2017 or 2018. I remember that. It's part of why my main has so much SP still.
I don't think I've ever used a skill injector.
That
Hmm.
holiday season, I definitely splurged on skill injectors because of that.
Heroin's bad, bro.
I've only
Yeah,
injected
but it felt
once, and I
good.
didn't. I was like, nah, never again.
You felt dirty afterwards, right?
I did, but I had to do it because someone was like, "Hey, I could give you my marshal to sit in." I didn't have the Black Ops skill trained. I'm like, "Oh,
Acro,
hold on."
how much SP do you have in your main?
Hopeless.
Sorry, who?
Oh, I just crossed 200 million like a couple weeks ago.
Like
Nice, congrats.
272.
Okay.
And I'm a guy who like didn't use implants until like the last couple of years, but I started in early 05
okay.
because
I
I
have-
was like, I'm too reckless for implants, and like over the years, it's like I don't die nearly as much as I think I do.
So my main is from actually Chris was born Christmas Eve 2013 as my second main, and I'm pulling it up right now to see SP.
Yeah,
my
you
God,
started
my
after me.
tune-
You have more SP than I do. Although I think there was like 2 or 3 years over the last decade where I just
Yeah, I had unsubs
didn't
and
log
stuff, like,
in, but
a year or
also
two
my
off
skill
here.
queue was empty. Like I was subbed. I just wasn't logging
You
in,
got a
and my skill
position
queue was just
entry.
empty. I just didn't. It's like I think
I'm
2 years of like wasted time where I could have been training skills, but didn't.
They'll give it to you as unallocated, but probably not
They
this far
will.
down the road.
I'm at 273.7 million SP.
So what did
Nice.
I say? You're above me. I'm pretty sure. You just
Yeah, and that tune's like I said from 2013.
271.6. So yeah,
But
you
I
dirty
I-
cock.
for the last couple years I've been keeping +5s in anytime I'm not doing something I shouldn't have +5s in, and eating the cerebral accelerators.
Yeah, I don't do that much of that. Mostly the implants. I love getting accelerators, but I only get the ones that I like that I found in like the few datas I ran or something. I don't
Oh,
like
yeah.
buy them or anything. So,
Yeah, I got addicted.
but that's
to
some
that,
good
man.
SP, my brother.
That's my real crack.
My main has 242 million, about to reach 243.
FNA, and you're a lot younger than me too, LB. God damn it, I feel so
Yeah.
inadequate right now.
So here's what happened with my character. I used to have 3 accounts. And I started the first 2 in 2012. And I was training one to be a miner / PvP, and the other one was a hauler mining booster. And then I had a third one. I created a third one, and that was going to be like pure PvP. So he was a hanger queen for like 3 years, never undocked, just put everything in to 5 and just let him sit there and train. And then my wife found out that I was running 3 accounts, and she was like,
Oh no.
Yeah.
you can have 1 account. And this was right after
That's when you're like, but one of these is yours,
Extract-
babe.
yeah. It's called it's named Mrs. LB. You can play,
this
you can
is
play
your
together. It'll
account.
be
Yeah, I
fun.
was just getting it ready for you.
My best friend made
Nope.
one for his wife,
Oh,
and she
no.
never played too. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
my
one
wife
of the
has never
ones
played. I think
I
my
may or
wife
may not
played
have been heard.
once, maybe, and she was like, I hate this game. I don't like it at all. I'm like, okay. Cool. So I sucked all the goo out of those other 2 accounts, and I injected them into this guy. And
Doesn't that cost a bunch of money though?
Mhm.
so you can buy everything. with
Extractors
this,
aren't as
right?
expensive.
Yeah, but that
You
means
buy-
you were loaded once.
But also, you get
well,
the diminishing
that's it.
returns. Like if you're pulling them out, you don't get a 1-to-1 transfer once you get past certain number of skill points. So
Yeah.
LB's not
So I
even
had
part
to,
of
like-
the proletariat, even though he
would it be cheaper instead of like pulling them out and injecting them in another guy? Wouldn't it have been cheaper to just like do like an account, like do the 2 plex or the 2? Well, now it's like what 1,000 plex to like transfer the character, like character bazaar wise, and just transfer it to your account to just
Probably.
have it all in the one.
That's
Dude, you
what,
can't play them
maybe.
at the same time or anything.
Like I feel like that would be a cheaper option to keep
Yeah,
all those
that's
skill
that's
points.
the thing.
rather
That's
than,
that's
like,
why I did it, because I can't play them all at the same time. So there's no point in having a booster and a hauler if I have to log off the miner to log in the
Yeah.
booster it doesn't work,
Yeah.
right? So if I can only use 1 character at a time, let's dump everything into this fucking dude. And now I'm like,
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm about to start training
beast.
Edencom fucking ships. once
I'm
I
in
have
the
the
middle of
Eden-
training those.
Yeah, once I have the Edencom line done, I'll have every single subcap to 5. No big
LB's a
deal.
real
And
Chad.
support skills.
Yeah.
I do what I can. When people are like, "We're changing doctrine," I'm like, "I fucking dare you, do it. I'll fly anything. I don't give a
Yeah,
shit."
that's what I did. And they're like,
It's a challenge
Stormbringers.
to
It's
me.
like, fuck. The one ship, because I was like, there's like before, I was like, there's 2 ships I can't fly, command ships and Marauders, and they're like, we're using command ships and
Yeah.
Marauders. I'm like, fuck me,
Yeah.
all right.
It's like
And
an
then
alliance meeting.
and
Drayden's
now
like,
I've-
do me a solid, just don't swap to these 2.
Now-
Like, I'm
now
good on
I've
everything. And they're
finally-
like, oh.
Now I've finally trained into like now I could do command ships and Marauders. They're like, we're doing Stormbringers. I'm like, fuck, I didn't do Edencom. God damn
It's targeted,
it.
Drayden.
And I was like, holy shit, that's literally now the only subcap I can't fly is fucking Edencom ships.
Oh,
They're doing it
yeah.
on purpose.
so glad I
Ah.
trained that shit to
Hmm.
max and then have
Yeah,
never
like I
been
was like,
used
I'm all good on Precursor. I'm all good on like everything. I think, well, Command Destroyer. I think Command Destroyers I can't fly, but those wouldn't take that much training because I have all. Literally, I just have to train Command Destroyer skill. That's it. Everything else is like ready to go. So, that
Food
would
Cheese brings up a good point. I said all subcaps, no mining ships. Sorry, no mining ships, no industrial
What a
ships.
what a
just the-
Chad. No, I'm kidding.
the
Now
lengthy
I'm
ones,
talking
yeah.
shit.
Well, whatever. Fuck. Mining is lame. I don't like it.
That's fair. That's fair. It's
Teach-
really
teach your
pretty
own.
now. I'll say that.
It
But
is.
I don't enjoy
cr-
mining. I just enjoy making a bunch
Yeah,
of
it's-
money because I mine R64s and shit.
Well, see,
Yeah.
for me, it was always like the bro time, like really just chilling,
It is kind of
hanging
nice.
out, and like just hanging
You're
out on
just chill.
comms, chatting with people, and oh, you're also making.
It's
F at
like
the
gate
same time.
camping. Like you could still do something like semi-productive, but like you're not putting a lot of effort into it. You know what I mean? So you just hang out with your friends on comms.
Yeah, it only takes somebody to yell gate fire for you to come back. and fucking-
Exactly. I can
Hey,
half-ass
Seema?
it so hard.
What's up, man?
Well, Seema. Hello.
Well.
Well.
This
So
soul so-and-so.
Winter Nexus done. Check. Did you see the Excel World Championships?
Oh shit.
I know we're all into esports.
I
Yeah,
did
wait,
hear
is there
Oz's
actually-
stream where he
is there
announced
actually a thing?
that he was doing the like the final algorithm or whatever, the final Excel scenario or something
So-
for them.
Yeah.
The CSM member Oz.
So what do they do? Just like build me a spreadsheet worthy of Mordor, and whoever can do it the fastest is like who
That's
wins or
literally it. That's literally it.
something?
They're
Problem to solve.
they're presented a problem and they're like, all right, build a spreadsheet, go.
Okay.
And they
That
just
sounds
like,
actually really
Now,
fascinating.
now, how
and
do
I'm
they?
not a
Because what
huge
if
spreadsheet
multiple people do it, but they just work different ways? How do they get into like? Do
They
they
have to
judge on
pick.
like
You-
which one's
they
more
get-
efficient and which one is more accurate. I don't know. Well,
I
it should
imagine
probably
they've
get
got
points.
a rubric or categories or something. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever finished
So-
it first, whoever has the most efficient one with like maybe the
As-
least calculations needed to be done. I don't know.
That's what I'm wondering. So, as someone who's kind of ignorant to like advanced
calls.
spreadsheets or anything, because I'm real basic with my spreadsheet skills, does it almost like I would wonder if it almost compares to like coding, where it's like, well, we could both make the same, web page or program or whatever, but your code's really clean and your code's really messy,
Yep.
and like compiling time, and like maybe there is some factors there that
Well,
that would make sense.
I've had spreadsheets that I have made before that worked and made sense to me, and then someone else looked at and went, "What the fuck did you do?"
I was
like it was
happy when
working.
because when I was doing my because now I have this Excel subscription, but before I was like doing the online web one, which is super slow, super shitty. Because I was doing the Eve stuff, setting up all my PI
Like
stuff with it. But I
Google
was like,
Sheets
so I was
or
doing
like
all
an
the
online Excel.
well, no, like you could do Office Excel online for free. You don't have to have an Excel subscription, but it's it's limited on like how much you can do, and the amount of processing power is limited. So like if you have a much more advanced spreadsheet that needs to do a bunch of stuff, it's going to hang up and lock and just like cancel, and it's not
Yeah.
going to work. So it's also really slow because there would be times where I'm like, okay, I'd have like price pulls from G to buy and sell prices for PI and all this stuff, and like for that to all calculate for all the PI materials,
Bog it down, basically.
sometimes it would sit there. I'd have to wait for like 5 to 8 minutes for the spreadsheet to load up. Or now,
Did you ever use Google
I
Sheets?
open up Excel and it's like 10 seconds. It's all done. I'm like, oh fuck, it's so it's so fast. But
Line.
That's what they
Um,
say.
but yeah,
That's
So-
why I like getting all that shit for free right now while I'm in school.
yeah, and it's like honestly, I just did the cheap Office. I think it's like $8 a month, and I'm like, it just gives me Excel. I'm like, cool, I'll do it.
One of my
I use
courtmates
it I use it every other day. So it's like if I'm using it 15 nights a week or 15 nights a month, it's probably worth $6 to $8 or whatever it is. But
One of my courtmates is like refining on one of my Google Sheets things. He's like, I just have some ideas and I do some of this for work. So like, he probably knows a bunch more shit than my sheet does. He was like, I'm gonna play within Excel, and I was like, oh, I don't have Excel, and he sent me like a family share pass or something. I was like, oh, that's cool as fuck. Like, I guess that's
Yeah.
part of some subscription model.
I just found it
It
funny
is,
because
yeah.
the CCP dev that was the main dev that was doing the Excel Eve add-in. I was talking with him because I was having all of a sudden I started having issues on my. It just couldn't load up the spreadsheet. There were certain values. It's like okay, I was like it would load up like a third of the values, but now the rest won't load. And I was like going back and forth with him on Discord, and we were talking about it, and he started looking at the thing, and he's like, oh well, maybe there's just too many buy or sell orders in the stack for it to load all of them up in the online Excel. And so we started working with them, and I was sitting there, okay, but I was like, I need to do my PI. So I just went and got the Excel subscription, and then it just worked because I have all the extra
Like processing power. And
processing power and stuff that you can use with it. But then he came back to me like 2 days later. He's like, hey, I found out what it was. It was this whole error with this thing. We got it all. And he's like, I got it fixed, and they pushed out the update. He's like, so it should be work for you now. I'm like, I was like, oh, awesome, dude. Except now I got the actual subscription to Excel, so it's so much faster. He's like, oh, well, you don't need this update then with your super powered Excel. But it's like, oh, I was like, that's cool though that I was able to like, hey, I got this
Yeah.
issue that's going on, and they found a bug with their system, and they were able to fix the call systems on the online one. So I'm like, cool. Well, I mean, the other people
That's
that are using the
awesome.
online Excel, it'll fix it for them now, because it was just the thing where it was basically like an overload thing where if there was too many buy or sell orders on the G to market, which can often happen with certain things, there just was too much to load, and it would get past a threshold with the online version that it couldn't handle, and it would just error out and give you like the exclamation point value error
That makes
in
sense.
your cells. And so he went through and they found a way to like have it, because it was like basically processing or calculating a thing for a certain thing and then having to subcalculate all the other fields in that like hierarchy thing or whatever on the calls. I don't know exactly what it was, but they basically made it where now it could do separate calls just for the sell orders and the buy orders separately. And then now that allowed it to not get overloaded as easy. So I was like, that's fucking cool. Well, I'm glad you
Trading
fixed it for everyone else, but I don't need it. But thanks. So that
You
was pretty cool.
affected change, and
I
think you
did. I
went
was
from local
excited. Yeah,
office.
because he was super into the issue. Because like, oh, because he was like, I haven't seen this before. So it was like this new. It was like it's like that's programmers do that. You know, they're like, oh, there's a problem with the code. I need to fix it. And then he found the problem and they fixed it, and then they pushed it update. I'm like, that's actually really cool. That,
No wonder
that
you're a
got
vice
fixed.
president.
He got the VP.
VP.
Welcome to the channel,
What's up, Redline?
So I'm gonna put a link.
Happy to
Sorry,
be
I'm gonna.
here.
Good to see you, Redline. Hi.
I almost made a joke earlier about Skyhawk like taking courses from you because he was giving LB a lot of like good leading questions about like, hey, feed me through the event, and I was like, this dude's been like, this is very Redline-esque. This is, you know, it's great to see.
I was channeling Redline apparently.
Yeah.
Didn't even realize that in the moment.
I'm gonna put a link in the chat, and it's gonna be a link to a YouTube video, and it's gonna be the World Excel Championships, and it's right
Oh,
at the part where they go into the championships, and it's EVE Online. So
Woo.
it's gonna be with Oz, the CSM guy, the former fucking market guru. I guess he still is a market guru, but I don't think he's allowed to do all that shit anymore. And they basically laid out like here's a blueprint, right, for a ship. Make an Excel spreadsheet to find out like the value, how much it's going to cost to build this ship versus what it is on the market. Build that spreadsheet. Step 2, find out like how much I have to mine from this asteroid to build this ship. Step 3, find out how much it is to make like a fleet of ships, and then like it spirals from there, right? So by the time the World Championships is over, they've made like a whole fucking
They were
like,
doing
industry-
doctrine seeding.
yeah, they're pretty much doing doctrine seeding at the end. Yeah.
Is it
That
a,
sounds awesome.
is it a long thing to watch, or
I think it's like it starts at 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and then the video ends at 3 hours and 12 minutes. So it's
so it's like almost
like
an
a
hour.
half an hour.
Okay, that's too long.
Almost an hour, yeah.
This guy seems super excited though. I just want-
You gotta be for esports, right? You gotta try.
Oh, it's the final round. The final
Once
round.
again,
Of course they choose E for the
our
final round.
winners will
Oz
get
got
some of that
invited to
very
create
beautiful
the
hardware
algorithm
sitting over
scenario,
there.
whatever, for
Eve
not
was
the
the
algorithm,
first
the like
game
the
ever to
scenario, the
receive an official
problem for the
Microsoft Excel
finals of the
to include some
Microsoft Excel
That's
World
great.
Championship
To
based on
actually
Eve, and it's like
easy level.
that's pretty fucking cool,
Sure,
even
yeah.
though it's
Might
wildly
even be putting in
nerdy
some
and
additional
unique.
bonus
Yeah.
points there. We can see the
Oh, they were-
bonus at the top of this.
It is
They were-
super silly, but I love
in
it.
my entire
Damn.
life.
It warms the cockles of my
love
heart.
But
I
these
am
guys,
so
like-
jealous
they're
that
doing
I
here is,
wasn't there to
something
win
else.
That fucking championship.
You
I
gotta
know
try
all the
harder in the next
hotkeys.
season, dude.
I know all the hotkeys.
2024 is coming
Look
hot.
at it. Be eliminated.
I
Yeah, start
never
practicing
would
Now
have
they
thought.
know about us and they respect
I,
us.
like, how does Excel have an esports thing in League?
Only
EVE Online does?
364 more days till the next Excel Championships. Got to start toughening up
Yeah,
now.
I was like,
Bro,
fucking
that's
Excel has
insane.
esports, and EVE Online struggles with esports.
EVE
Yeah, but-
Online doesn't have esports because
Drayden.
EVE Online esports wouldn't be exciting to the general public.
And you think Excel esports is?
Drayden, think how many millions
but
upon
it's-
millions of hundreds of millions of people interact with Excel. Then think of even
Yeah,
the,
but
just
most
the
of them
subset
don't
of
like it. Most of them are
millions
just like, this is
who
my
actually
job.
give
I
a
only
shit
do it when
about
I'm getting
something.
paid for it. They don't actually
Dude, I
like,
just
I'm
saying.
so excited about Excel.
man. Are you
Excel's
kidding
my
me?
jam.
Excel
There's
is
a whole
crazy.
community there.
Excel is my favorite program that Microsoft has ever made.
I
and will
love
stand
Google
by that
Sheets,
forever.
but
Fuck
I
Google
understand that
Sheets,
Excel
bro.
has a lot of. Hey, whoa, hey,
I
whoa.
think my favorite Microsoft thing was Clippy.
Dude, I made
Clippy
a
too, man. Shit.
I made a joke at
Ugh,
work a few months back
Clippy.
about Clippy, like with these. There was some current events happening in the world that are very unfortunate and happened a lot in America. And I was like, what if these people are firing it up? And Clippy's like, I see you're trying to write a manifesto. It was so
Would you like
fucking
me to help
good.
with that? Gives you a bunch of links to like Karl Marx and stuff.
It was real. Like, I mean, it was dark, but it was good.
Anyways,
So one of my
to
like
have-
young coworkers referenced it a few weeks
Clippy.
later, and I was like, that was the fulfillment I needed. Like, it stuck with him, and he was younger than like Clippy era, you know. So like, it was good.
Clippy's the fucking best, dude. I loved Clippy. I hated
So,
Clippy,
hey,
but I love it now that it's gone.
Back to Eve though.
Yeah.
To have an Eve Online esports, you need a literal army of people to run it. That's the thing.
Like a moose
There's-
army.
You also need an army of people to play it or enjoy it, and we
No,
that's not us.
there's plenty of people that would play it and enjoy it. Like it would be
More people than
insanely
play it and enjoy it
popular
now?
within the Eve community, huh?
More people than play it and enjoy it now. Because I don't think there's
mean,
an army of people who play it and enjoy it now. There's a lot of people, but like by comparison to a lot of things out there, like we know we're a small
let
subset
me
of gaming.
let me rephrase. There's a lot of people that I think want to, but can't because they're not at the level of the current esports, right?
I'm
I
not even
mean,
talking about
AT.
esports. So to be
AT
interested in
is-
AT, you have to be interested in Eve on some level.
Yeah, right.
And there's not an army of those. So you will never it's not about any other barrier except in my mind, except for there's not an army of Eve denizens or just people interested in fucking playing.
Well,
Mm,
if
no, there's
if
definitely enough people interested in playing.
I have
To make it a
opinions.
viable esport, you're saying.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I disagree wholeheartedly, but okay,
That
go off.
side of things, I think you could get enough people to get it started. Like, there's definitely enough people that are into hardcore competitive PvP. We've seen that with the amount of tournaments and the interest that gets.
In a
But,
very
yeah,
small pond
So-
community, though.
So here's the thing, Akaroth. Here's what qualifies to you as an esport, right? Because to me, what qualifies as an esport is consistent tournaments and like matches that are happening all of the time. Maybe not all of the time, but most of the time they have seasons. It's all broadcast. It's not one weekend. It's like months of broadcasts.
That I
right?
think that's the
So-
more popular. I think esports is just gaming that
How-
has a tournament esque stature that people watch online. I think that's all. So I think EVE Online has esport, like with the Alliance tournament and the various other ones. It is an esport, but it's just not popular because they
Well,
don't
it
have
is. That's
months
the
long
thing.
seasons like you're talking about.
It's popular
is
within
popular,
our
it's
small
insane.
pond, but our
Yeah,
small pond is
exactly.
extremely small,
Right.
and the subset of the pond, the little part that there was a little sandbar or
Buddy,
something, and it made a sub
we're
pond is even
not-
smaller.
We're
And I
not
love
the
AT.
pond, dude.
We are in a pond.
We
We are
can create
absolutely in
the
a pond.
ripples in the pond, my friend.
Can
right? That's right.
we? Are you not
Think
telling
about
enough
it.
friends about AT? Because I tell all sorts of people. I
No,
want people to
absolutely
watch.
not. But
Oh,
like,
well,
here's
then
the
you
thing:
should
there's
be the ripples.
32. There's 32 teams in the Alliance tournament this year, right? That's how many times could those teams play each other? 32 times 32? What's the
No,
math
more than
on
that. I mean, you could do more than that, but
No, it'd be
Wait,
each team could play each other
you're
once.
saying how many could they? They could play as many
32
matches as they wanted
times.
to. You could just
Wait,
keep doing it
what are you
round
talking
robin and
about?
just keep going.
32 teams.
There were 32 teams in the Alliance tournament this year.
What if they played each other twice?
Well, it wouldn't be 32 times
So-
32 because there's a whole thing of like, when
It's
only
like-
half of them can win, half of them have to lose. I don't know
Alright,
the numbers.
gonna ask
It's more advanced math than
ChatGPT.
just 32
I was
times 32.
I was literally about to say,
I'm
go
gonna
ask ChatGPT that.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, ask
That'll
How
ChatGPT.
many matches could 32 teams play if they all played against each other once?
But they all don't play against each other once.
that would be the
Right,
the
it's
thing.
single elimination.
They don't play against
Or
each other
double
once.
or-
No, you're thinking.
No,
You're thinking.
listen-
You're
Talking about
assuming
Expo and
alliance.
stuff.
Yeah, it's not alliance tournament style, Jordan.
Oh, you're talking about a season.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. So that's the thing. Like that, I think could turn Eve into an esports that's actually got some ground. Is instead of just having just the Alliance tournament, which is only the tournament portion, have like a actual season of these. And honestly, there's a lot of these teams that's what they play the game for. They don't care.
Yeah.
Like Hidden
And they
Leaf
would play all
Village,
of the
rest
time.
in peace. Their prizes this year.
And-
Goddamn. Shots for
And you know what's crazy?
shots for Hidden Leaf and what's his
so
name
here's-
that you always mention?
Jutsu.
Jitsu. Yeah, poor Jitsu, dude. Fuck.
But Jordan,
Um,
here's the
Rip.
thing.
Then I'll drink to that.
So if you had all 32 of those teams playing, right? You have like almost 500 matches that you could broadcast.
That's potentially. Although you wouldn't
Right.
necessarily have all because not all of them would play. Most.
You do 5 matches.
If you
a
have 32
weekend, a
teams,
day.
because most of these esports groups, like League of Legends, like you got 10 teams in League of Legends for their esports thing for each region. Some have more, some have less, but like the American LCS has 10 teams. Now they all play each other several times, but So if you have 32 teams, you might do it more like the NFL at that point, where you don't have every team play
Exactly.
everyone else. You play, maybe you make divisions, like this team is in this division. You have this team play their divisional rivals a couple times, but then you have them play a couple other divisions once, and then there's some
Sure.
teams
Now
they don't
see-
play unless they meet in the tournament.
Now,
But
see, that's how complicated you want to make it, right?
yeah, I'd be
But
down
for
with
it
that
to
though.
be
That'd
an
be fun.
esport- For it to be an esport, all that's got to happen is it's just got to happen.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be happening. But the thing is that in order for an EVE Online esport to happen, there needs to be some sort of matchmaking system. Right?
Oh shit, we got the
With-
raid from
Essentially
Unlucky.
a dedicated team.
Oh no.
Hey,
Yeah. So
What's up,
this
Unlucky?
is-
And everyone from Unlucky Stream. Welcome to the
Yeah,
thing. We're
so
talking about sorry, Redline, I'll give it back to you in a second.
It's okay.
We're talking
Thanks.
about esports and EVE Online and what it could do to actually make it viable. So we're talking about seasons with a bunch of teams playing seasons before the Alliance tournament. Sorry, go ahead, Redline again.
I just think you could I think you can mirror EVE Online as League of Legends matchmaking, like ranked queues, but you have to queue up as 5 or however many is in the tournament, right? You could do that. It'd be instanced, and everyone hates instance stuff, and I'm gonna take
If
a
it's
lot
for
of flack
tournament
for that.
play
I bet,
though, if it's
But
specifically for
it
tournament play,
would
and
be
I don't think that
available
matters.
all of the time. It would be available all of the time.
Well, you could just do that in
5v5
Thunderdome, right?
Anytime you wanted to.
That
So
you
just
do that
basically a
Thunderdome,
ladder
so it's
ranking
No,
separate.
thing or
it'd be on
something?
Tranquility. It would absolutely
Oh.
be on Tranquility. There
Oh,
has
so you
to
actually
be loss.
But the
It's-
thing, like,
it's-
no one
it's
wants
a
to. No
way-
one. Oh, you're talking about for the regular. I think you meant for like practice. I was like, no one wants to practice
No.
with loss, but yeah,
No,
for
I
for
mean,
the
I
you
think
mean
he's
for
talking
the
about
actual.
go
the
into
season.
Ah,
so
Playing whenever they
throughout
can
the
get 5v5.
season, right? You're playing this matchmaking game. You're playing EVE Online in the matchmaking with your tournament team or whatever, and you could do it on Thunderdome if you wanted to, or you could play this matchmaking mode. It's up to you. But and then they have a like a buy-in tournament, right, to get into the spots for the season, and then the season starts like 2 weeks or a month or whatever after FanFest every year.
well, and the fun
then
thing
you-
with that though is instead of doing the marble thing to see where people sit, you could actually have seedings coming in based on people's
Like rankings. and stuff, yeah.
actual
Well,
based on their actual
Yeah,
rankings.
and that's
and
the thing is
capability.
that
Why not have it?
the
like,
other
it's-
tournaments, like the Anger Games and stuff, would be so think of them as like the in League of Legends as MSI or whatever. So like when MSI happens, the teams get seeded.
Yeah, they
Right.
get MSI and then they have Worlds, but then also you have like the
Yeah.
local, just
Some of us have
seasonal
never played
championships.
League.
Well, at League of Legends, it's you don't have to
Same.
know League of Legends to
Context.
just know that they do like a tournament style. They do like a regular season, just like
Some
football,
of the
and then they do a
ulterior
tournament thing,
tournaments
which they have a tournament
have variant
bracket.
on the
So
main.
MSI is like a mid-season. It's Microsoft's
Mid-season
mid-season
invitational.
invitational. So that's like a pseudo tournament in the
Yeah, it's just
mid-year, and then
Microsoft.
they have
Does
yes, it's
Microsoft have a
hosted.
stake in Riot?
No, but it's just
No.
it's just a Microsoft. They host the tournament
just-
thing, and then
Like
there's a
that,
Worlds
right.
tournament, which is like
Not
the
that
ultimate one.
MSI,
But
bro.
but aside from that, like it's not necessarily like League of Legends. It doesn't matter about the game. Like, League of Legends just doesn't matter. It's just like the fact that you have a regular season of play and competition, and then based on the results of that, then you have a playoff, which could be fun because then you
Could be
have maybe the
fascinating.
Alliance tournament where now you're not just bringing in teams because they bought in, you're bringing in teams because they earned their way in.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
Which
I mean,
should
they do the
always be
feeder round.
case
They do the feeder
for
rounds, which
Alliance
kind
tournament.
of does that at this point, but it's not the same as like instead of playing 1 or 2 feeder matches, you're playing like a whole season to prove your worth, type of thing. So
Yeah.
It could be
Well,
really
so
fascinating. I'll
what
agree
I
with you there.
would-
I just don't think our pond's big enough to have any sort of like long-term sustainable thing.
I don't-
But
I think
maybe,
it would
but maybe
be.
it would
Need to be
grow if you
long-term.
put the tools in place.
I think it
Right.
would
Well, it
because
does
there's
need
a
to be long-term. This is a long-term game.
there's a lot of these.
I
the name
mean,
of the game.
true,
Well-
but here's the thing though is that if it all it needs to like I say, all it needs to do is just happen, and if it happens, I promise it would be worth it.
I think it'd be. I would watch it because it'd be
Pitch
fun.
that to
I mean,
Helmet
I
Team.
think anyone that likes League
It's
would,
accessible.
or Eve would like watching it because there's a lot of these teams, not all of them. There's a lot of the teams like their focus is the Alliance tournament. I mean, that's what Radicos.
Yeah.
He's like
At this point, there are a
Radicos
lot of
doesn't
those.
play Eve because he likes doing the
Yeah.
general day-to-day Eve stuff. He plays Eve to practice and prepare for the next Alliance tournament because that is what he's focused on. And there's other people that are in other teams, an entire line. Like, I mean, Odin's Call, yeah, they run around and like roam and stuff like that, but they're more focused. They're an Alliance tournament team. And
What's
you have
that
these
one that won a bunch back in the day? Like they pretty much just
Hydra?
Fraternity.
No.
Fraternity.
Pandemic Legion. You know, they're not very
Yeah.
active anymore, but they used to.
Yeah,
do a lot
like,
of
we
that winning.
we just sleep around. Headliner's super inactive, and we don't even play the game anymore. No, there's a bunch of teams that are just like that their focus is the Alliance tournament. They don't really care much about the general day-to-day Eve. They just want
You're not wrong.
the tournament. And instead
and
of giving them
already,
this like one
you know-
thing that lasts for like a couple weeks per year, you could have
And
this
they even still-
year-long
they're
thing.
put
Like it
6
just gets them
months
more
into it,
engaged,
even
and
if
also
it's
would get
not
the
happening.
Eve. It would get the Eve player base more engaged in just watching these tournaments.
Exactly.
I think it'd be fun.
So like I saw
agree.
this thing
I
about
do
this new site or whatever called Just About, like the CCP Eve's partnering with them or whatever.
Do a
But
shot.
they're like trying to make communities
Cheers.
come together more. And I mean,
now?
there's no better way than the Alliance
guy.
tournament, betting in the
Again,
chat,
this is a family
doing
show.
all that stuff.
Over me?
What did I say?
Huh?
I said this is a
That's-
family show. You said they're trying to get a lot of people to come together.
No, you said yeah. I was more going with the Beatles. Sorry, I was
Oh,
That's gross.
I understand. It's
I
because
was
said
going
tone.
for the dirty
You
end. I was
son
going
of
for
a
the
bitch.
Beatles. So he's like, come together. I'm like, right now?
Right now.
Over me.
Over me.
Doom, doom, doom,
Hell
doom,
yeah,
doom.
dude.
Shoo.
Hey, that's copyright.
Oh shit! We're getting
I
cease and
did
desist
that.
now. Ah, God damn it! Paul
How are we
McCartney's
going
on
to
our
make
ass
45
now.
cents off of this episode now, Drayden?
Is Paul McCartney like? No. Ringo's still around, right?
I think
Half-
it's just
half the
Paul
Beatles
at
are
this
still
point.
around, I
Probably
think.
wrong. I think
I
Ringo
think
might
it's
still be
only
around.
Paul.
I know Paul. What?
This is a quick Google away, but I'm not
I
gonna.
don't know.
'cause
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
it's.
invested.
I don't want to Google it. I don't want
don't
Google
either.
to present me with death search results in the future
Yeah.
because I searched for it today.
Hey, speaking of
He is alive.
speaking of tournaments, there's
Yes,
apparently a friendship tournament on the
Ooh,
16th of
shit.
December.
that sounds
How do you
strange.
prove
Why
you're a
would
better
anyone do
friend?
that?
I don't know how this works. On Saturday, 16 December at 1700, Astral Acquisitions organized a small PvP. Oh, this is already passed. No, it's
Hmm.
tomorrow.
No, it's tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Also, as
Yeah,
far
yeah,
as
They've
the
been
cease and
advertising
desist,
this a bunch on Reddit, I think.
It's called Cruiser Chaos. The format only allows use of T1 Empire only cruisers with metaphor module limitations and additional restrictions on drone types and number of repair modules. Eve partner Loru will live cast the tournament, or you can join their
Oh.
Discord.
wait, is,
That's
is-
pretty cool.
is you said this is the
LORU.
faction warfare blood brawl thing?
No,
I don't
then
think
the
so.
next
Actually, I
one.
think this might be something different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's something different. And then the next thing is the faction warfare face off, which is also on the 16th of December,
Okay.
which
Oh,
is
well, that's a
happening in the
distraction.
system of Fleet, where I'll just show up in a fucking battleship and brawl it out.
Can't
Oh,
these tournament
sounds
kids
like fun.
plan things together? Like
Now
good friends?
No.
imagine if all these people that plan the PvP events got together and planned a fucking Eve
And
Online
came together.
esport.
Right.
Shit.
Imagine
Hmm.
if they did that. That would be crazy, right?
How would they
Just-
fund the infrastructure behind it?
What infrastructure?
You're an
Well, I
infrastructure.
mean, like,
A computer that can stream to Twitch? Like here's the thing. All you need to do, you know how I need 9 people. All right? I need 9 people that can stream the Discord and I could do it.
Would you call it like a fellowship, or what would you?
Yes,
Give it a
the
moniker?
fellowship of the
Yeah, they'd
the
never
Eve
agree for
Online.
anything. I
the
agree.
fellowship of the streams.
They
But-
would
so
never
here's-
agree on anything. I agree with that.
So the only way that EVE Online as an esport is entertaining to like outside parties is if they have cameras on every ship. So you'd need
Yes
a
and no.
client for every
Well,
single ship.
So I
And
Yes and no. Two
the
things.
casters would need to be on point. So if there's 10 ships on each team, you need 20 cameras plus like 4 angled in the field. And you need to be
Yeah.
able to switch between all of them
You need
freely.
a producer. Yeah.
And you need a producer to watch all of them at the same
Yeah.
time and
well,
watch the
EVNT
things that
could
are
probably
happening
do
that are
it.
entertaining.
EVNT
Here's the
is
thing,
pretty
though.
I
good
There's
doubt
two
about
it.
things.
Go ahead,
Don't say
Alfred.
the
I doubt
only
it.
thing that would work, because there's two things. Last AT, we had some buttons down, And we all know sex sells, and it really did well for last AT. So I'm just saying, there's multiple things that would cause
Of
a lot of people to
course.
watch.
Of
You're not
course.
wrong.
Of
Wait,
course.
there was
Everyone
sex
has a
in
crush
last
on
AT.
Mystical.
There was
it's
very
fine.
risque button undoing in last AT, and it got a lot of favorable praise.
Button undoing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
buttons that were not as high as they could have been on a button
It's-
down.
It's not so much the
Train's
casual
just lost.
Oh, dude, fuck, dude, I don't know why it took me so long to know
It
what
was
the
like
fuck you were
cleavage,
talking
but
about.
dudes.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying,
Dude,
they were,
Mystical's
nice guys.
Mystical's jungle going on up in that chesticle area.
But it also spread to other people. Like it was just
like,
a fun.
woof.
Dude,
No.
just say you have a crush on Mystical Mind.
I
it's
didn't-
Okay.
I'll say it.
I was when he
Say
said
it
button,
then.
I was thinking like buttons on a keyboard, and I did.
You just
I,
did.
Oh
Yeah.
well, and
He
I don't think
didn't.
Drayden was following it.
I
so
was
said he would say it, but
fucking
he didn't
lost. I was
say it.
lost so
Was
hard
fun.
right there. But
Oh,
I'm
I've got
on
a
the
crush
same
on
page.
Mystical. There you go.
Hell yeah, dude.
He's a good looking.
Yeah, they even did to like a moderator. Didn't they unbutton moderator a little bit?
That's what I was saying. Like
I feel like he
became a
was
fun
probably
thing that
uncomfortable with
spread
it, though.
throughout it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it was a fun thing to do that was not incredibly like it was still a
Yeah.
family
Yeah,
friendly. stream.
moderator and
Except
Black Bart, I
for,
think, did some unbuttoning, but I don't.
Hammercock
They didn't look
and
like
some
they
other
liked
things.
it. Well, I was gonna say so.
what?
Fuck, I had a point though. With something you
Chad
just said.
Hammercock?
Chad Hammercock.
Who?
And I think somebody had like a vagina based name or something. You know, these
Yeah,
things
there
happen.
was something. Fuck, what was it? It wasn't Hyman something, but it was like
You know, some suggestive names.
it was
that
yeah. There was
need-
definitee there was Lady Labia.
And
That's
you know
right.
what? We're all
Lady Labia.
yeah,
that's,
that's
what it was.
Lady who?
Lady Labia.
And we're all adults here, I think.
Yeah, it was Lady Labia, and
wish
then you
I
had
wasn't.
Chad
Mithun or
Hammercock.
whatever.
It's a good thing they didn't face off against each other because who knows what would have happened.
Some of the
Right,
best
yeah.
times.
The
of
whole
that
match
were,
would have just been like a censored bar, just over the whole top of the everything. But
I can't remember the name of the streamer, one of the like commentators, but British accent, possibly Indian. They just had a very formal way, like they were saying everything with a British accent, and hearing them like have to say out some of those words was just super entertaining.
Satonia?
Because it was it was oh,
It was,
I wanna say
I
it was
guess
an
it's
M name.
It's Kestrel now, but not Satonia. But
No, it was just one of the player commentators, but they've been in it.
'cause I know Mystical's you British, but
Yeah, I know
Like I said,
exactly
possibly
who you're
Indian.
talking about.
Yeah. it was-
Mark, I don't know.
No.
But fuck, what was it? Like, Redline, you said something. I had a response to it, and I don't know what you were just talking about before.
Sorry.
we
I
went
was
into that.
talking about all the cameras and
Oh,
all
yeah,
the
yeah,
actual
yeah.
work
So-
that would
so
the
my thing is,
staff that
go
required.
into it.
So with the cameras, I liked the fact that this year they did a lot more zooming in to show action on a specific ship that they were focusing on the discussions, which I thought was a really good idea. But there was so much dissension in chat about that. They're like, because everyone in chat, like not everyone, but a lot of people in chat were like, can we just zoom out so we can see the whole thing? Because they're used to playing Eve,
With
and they're like,
picture-in-picture.
they zoom out, they want the whole picture and not the overview, but they don't want to zoom in on a specific ship to see missiles hitting it or
See the
missiles coming out
battlefield.
of it. They want to see the whole battlefield and what's going on. And so a lot of people, I thought it was fun because they did have zoomed out views and it gave you a good idea of the battlefield. But then, like when a specific ship was going, either getting
to
low
die
in
and stuff like
damage,
that.
and like it became a like this is a linchpin ship or something. This what happens to it is important. They would zoom in on it,
and stuff.
and they'd also kind of be
So-
doing these like fly because they had this new system where they could do like the fly through. And they had, like I said, they had the guys that were doing all the camera work. They were not Eve players. They were guys that from some technical school or something like that in the
Some
UK
interns.
that basically came in, learned the software, and were just navigating the battlefields for the tournament. And I thought they did a really good job. And there was a lot of people that commented them on their really good work. But there were a handful of incidents where there's like, why are we focusing on this ship? This doesn't matter. So there's a lot of people
Can't-
flipping out. So if you have a bunch of cameras that zoom in on people, you're going to get the same thing. So it's like, I don't know if you necessarily need that many cameras. I think the camera work that was done before was good. Probably could do better with more cameras, but
So the way it would work though is that I don't know if you've ever like tried to make like cinematic in Eve Online.
oh no,
like
I'm
cinematic
terrible
camera
at
stuff. But if you look at a ship, like say you look at a ship and then you track another one, as they're moving around each other, it gives you this really nice little like cinematic view. and
Yeah.
it just follows the ship around. Like that's what it would be. So each ship each ship would have that kind of view, but it would be zoomed out a little bit. Like it wouldn't be all the way zoomed out to the point where it's just triangles, but it would be zoomed out so you could see more than just one ship at a time.
So here's my
They'd have to
proposition with
find a
that.
middle ground,
Here's my proposition with that. Picture in picture to some extent, and this is actually where it gets too advanced,
Oh,
but
that's an
it's
interesting idea.
recircling back to what you said at the very beginning of this, is that like one of the big things keeping it from it is it probably would require massive staff.
Oh yeah, so much staff.
Formula One, which is not something I imagine most people here are familiar with, but there's a lot of Europeans that play even stuff, so I know at least some people
Yeah.
are. Like premium subscription, like NFL Game Pass or whatever for Formula One, allows you to watch a Formula One race, with all the various things, and there's a bunch of different camera angles for that. And you can also toggle into onboards. So it's like almost an interactive experience if you want to just ride with someone and you're paying a subscription fee and there's 100 cameras at the fucking track. And so some of them are just riding with the driver and some of them are, hey, we're on a tower or a helicopter, or this is what we're showing the folks at home,
Well, and
so like,
well, that would help.
Obviously that would be very uphill for this medium financially and otherwise, but we're not, let's be honest,
could
we've been
do
here
it.
for roughly 20 years. Technology is going crazy places. It's not probably too long until you could have things doing that for you without actually having to have all the individual players involved. You just made a tracking camera or trail camera or whatever for each thing. If they, if I want to click on this guy, I want his POV. But then overall, I'm getting
they'd
a
have
master
to
camera.
design that for the Eve client. They'd have to design that into the Eve client, which they could do. But at the moment, they could still do the multiple cameras. And like I said, like you could have a producer where you have all these different camera feeds, and they could be like, okay, go to camera 1, go to camera 3, and like they switch it around.
You have all the people playing stream to Discord.
Yeah, you're not wrong actually.
They stream their game to the Discord, and then you have an entire grid of it, and you can pop in.
Yeah,
two master cameras because we've got X, Y, and Z. So
the thing with that is that if you're streaming that to Discord, now you see their modules and you see what they have fit, and that actually is Intel. You don't want to have that. So
OBS blur that shit.
on Zkill anyways, dude. Who cares?
When they die.
Yeah, when they die.
If they don't die, now you get their fit without them dying.
We've overcome that though. You can blur screens and stuff.
Yeah, but it does. That is like that stuff does matter on the like when you get into like the nitty gritty. Like, oh, this guy had 2 of these modules and 1 of that. Oh shit. Okay, well let's refit it.
Then stream a virtual cam to OB. Like stream OBS as a virtual camera.
I think it's better for the outside observers to have streams, but I think that having multiple camera points available to then switch between would be good, but not having them direct from the actual players.
Yeah, this is
also it's like now you have the players having to have an extra streaming outsource. They don't necessarily need to do that. So why?
LB, where'd you go?
Why?
He's super upset at us.
Yeah. Why?
I'm still here.
No, I'm just giving him a hard time.
Why bog down their bandwidth with that when they don't necessarily? They're not the ones that need to be broadcasting their first person view thing.
I mean, you're also not wrong there because it's a competitive environment. Nobody wants to be like streaming.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I don't want to like be streaming out when I can just be playing.
Come on, Redline. Not everybody has great internet.
Then don't fucking play.
Wow, are you trying to gatekeep this?
Yes, I am.
Something you said everybody should be able to do.
Fiber. If you're not playing with fiber, holy shit! Skyhawk's on the beach.
I'm on the beach.
God damn! Where did you get to the beach? Have you been there all night?
I take one with me all the time.
That's me.
I come with.
Where's Dominark at?
So he had to take a break because he took a pill in Ibiza.
Oh no!
Yeah, he was in Ibiza. He probably hasn't come back from Ibiza.
Hit some fucking acid or something.
I don't know yet.
Probably. I'm gonna follow everyone else. I'll be back though.
Yeah, do you think?
Oh shit, we just lost.
Redline, I do want to reflect and circle back because the beginning of this conversation was saying one of the main detractors from this is the potentially large amount of staff that is required. And now I see what you mean. Like after this conversation,
I'm struggling.
The intro again.
I'm still here.
I know. I had the intro already active on. I'm struggling. Don't worry about me. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean.
So yes, I think you're not wrong in a regard that like to have a
info?
really cool and maybe multifaceted and like powerful presentation. that could maybe open it up and expand it up and on some level, which I still that's where my doubts were. Is like, you know, we still only have a fairly limited audience, and even the people who are like fascinated by you because of the articles and this, that, and the other, there's only so much there. But you're not wrong in that to make such a robust broadcast, I think would be very staff heavy, and I don't think they couldn't do it because, hey man, they've been throwing away money on side projects for years, and I fucking, you know, I'm not trying to throw shade. We just, you know, call a spade a spade.
Just imagine
But
the media coverage of a player-run esport.
you just got to get
for
Hilmar to hype
Diablo.
it up with buzzwords about like blockchain and shit,
No,
and
it's,
get the media. It's you know, it's called a ruse. That's what the kids are calling it.
ugh. You're cheapening the idea.
Because I'm
Your
trying to be
blasphemy.
rational and realistic, but
I know, yeah.
I
you
appreciate
make
that
the
you're trying to
winners
be.
get the
But you're
winners
actually
get
being
NFTs
idealistic.
and Hilmar's buying.
No, I'm
is
not
the
actually
media, I
suggesting
get
that.
it.
I'm just saying if you wanted to get a bunch of cheap and easy media coverage, you would use buzzwords. That's all I was alluding to.
Oh,
And Hilmar
well,
is the
no, I
CEO,
would
and he
just
can get cheap and easy media coverage. Like for sure, he can get some sit down time with, you know, gaming publications and whatever.
I would just want the
I was just
content
being
to
silly.
be engaging enough to be popular.
I
as
agree.
well.
And here's the thing: Last AT,
Was
debatably,
very
was
popular.
incredibly popular in a wider sphere, I think, than it's ever been before. In a time where we're not at the largest game population we've ever been before,
And
so that's I think that's kind of a weird testament.
I want to clarify that I'm not saying that there were any problems with the AT broadcast. I'm just
I know what
saying
he's
that
talking
I
about
wish
with the
they
camera
happened
work, though.
more often.
Yeah.
I do agree that some people are like a little weird about it, but again, I think we touched upon why there might have been any naysaying because we had some people who were not even familiar with the medium, but even still, like there was nothing egregious. I just remember like obviously nobody's ever going to see all the angles they want or all the perfect things because
You don't have
it's like
control of yourself.
yeah,
You
it's
could
like
make
fucking
that
a golf
happen.
tournament. You know, you watch a golf
So,
tournament
like,
and you see
so
people
here's
like go
the
hole to
thing.
hole, but you can't see them all play at the same time and every hole.
Here's
and
the
blah,
thing.
Blah, blah, blah.
We're gonna do a tournament, all right? We're gonna do a tournament, and
We're not.
we're gonna have all the players in the tournament be able to stream to Discord. We're gonna try
Ew.
that.
You're gonna put them at a disadvantage, Redline.
Yeah.
Maybe
I would,
Why are
we'll
you trying to
see.
gimp these
why,
people?
why not? Why not just put
No, we're
observers
not
out
gonna
there?
do that.
Because that's
I
staff,
don't-
Drayton. But you could get volunteers like super easy.
I mean, you could
Listen.
put like, but instead of having like one or two observers, have like half a dozen observers, and now you get a
One
bunch of
for
different
each
angles, and you
person.
can have
I'm
someone
gonna
looking at
be-
all the feeds and be like, okay, that one's good, go to that one. You know, it's like you have like a producer guy going like,
Just a
okay,
good
go to
producer.
feed 2, go to feed 4, go to, and then now
That
you get the good
sounds
camera angles that you
awesome,
want. Instead of
but
having
I'm
like
gonna
the
be
players have to stream their own
35 on
shit.
Tuesday, and
Because the
I don't
players,
have
the players
time
are
for
focused.
that.
Also, what if one of the players' streams
you
goes
don't
out? It's
have to
like
carry
they're
Eve on
focused
your
on the
back.
tournament. They don't give a shit about the streaming side of
I
it. That's
know.
not their job.
But I appreciate that and happy early birthday, my man.
Oh wait, wait, whose birthday? Redline?
Redline's about to be
Mhm.
35. The
Holy
big 3-5.
shit, dude!
It's basically
that's-
halfway through our
You're
lives.
so
unless you
old. I'm sorry.
have a high level of income.
No, Space Gator, we're not beating it to death. It's dead already. We're done. I'm over it. I'm over
Cheers.
the esport.
Prost. It's a compelling idea, Redline, though, and I did appreciate the conversation because it was nice food for thought as to what an alternate, like, not universe, but like just what if something was, you know, what if this was a little bit different? Like, how would
Yeah.
people think about it or feel about it then?
Yeah.
And I did appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm glad I could give that to you. What's next on the list, LB?
Well, scrolling down the old community beat.
There's a new
Got,
launcher in town.
Oh my god,
Ooh.
you want to talk about the fucking launcher?
The launcher's
Ben's
great.
I kinda do.
launcher in town. But
I
yeah,
kinda
I
do.
love it.
So if you were upset about DirectX 9 going away,
Ooh,
and if you are upset about
Windows 7
support for Windows 7 and 8 going away, get ready.
Oh,
'Cause the old
shit.
launcher's going away, and
Oh,
only the new
shit.
launcher shall remain.
go ahead and
And
sharpen that
I
axe.
swear.
You guys,
Fucking
the Steam launcher
CGP.
hasn't updated yet, by the way.
I will
It's
say
never been updated.
If you wanted to play
There-
Still the old one.
Vanguard, you've already got this launcher because it's the only
I've-
thing
Yeah.
you can launch it from.
That's right.
That's right.
Vanguard.
That's right.
Love
I love the launch.
Vanguard, by the
I
way.
think the new launcher is great. I love it. I think it's excellent.
I have one complaint about it. Only
Uh-huh.
one complaint. So, you know, every morning when I wake up, I have my coffee, sit down at my desk, and then I turn on the news, and I log into Eve and get all my daily login rewards. I just make sure I do that at the start of the day so I don't forget. And under the new launcher, I at that time of day I'm not trying to play. I'm just trying to get my free shit and then be done. There's not a way to just like pull it up to the character screen.
There is.
There
is.
Oh.
Okay, calm down.
I was
Let me
waiting for
explain
you.
it.
Teach me.
Yeah, I was waiting
No,
for you to
I'm
say
gonna-
it because I wanted to tell you,
You
yes,
wanna
there
explain
is.
it.
Because I thought the
couldn't
same.
figure it out.
I thought the same things. So I'm like, I wish you could just go to the actual login screen instead of automatically go
Yeah,
to a
all the way
character.
in.
There
Fucking us up.
absolutely
Look at my
is.
camera.
It
Look
was
at my
fucking
camera.
us up.
Yeah, you click on your
switched
account,
to
you go to the account
All right.
settings tab on the top right.
Here we
You
go.
probably shouldn't
Here's your
show this,
launcher.
LB, because it's
Bro,
going to
that's
show your
not
actual
even
login
the
names and stuff. But
launcher.
I don't
it's
give
fine.
a fuck.
Okay.
I tell
Everybody
people
knows
all my
LB's
characters
spy.
anyways.
But yeah, so
Whatever.
you click
fuck 'em.
on what account you want, top right account settings,
Yeah,
and
so
there's
here's
an
my main
option
account.
to-
Shut up! I'm telling them.
Can you
Jesus
just
Christ. All right, go.
I'm watching.
You click the gear.
trade and make
You
it
scroll
big?
down to here, and you make
Click
this
it down.
disabled. Quick launch, disabled. Once you've done this, that account will then
You have to
launch
do
to
to
the
every
character
account.
select screen that looks like this. So you have to do it for every account, otherwise your other accounts will launch straight
Okay,
into a character.
Well, I'm going to
You-
update my complaint to be that I wish that you could make a launch profile that just launched all of your accounts like that.
There
That
is
Or
would
real
that.
quick,
They
or
have
real
that too.
quick, just change the default to that and make the other the opt-in.
Yeah, well,
because most people
so-
You
aren't
guys
trying to
want to
quick
see
log.
my favorite thing
So
about
I
the
did it
launcher?
different. So I went to
Yeah,
account
I-
settings. You go manage launch or launch settings, and then launch to character select. It's default no. You just select it to yes, so it launches to character select screen instead of just
Very
into a certain
important.
character. But also you can set up launch groups, and you can set up profiles. So certain profiles, like okay, I want this to launch these accounts on these specific characters, or these accounts just to the login menu. You can set it up very specifically. So this thing lets
Yeah.
you. This gives you way more customizability than the old launcher did. And also, I like the fact that you can log directly into a specific character if you want to. And also on the left kind of bottom side, there's a scroll down menu where it shows all the dev posts of like, here's patch news, here's community, so all the dev articles that they put out that people tend to skip because they aren't paying attention to the actual online thing. You can actually just check them out
little
here.
more
So it's like,
verbatim.
now nobody
Okay.
has an excuse for like, oh, well, they didn't tell me about this. Like they did. It's
Oh
here.
my god. No,
Yeah.
these people can't read. You know better than that.
Well, I mean,
It's the king of the hill meme. These people would be very upset if they could read what you just posted. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I knew
we're
there was
getting
a
right.
lot
You're
of
not right. It's
your wife is
Sorry,
saying
go ahead,
you're
Scott.
too loud.
I knew there was a lot of
Yeah, I know.
granularity there with like setting up different launch profiles, and because I've done that. Just the one thing I couldn't figure out was how can I launch all 8 of my accounts in a way where I can just quickly grab all of my dailies and then
Yeah. And also I like to sometimes see the thing, because then you get to look at like, because there's times where it's like, I don't necessarily want to log in. I forget what system I was in. Like, am I in this
also
system?
that.
I was like,
Yes.
that matters
Very
sometimes. She's like, I don't just want to like log in if I'm not actually in a system I want to log in yet. And then there's also, sometimes you want to say like, oh, well, what skill do I have training, or how much money do I have? What, all that stuff.
it
So
shows some cool
so-
shit on the launch.
yeah, so well, it doesn't show all that, but it's like I was in the same boat as Skyhawk. I was like, I wish I could just. I like the new launcher, but I wish I could just go into the login screen instead of actually picking a character first. And then I
I've still
found
been
that, and
using
I was
the
like,
old
oh,
launcher
they
for
have
that.
it. Okay, then it's there. It's not necessarily like blatantly apparent, but once you find it, that option is there, so it is there. So
Thank you.
So yeah, they've done really well. Obviously, it's a new launcher and it's uphill. And I even though I appreciate some of the aspects, I'm like fucking new launcher. I still have the old one pinned to my thing, and I need to remind myself.
oh yeah, I did.
that.
Yeah, you had to remove it
Because I
and
tried it
put
after post Vanguard weekend, and it was like, nah, you can't do this. Like your launcher doesn't work. And I'm like, wait, what? What are you talking about? And I'm like, oh, it was
Your
a
Eve rights have been
launcher,
revoked.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And so I was like,
you're
okay, well,
right.
let's start doing that.
I think the
but
old launcher's getting old yellered pretty soon over the top.
real quick.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, I mean, like you
Oh, why not?
I bet when the old launcher doesn't work anymore, they're like, this doesn't work.
That's what's
Click
That's
happening.
here.
so accurate.
They'll
though.
probably
Mercy
have
kill.
a
What's happening? It's
Yeah,
not
they'll-
being killed. It's being Gently deactivated.
It's
It's
That
being
is
No,
sent
be-
to a
no,
farm.
It's
in
an old
upstate New
launcher.
York.
Yeah.
The new launcher is not
Where it can
a-
play with the other launchers.
Yeah, you're
It's
not
just- yeah,
you're
it's
not
just gonna go
updating the
have a nap,
launcher. You
guys.
are
It's
killing
not-
the
it's
old
not gonna
launcher and
die.
getting a new one.
All
This
no,
is-
launchers go to heaven.
No, the old launcher's not going to be killed. It's just going to go take a nap, guys. It's okay. Everything's fine.
It's the
Don't
fir-
scare the Eve players.
It's
Dude,
the
I feel
fir-
bad about the
Jesus
kids I
Christ.
don't
It's the
have. right
I
forever
want to scare
nap.
him. I want to scare him. Nightmare, nightmare,
Yeah.
nightmare.
Those are good ships. It's the forever nap.
Okay.
Redline.
What?
I got
It's the
that
forever
reference.
nap.
The forever nap? No, just a nice long nap.
But
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah, no,
you have to
I-
hang out with, on the farm with the other
Speaking of the
launcher.
new launcher, look how small you can make it. It's great.
Oh, I didn't even try. Can you make it real small?
Yeah, you can. Itsy
wait,
bitsy.
you got the COVID? Ooh. Yeah, no, I'm assuming the old launcher, when it actually
Holy
dies, will
shit.
probably just have a
Hey.
this launcher doesn't
So
work anymore.
small.
Click here to get the new launcher that does work. I would
What?
assume they'll probably
you know
put that in
what's
there.
crazy? So,
How small this is.
laid back daddy over there. You know what else sucks? The initiative.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh shit! You
Redline
just,
is an
you just gonna,
inflammatory
like
young
call
man.
people out like that?
He's not going to be young forever. He's almost 35, but he's an
Damn.
inflammatory young man.
I mean, someone's
Just
gotta
really
be,
not
right?
holding back those punches.
Man,
Someone's gotta be.
the
If you
lower-
hold back the punches.
Oh, that's
what's
actually the
point
bottom
of
of it.
punching?
I was like, man, the more you get to the bottom of the lemonade, the more pulp there is.
That's how.
That is
yeah,
not.
Yeah.
that's how that
Is
usually
not
works.
uncommon.
This is
Drake,
a,
is this your
All
first time with pulp based?
this is a thick
First
pulp.
lemonade.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Are you guys?
I've
pro
always
pulp
drank
or
Mountain Dew as lemonade
anti-pulp,
before.
Or
I'm pretty pro pulp.
ambivalent to the pulp?
I'm anti-pulp. Listen, if I
Fuck
wanted
no.
pulp, I'd
Pulp
fucking eat the
sucks.
fruit.
Damn
Exactly,
straight,
dude. If
damn
I wanted
straight.
pulp, I'd eat
I'm
the
fine
fruit.
with pulp and like lemonade,
the
even
pulp
though
out
it's
of
just.
my
But I would prefer no pulp. But you know what? It's rare they make lemonade that's not no pulp that isn't like Sunny D, which that's not lemonade. That's like
That's not
Bro,
lemonade.
Minute
that's
Maid, are you
radioactive
kidding me? You
orange
don't
shit.
drink
So
Minute Maid?
No,
Minute
not
Maid
Minute
lemonade doesn't
Frozen-
have pulp.
Minute Maid's Coke.
this is simply lemonade.
cares?
Fucking sugar water.
This is
Who-
simply.
It's lemonade, dude.
It's simply
He's adding
lemonade.
gin to it. We're concerned about our health. Like, fucking,
Yeah. Well, I'm out of lemonade.
Let's dial that back.
I'm
real quick.
apparently out of lemonade now, so now I got to mix gin with cherry Pepsi. So
Oh,
Drake's
no,
you're a
no,
madman with
no,
your fucking
Drayden.
mixers, dude.
that's all I got. That's all. It's either that or water, and I'm not doing that.
Higher.
You are a madman.
Hey, don't. I've mixed Mountain Dew with root beer before.
I know
Don't-
you've done
nothing-
some of the
nothing
most
scares.
unique.
Or not Mountain Dew. I
and
mean,
simple
I mixed
corner
Jaeger with
beverages
Mountain
I've
Dew.
ever heard
That's I've mixed
Dude,
Jaeger
you're
with
so
Mountain Dew.
problematic.
I'm not worried about it. Flavor's a
Sugar is
construct of the
huge
earthly world.
problem.
You can just ignore it.
I've never known Drayden to
Unless
back
it's
down from
unless
this
it's
time,
pickles
so let it be
or
known.
or
It's on the
mustard,
record.
then flavor does matter, and those things are fucking gross.
You don't like pickles?
Fuck no.
Or
Pickles are
mustard.
nasty. Pickles are fucking evil.
like
Pickles
all
are gross.
pickles?
Pickles are
All
gross,
of them?
and mustard's gross.
I
Like
mean, I
dill
lost
pickles?
a little bit of respect. for
I
that.
really don't like dill,
Wow.
but I just don't like the brine of. Which is funny though, because I like
Oh,
vinegar. I like
I can-
cucumbers. I like vinegar. I like vinegar on cucumbers, but I fucking hate pickles.
Ever
What
since
about-
ever since I was a little wee lad, I enjoyed drinking pickle juice.
Ugh.
What about olives?
I'm not about
How do you feel about olives?
Olives are disgusting.
they're
a
too
plague upon the
salty. I'm
stomach.
not a fan of olives. I don't really. I mean, like, can I eat them? Sure, but I don't like them.
I will never
Mm.
understand why people ruin perfectly good vodka by putting olives in it.
Like most of the things I
'Cause
don't
they don't
like,
wanna
it's
drink
like I
solid
could
vodka
eat it.
usually.
I just don't like it. But pickles and mustard
I mean,
are like
I'd rather do that.
two
than
things.
drink
It's like
it.
if I force myself to eat them, I'll probably puke.
I'm not a big fan of pickles
I
or
cannot eat
olives.
those two things. Cannot. Most things I
But-
don't like, I could eat.
I can
Yeah.
do it like a sandwich pickle, like the real firm ones.
No.
Like I don't know what it's called,
No.
but it's like a Vlasic or whatever. It's a pretty like
Yeah.
the pickle spears that you would get with like a deli sandwich maybe or something on the
Yeah,
side.
no, it's like I mean,
But I can't do like ballpark pickles. I don't do pickles sliced on a burger. Like I don't appreciate pickles. by and large.
dill
If my
especially.
wife-
Like I actually hate the flavor of dill. So dill pickles I hate mainly because of dill.
But dill's just
Um,
spice, right?
It's a spice, but
I
it
used to
has
get
that.
weed
It has
in a-
that flavor.
in a
But even
jar that said
even
dill on it.
sweet pickles, I don't like those. So it's just like I don't like the brine, the pickling brine, but I especially don't like the dill spice either. So dill pickles are the worst.
If my wife
So,
orders a club
order-
sandwich and the pickle touches the sandwich, it's over.
She said I sent it back.
I'm not that bad. Like I'll pull the pickles off, but
Miss Elby, you've got
LB,
great
are you
taste, and
saying
I
that-
respect that.
Are you saying that at the next Vegas you won't do a pickleback with me?
Oh yeah, I will. I don't give a fuck. I'll eat anything.
Yeah,
I'll eat garbage
a
out of a
new thing
dumpster.
for me.
or
So
traded.
when I was from
No, I will
Texas,
not
we
do
never
that.
heard of that.
But it's like
But in
it's
North
like
Carolina,
if,
they know
if
about
I do a pickleback with you, I'm puking on the bar counter right there. So
Noted.
so if you don't want that to happen, then no, I'm not doing a pickleback with you. I will do a shot with you, just not a pickleback. I'll do a shot of
That's-
whiskey, and you could drink the pickle juice.
That's
I feel
me
like
and
that's
shots
gotta
of
be a
Jameson.
somewhat northern thing.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't do picklebacks in Texas. Like that was not
Yeah.
a thing that
See,
I ever
Mrs.
heard
Elby
of.
knows dill pickles are fucking gross. Yeah, you couldn't pay me. I'm on the same board.
Don't say that, honey. We have a mortgage.
Lincoln, I'm right there with you. Kosher dill, perfection.
What are you getting fundamentalists on us now?
Oh man, so I'm so when is Z Vegas confirmed for this year? Is that a thing?
For 2024.
Drayden,
yeah.
you're going to FanFest now that you got your promotion. Don't.
No,
fuck
that's
around.
2025.
I know. Just
He
don't
got
fuck
to,
around.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You're gonna try to
also,
I
rationalize
did
it
get a
away later.
promotion, so I'm gonna probably go to NOLA.
FanFest
I should
2025.
be able to make NOLA, and then I might even be able to make
FanFest
Vegas as
2025.
well. Like it was a 10% pay bump. It was
Nice,
pretty
man,
good.
That's awesome.
So
10%.
10%, yeah.
Fuck,
That's
you are
more than
Ted
inflation,
DiBiase.
bro.
Yeah,
What are you,
The
a
it
$1
was-
million man.
It was I was like I was expecting you like 2 to 3, maybe 4, and they're like, we're gonna give you a 10% bump. I'm like,
But wait, Drayden, if you got 3 to 4, could you not just fight your brother in the parking lot?
I mean, I probably could have.
Okay, just making sure.
That doesn't mean I get money, but
He said we didn't do it in the boardroom. We did it in the parking lot.
Squid Game for Drayden's bonus or raise.
yeah,
I mean, you're a pretty big guy, Drayden. Are your brothers bigger than you?
he's the president. I'm the vice president.
I'm not talking about ranking or the
Oh.
totem pole. Are you bigger than him? Might is right.
I'm
We know
taller.
this, we're
I'm
American.
taller, and he's bigger muscular. I might be bigger in weight. That
You
doesn't.
can
I
bench
know.
press more.
He could. Yeah.
Just psych him
He's
out,
it.
Drayden.
That's why he's the president.
him-
That's why he's the
He's your
president.
older brother, right? Make
Yeah,
him feel
he's
old and
like
fragile.
we actually
Like,
just call him.
You've been having a lot of growing pains lately. Needs to feel
We call him President
Whoop his ass in the
Camacho
parking
at
lot.
work. So
So things are pretty
Uh,
So
fucked
how,
up
how
right
close
now.
does he look like to Terry Crews then?
nothing at all.
He looks like a Drayden version of
Yeah,
Terry
couldn't-
Crews.
You put Brondo in the fucking water machines now?
Well, I mean, only for the plants.
They have things plants need.
He said,
Yeah.
I think they need water.
got- it's got
Did they stuff out of the
electrolytes.
toilet?
You mean out of the toilet? But it has
So, I have a
electrolytes. So
quick
it's
question.
what plants crave.
Did we do a shot for the Voyager program yet?
Oh,
it's
we
not
have not.
dead yet.
It's not
dead
confirmed
yet,
yet.
It's
Don't
Because
you
we
look at the
believe
that early.
success.
We
Let's look
believe
at the success of the program, though.
well, okay, yeah, we give
Well,
a shot
think
to
of
the
that
success,
instead,
yeah.
bro.
But the thing is, like, it's not dead yet because so they're basically just getting random jarbled binary back, which is not great. But they are looking into a solution, and they're gonna possibly be coming up with something to beam out to it to update its software to maybe fix itself. That doesn't mean it could be dead, but it's not dead yet. They haven't confirmed. Like they are gonna try
Still
and get it
transmitting
fixed.
something.
Yeah, they're going to
Yeah,
try and
come on,
transmit a software update to fix it, but whether or not that works, but it's like it's too early to say that it's dead or not. But even if it is dead, you know what? Hey, Voyager is like the longest running mission that NASA has at the moment. So, cheers to
Gotta keep
that.
hope
I'm
alive.
down. I'm down for cheers to that. Like I was saying earlier, like Voyager 2, Opportunity, and Cassini are probably like the best programs NASA's done that lasted longer than their expectancy.
Is
Real
New
fine work.
Horizons gonna eventually pass Voyager? I thought it had more velocity or
It
something.
does have more. It may eventually pass Voyager, but it's going to take a long time for that. Like Voyager is such a big head start, and it was going very fast as well. New Horizons is going faster, but I mean, you're probably talking. It could be like 10 plus years, maybe 20 before it overtakes the other one. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm throwing those numbers out there. That might just be bullshit, but
When
No,
New
no, Drayden
Horizons, when New Horizons reaches the distance of 100 AU in 2038, it will be traveling at around 46,600 kph, around 14,300 kph slower than Voyager 1 when it was at that distance.
Oh,
It is traveling
Mm.
slower than Voyager's.
so it's so
Wow.
Voyager must have gotten.
It didn't get the gravity assist.
Okay, because I know that New Horizons
What a
was the
bunch of chump.
fastest thing we sent out when it was in the inner solar system. Well, not inner solar system, but I mean like in the main what people think of the solar system. It was very fast, but yeah, I guess once it gets that far, because I mean like the farther it goes out, the slow as it's like angular moment conservation of angular momentum. The whole thing with orbital mechanics, like the farther you go out, the slower you get because as it's going further and further out, the gravity from the sun is still pulling on it constantly, and so it's slowing it down, slowing it down, slowing it down. But I think New Horizons is on an escape trajectory. I could be wrong on that, but I think it is. I know Voyager 1 and 2 are, so they're going fast enough to escape eventually, but
Because
I feel like-
which planets did New Horizon get? Wasn't it launched to get what was it, Uranus maybe that the Voyagers missed?
no, it's Pluto.
Pluto.
Yeah, all the new Pluto images and stuff, that's all New Horizons. So it's specifically launched to get close. It did Voyagers and stuff. They did like the close enough flybys of like Uranus and Neptune to get those pictures that we got, which are really really nice. It got a distant picture of Pluto, but it was just a dot of light. The best before New Horizons, the best picture of Pluto we got was from the Hubble, and it was like this 40 or 50 pixel image. So yeah, it was slightly pinkish in color, white to pinkish, and you had some darker spots, some lighter spots, but that's like all we could really tell from that. Then New Horizons got there, and it did a close flyby of Pluto and Charon. It got some pictures of Charon too, but it was mainly focused on Pluto. And now all the really high, like nice high resolution pictures we got of Pluto, that's all New Horizons stuff. And that was specifically what it was focused on doing. Although now that it's going past that and it's going into deep space, it's also, they're looking at various different Kuiper Belt objects to take images of. I can't remember what ones they're focused on, but there's some of those, I mean, I know some of you have like Oumuamua and you have like Eris and all these other ones. I don't know what ones that they're going to be trying to get pictures of, but I think there's a couple Kuiper Belt objects that they're going to try and get some images of. And it's gonna be too far away to get like nice detailed images like they did with Pluto, but they're gonna still try and take some pictures and data with it, I guess. With that, and they might be able to even like, being that it does still have some fuel left, it might be able to like shift its course a little bit to get closer to certain things. But I assume that it's gonna be kind of along the same lines as like Voyager and Voyager 2, where like once it gets, because I think it's on an escape trajectory, so I think it's gonna go out and they're just gonna start getting like you know outer edges of the solar system data with that. But
And it'll hit that point around 2040, basically.
okay, yeah, that's a ways away. But yeah, I mean, like, because Voyager 2, those were launched in the 70s and they're still running. So those are like the longest running missions that NASA's had. Opportunity, I think, was the next best for, if you look at like ratio of like expected life expectancy to what they got out of it. Because Spirit and Opportunity were kind of like, they're the Mars rovers, not the first one, the Mars rover, and then they had Spirit and Opportunity that came in second, and they were expected to last like 3 or 4 months. Now obviously what NASA's expectancy, like they know it's going to last at least that, and it probably will last longer than that, but Spirit was the one that went out first, but I think they got like 1 or 2 years out of that. So, when it's expected to last 3 months and you get like 1 or 2 years, that's great. But Opportunity, I think, lasted, I can't remember the exact number. It was like 7 to 8 years, maybe 9.
Those were the rover. You're talking.
They're the Mars rovers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
just using
Yeah,
a narrative project.
And how
Well,
long was
so
Curiosity?
There were
Well, Curiosity's still going. It's still there. Curiosity and Perseverance are still running around on Mars. But the thing is, like, those are expected to last a super long time. Like, they designed those rovers to be really long lasting because they're like some of the issues they had. The main issues they had with the earlier Mars rovers with Spirit and Opportunity was the dust accumulating on their solar panels because they had nowhere to clear that. But now you have like
Windshield wipers.
Curiosity and the new one Perseverance. those ones are designed to like be able to close up their things for sandstorms, but also I think they have ways to brush them off. I don't know if they do, but I think
They've
think
even
they have something
actually
like that.
talked about potentially using the new helicopter in a pinch to do it. Too,
Oh yeah, and the helicopter. That's
which is
another
really
one.
interesting.
The helicopter
that
they
has
were-
been
Sends
wildly
out a drone thing, right?
Yeah, that's the drone.
and it's been wildly successful.
Yeah,
it
like
was-
they were hoping it would fly at least once, but they expected like we could probably get like 4 or 5 flights out of it. It's been like several dozen flights at this point, and it's still running. Like it's just going. Like it just is. So that's a massive success as well. But I'm saying like Spirit and Opportunity, like so Spirit died after like I think a couple years. It
67.
got stuck on a hill and then it got covered up. But Opportunity ran for like 7 or 8 years when it was supposed to last 3 months. So that's incredible. And it was super sad like when it went offline. Now I know that there's the message that everyone's like, oh, it said this, but it's like it gave a output and then artistic people translated it into something more dramatic. So it wasn't the exact output, but it's like my batteries are running low and it's getting dark was the last message that it sent, but it's not exactly what it said. It was basically like battery volume low, light level low, and that's like it's basically just like
This
Just-
is Major Tom to ground
yeah,
control.
it was basically just like it's just telemetry data that it was, or not telemetry, but like just informational data from the thing. But then an artistic, poetic person is like, oh, my batteries are getting low. My batteries are low and it's getting dark, and it's like that's the last thing to say. It's like that actually like it grabbed the heartstrings of everyone, and it's like it gave me.
It's not very well ventilated up
I'm not
here.
gonna lie, it made me shed a tear. I'm like,
Wally.
I was like, oh, it's like that's so sad, but
Dude,
it's
that
so.
movie hit me right in the feet.
But you
I
know,
did.
and it's like dude, that rover was like so like it did so much work, and then you have all the memes coming out where it's like you get the Reaper, it's like you get the Opportunity, and then like, the Reaper's like coming, it's like it's time to go. It's like, was that a good rover? And it's like you were the
that one
best.
hits me in the feels every time too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like it's like
Said
oh,
no.
God.
He says no, and then like
Oh.
your heart drops like third frame, and he said, "I told you
No.
we're the best," and you're like,
No,
"Oh,
Yeah, it's like no, you weren't a good rover. You were the best rover. Yeah, it's like
You know,
all that
I
good
gotta
stuff.
say, I love space. I love space exploration, and I wish
shit
that
about
we
space.
we get out into the rest of our solar system and inhabit it. But why are we not looking into the ocean?
We are.
we
are.
do."
It's just harder. It's actually
Yeah.
harder and more expensive.
How is it harder?
Because
So
the pressure
he
is
radiation
knows
in the
exactly how I'm
ocean.
sure.
the pressure is so it's a lot easier to go out into a
Space is
vacuum
more
that is
forgiving.
basically negative, not negative. It's zero atmospheres instead of 1 atmosphere. That's a lot easier. It's a lot harder to go into things that are like hundreds, if not thousands, of atmospheres. The ocean, the deep ocean, is so much more of a hostile environment than deep space
You
is.
don't need to go that.
Now, not
deep.
for people
Here's the thing too,
necessarily. Not for people necessarily, but I mean, like for people. I mean, to
Here's the thing
build
too,
to
though.
build
You have to go
a
live,
to
though.
build a
Come on.
machine that could go into the super deep ocean is probably more difficult than to build a machine that can go into deep space.
We also
Nah, it'd be
studied the-
super
Just
easy.
ask
you
the,
you could
people on the
control
s-
it with a Logitech controller or something.
also
It'd be so
s-
easy.
Well, I mean,
study
well,
the
yeah.
Favorite red line. I was in the middle of making a sub joke, and then you came in
Yes,
with that.
suck my
Who
dick.
uses Logitech
Got him.
instead of PlayStation?
Oh, it was Logitech makes a
by
quality
the way-
product. Don't you naysay those
He's-
sweet.
Hey, no, I-
whatever they are.
My,
I
my
thought
keyboard,
that
my
was
keyboard's
trading.
Logitech. I love my keyboard Logitech, and I don't have.
Logitech.
I have a Sony headset, but I've had Logitech headsets are great. I do not like Logitech mice. I
Here's
like
the thing too.
Razer mice,
quick.
but Logitech mice I don't like.
Big Brother knows that if they start putting a bunch of cameras and rovers and all this shit in the ocean, we're gonna see where they've been dumping all the shit that we don't want to talk about or address.
Well, they found
so
it-
if
they
we go
found
up
a
into space,
garbage-
look at all this open, empty space. It's such a frontier.
They found
Look how
they
pure
found a
and
garbage
beautiful it
plastic.
is.
They found a plastic
Plus-
bag garbage at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. So like
Plus,
the
I
the
think,
deepest, most remote part of the planet, there's human garbage there.
We're gonna keep
also
shitting on
think
what we have, and
Elon-
we're gonna give you a very awe-inspiring and optimistic feel about what we can't touch yet.
Yeah.
Nah, I think Elon just wants to go back to his people, man. I think that's the
Elon's a
big deal.
clown.
Did you hear about
He's an
Elon's
alien dude.
chat AI bot that's like
So
Turning on
going,
him.
turning on him?
Dude.
Grok.
Real quick, though, I have to address
Grok
something
bot
that
or
was-
whatever it is. Yeah.
I have to address something that was brought up in the chat. Apparently,
Oh no.
Mrs. LB does not know that LB is an international
No.
hero.
She's aware.
You've never
He's an
told this story,
international
have you,
war
LB? Because
criminal. What do you
I know
mean?
you are incredibly modest. This man's modesty is unmatched.
No, this guy's a
That
war
being said,
criminal, ma'am.
he has saved
I just did
his
my
brethren's
job by
life in the war
saving people's
zone.
lives.
Anyways,
And it's important that everybody knows
Yeah.
that LB is an international hero.
Well,
and that
right,
he's-
right, right,
he's
right.
some
Havoc
crazy shit.
Havoc updates.
yeah.
There's ice
No,
heist
he's a
in the
daggone pirate.
Garistas.
There's an ice heist.
Anyways,
Right.
yeah. So they made a new ice heist in the Garistas, the pirate faction warfare stuff. That's basically like a battlefield that's built for bigger fleets. So I think it's 30 aside is the optimal
Oh,
numbers.
That
shit.
sounds like some AT shit.
Oh, they beat me to it. I went to the state. I was like ice heist baby, and I looked and they have a thing called ice heist baby. God damn it!
Of course they do.
yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
that.
don't
It's
worry
that
about
low hanging fruit that they got to before I did.
Mm-hmm.
Son of a bitch.
So the premise of it is you go into the thing, you defend these little ice hauling ships so they can get to their one side or the other. It's like a tug of war. And once it gets over there, it counts for like a point for your side. But it rewards each player, if you only bring 30 players, it rewards each player in 160,000 LP if you win. So that's 4 alligator BPCs, just so you know. Which is kind of a big deal.
That's a bit.
That's a lot of LP. That's a lot of LP for like
That's
10
a
minutes of
that's a
fucking
lot
work.
of corp payments.
That's a lot of like faction modules. I don't know what else you can get. Stuff. But it's a lot of LP.
Yeah. What else can you get with LP?
I don't know, whatever's in the fucking LP store.
God
Let me
damn.
log
Come
in
on,
and look.
Drayden.
Faction
Come on.
ship.
Dude, I don't
It's fucking
use LP.
simple.
I don't get LP for anything
Well, why not?
because I'm in
Well,
nullsec.
You can get LP in nullsec, bro.
What?
No.
Don't let those PL fascists tell you how to play this game,
Wait,
Drayden.
when you're shooting rogue
Yeah.
drones, you get LP?
Oh, no,
just
no, no.
Not by default. No.
Oh fuck.
So
You
a
gotta do it
Cayman,
with
you can
the
get
purpose.
a Cayman blueprint, 25 million LP. No big deal. There's some skill books. There's implants, data cores, faction modules of all flavors. All flavors. What do you want? More implants, like fitting implants, like DPS, you know those ones. Fuck, all those fucking like fuel conservation implants and high speed maneuvering and blah blah blah. Faction ammo of every flavor you would ever imagine. What else can you get here? More skill books, more implants, implant BPCs if you want to build them yourself. Ooh, down. There. Oh, a Komodo blueprint, 150
Man,
million
chat's
LP.
real wild about some fucking hero. I don't know. Could be
So
anything.
fuck, guys, fuck off.
Your wife brought it up.
I mean, she certainly perpetuated. I'm just saying.
We need like a way to make like ticker tape fall on LB's portrait. You know, like there's old World War II parades in Manhattan with ticker tape.
You guys are killing me.
Oh, CCP Alpha. Yeah, what's up,
Dude,
man?
we just need a USPS
Oh.
or something so she can like do like poppers.
I haven't talked to
whatever,
Alpha.
you
I haven't
know,
talked to Alpha in a
confetti
long
things
time.
in the room. And he's like, "What the
I'll-
fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean this eventually." Like, what
Alpha, are you coming to New Orleans? There's apparently CCP devs that they're going to send to New Orleans this year.
New Orleans
You got-
is dead. Everybody's
got-
going to FanFest.
Swift, I'm
Everybody.
pretty sure Swift is
FanFest
coming
is
in
2 years from
convex.
now, Akrath. You're living
Don't
in the
you lie
future.
to the people. It's like a year now.
It's a year and a half. You're living in the
It's
future.
less than a year and a half.
Yeah.
You're living
No.
in the past, bro.
No, I'm living to the next meet. But I'm saying like they're sending CCP devs to Vegas
That was
or
just
no,
Big Lebowski.
New Orleans. Oh,
He said 2,000 years of beautiful.
do we have to
traditions.
run a
You're
get?
goddamn right. I'm living in the.
Do we have to
past.
run a get Alpha to Vegas or get Alpha to NOLA campaign?
I
New
mean,
Orleans
that's
is not that
usually
expensive
considered
to
like
get
we,
to.
we've
human
well, but
trafficking.
it's CCP's decision who to send. But we've been successful in our things in the past.
And nothing is also stopping like CCP devs from just wanting to come for a vacation using time off. Apparently,
Except
you get a
for
lot of that in
finances,
Iceland.
bro.
Yeah. Sorry.
What are they all
I didn't
just
mean to
made
cut
of
you off,
gold?
LB. Though LB was going on updates.
He was
Sorry.
telling us about his war stories and how he's a hero.
No, he was
A
talking about
worm,
update.
a worm blueprint is 4,000 LP. So like you can get a lot of worm blueprints. A rattlesnake is
What if you
100,000.
build them all
LP.
and haul them with an ocketer out of, you know,
I recommend you scout the
Karzak?
gate first. Scout
Yeah,
the
what
gate
was it called?
first. That's all. Zarzak.
Zarzak. Right.
Like the Z. Yep.
Yeah. So if you don't take anything else from the stream tonight, just remember, don't friggin' build a bunch of cool ships and haul them out of Zarzak without
No, do it.
doing some basic preparations.
Yeah, scout the gate. Don't be a chump. Don't
Use
be an
your
idiot.
friggin' interdiction nullifier, maybe scout the gate, maybe just make good choices, kids. That's all we want for the
Yeah. Make
home
good
audience.
choices. Be responsible.
It's important.
Oh my god.
Make
So
choices.
speaking of New Orleans,
Sit down. Be humble.
Who wants
like
to
that
see
song.
how many Jameson
It's a good
shots
song.
CCP Swift can have before we have to carry him home?
Hmm.
So LB, I posted it in
Multiple.
chat there, but I'm gonna put it in Discord for you. I'll put it in Tito's. I had ChatGPT write
Poetry.
a story about you in iambic pentameter.
Oh my god.
I put it piece by piece in the chat, but I'll put the
Mrs.
whole
LB,
thing
please
in
print this out on
Discord.
something for fun. I'll send you money.
Yeah, Seamus
There
said,
you go.
even Seamus saying LB
That's what he
LeBlanc
does.
was once quoted by Mr. Rogers as being my Canadian brother from another mother. I did see
Yeah.
that. I saw the episode. I saw it.
That was that one. You
It
see
was
come
the-
up on
Alright,
Reddit a lot.
It
I'm
was
not
the
gonna
one where
read
the
the whole
train.
thing.
It was the one where the train went into the hole in the wall.
Oh, it'd be the little trolley that goes into the hole in the
Yeah.
wall every episode.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
I
gonna-
saw that one.
I'm going to read the first part of this. I'm not going to read the whole thing on stream, but I'm going to read just the first part of this. In Eve's vast expanse where starlight gleams, a legend rose through cosmic tumult streams.
Oh my god.
LB LeBlanc, a pilot keen and bold, from humble start his destiny unfolds.
Wait. Was this Seaman wrote this or did you read this?
No, I
think it
have
was
ChatGPT.
GPT.
Oh
calm
shit,
down.
dude!
That creative
ChatGPT is
bastard.
getting all poetic and everything. Oh my god!
Waxing
Oh.
poetic about LB the war hero, the international war hero.
Holy shit!
But it's Drayden. Speaking of
That's
Seema,
okay.
you know,
LB is a
he's
virtual person. I don't know a real LB in real life. I think
No.
they have
We met him in
different names.
Iceland.
I think they have a different name. I've never met someone who's named LB.
Midst
Ah.
null-sec strife where factions fiercely vie, he soared on wings of skill and purpose high. Through laser beams and missile storms he led, a fleet
Dude,
with
this is
tactics
magical.
sharp and minds well fed.
Dude, okay, so you gotta
That
say,
all seems incredibly accurate.
Skyhawk, Mrs. LB
No,
wants
not
you to
at all.
send her this whole narration.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Let's
I'm
get a
gonna
wood burning of it. Maybe get it engraved in like a leather wallet or
Yes.
something that he has to
I
carry
got it.
because it was gifted, and you can't be a
We're
piece of shit.
we're,
That
we're
was a
gonna
gift.
get it as a background for the whole show.
Oh,
sorry.
I can't. It's too long to try to whisper on Twitch.
What?
I sent it.
to
I
our
sent it to her.
Discord.
I sent
Okay.
it to her on Discord.
Okay,
Okay.
there's a whisper limit. Damn, that's interesting.
Yeah, it didn't let me. And
So,
I
Drayden-
asked it, by the way, I asked it to write a story and forgot to mention iambic pentameter. It wrote a much longer one before that.
Damn, dude,
That's
it's just
not
to think of the whole.
Mrs.
Could-
LB,
could you
tonight
ask
before you guys like
ChatGPT to,
fall
like,
asleep, will you
write a
just
Homer
whisper
epic?
something real dastardly?
Could you ask ChatGPT like, hey, can you write a Homer epic that's not Greek and see what it does?
Well,
Mrs. LB, can you just
what
say
was-
"my hero" like in his ear right before you? Just to fuck with them.
It would be like this like
So here's
1,000-page
how-
epic story that just made out of thin air. That was
Oh, you could
probably
totally
like
make it keep
horrendously terrible at the same time. But
So I tried just a one-sentence prompt saying, "Write me a brief story about the war hero LB LeBlanc from EVE Online," and it says, "I'm sorry, but I couldn't find any specific information about a war
need to
hero named
publicize it
LB."
more.
oh,
And then and it had some other BS in there talking about Eve, and I was just like, make up the story, and then it just spat all that out.
oh
Wow.
shit!
It's so
And-
much more gifted than
And
I
it's
do.
funny. It's funny that it actually spat out the truth though. No.
That's right.
Here,
I'm
I'll put-
sorry, LB. I know.
Mrs. LB, please.
I know
I'm gonna-
LB does. LB doesn't like
You know
get
your
put on the
mission.
spot with it, so I don't want to like. I don't want to
Um,
focus on
well,
that all
and-
night. So
Well, you
let's-
know
gonna-
what, Drayden? He shouldn't have saved his fucking buddy's life. Reflect on that now, guy.
no.
I'll let him know.
I'm saying it's
Because I
it's-
wish I would have
Fair.
never seen
It's
that.
one of the-
That's
it's
a
like-
the
huge
original,
headache.
the original version that wasn't turned into iambic pentameter, I just posted in Discord too.
Hey, Kazaroth, this has been a pain in the dick, dude. Like, not cool.
Wrong
He said,
kid
I
died.
could have easily let you bleed out, and like, you know, I'm conflicted on it, but like, come on, guy, this is real inconvenient.
So,
Yeah,
Drayden, you were
check.
talking about SEMA earlier. You realize he's just a Wally Mart's alt, right?
Don't even
No.
besmirch
No, it's
something like
not.
that. No, they have overlapping mannerisms on occasion, but no, that's vastly different products.
No, it's
SEMA
it's
is a
too-
quality poster, and Wally Mart's is a Wish.com. I'll say it. I'll say it out
I was
loud.
gonna say it.
Wally Mart's is a Wish.com SEMA, and people give him too much credit because
Dude,
he's a
fucking
knockoff
SEMA
product.
admitted it to me that him and Wally Mart's are the same person. He just does two different characters.
I mean, my heart will not believe,
No.
and my
I
heart will
can't.
go on.
It's convincing.
Just like
Oh
the
my God.
Canadian pop
I-
princess Celine Dion from the same homeland as international war hero LB LeBlanc.
So what's actually funny about this thing that ChatGPT spat out, the very last part of it says his saga,
Sorry,
an
LB, that's it.
evolving
I'll
cosmic
stop.
script through wormholes deep where mysteries are crypt.
Ooh.
It knows you're in wormholes, LB.
Oh,
It
goddamn.
knows.
Ooh. It's creepy.
Yeah, a little
Right?
bit.
That was a little too
I'm not.
accurate.
I don't feel great about the robots and what they're doing.
I have been using ChatGPT on an almost daily basis for a while now, and it is
And
one
you
of my
just
favorite
graduated,
things.
so what are you saying right now?
I haven't graduated yet. I graduate the end of next semester.
Making a joke about you cheating on all your shit by letting
Whoa.
ChatGPT write your stuff.
No, it's if I'm like working on a programming thing and I find myself beating my head against the wall, I will throw a chunk of code into ChatGPT and be like, "Well, I broke," basically.
What was the old thing? It was like Stack Exchange or whatever. You would put out your shit and some other
Oh, yeah,
coders and stuff would weigh
That's
in.
still a thing. Yeah.
So one of my court mates is he's a French guy, but his background is coding and whatnot, writing things. And he's mentioned, he was like, hey, you should really try this out for various little tasks that you would like to do. And I'm like, I haven't dicked around with it or anything. And he's like, try it out. And like, just give it some prompts and stuff. And I still haven't done it, but it wouldn't shock me if it did some really creative stuff like writing poetry.
I
about
use it
people.
for like piddly
Stop.
bullshit emails that I have to send to like customers at work, where I'll just, feed it some like unrefined prompts of like, what I need it to contain, and it will just come out with a beautiful bullshit email, essentially.
Oh, I'm pretty good at bullshit myself, though. Why do I need to?
I'm
No,
well,
come on.
Same.
because if you can, it increases.
Oh,
the
so
rate.
I guess I see what you're saying.
You can increase your own bullshit. Like take your own
then
bullshit and like
you can
square it.
Yeah, exactly.
all
about
Exponential
increasing-
bullshit.
I'm
All
pretty
about
egotistical about the
increasing
bullshit that I
productivity.
flow from my fingers already.
Although I can't remember what it was. I actually got super. I'm not like a grammar Nazi.
Whoa.
Much. But wait, okay, grammar police.
No, you don't have to.
You can't
Nazi.
say that word, I guess.
Goddamn.
But I'm saying there was
Nobody wants to be a Nazi, Drayden. Well, some people.
there was a thing I was watching the other day, and the guy said, "Oh yeah, and this thing increases exponentially."
Oh shit!
It bugged me. It bugged me more than it should have.
Yes,
I
it
was
should.
very.
Don't
I was
apologize for that.
I was like, and like the whole thing, because his whole video was very like scientific and precise, and like all this, it's like everything was like good. It was just
Until it wasn't.
And you messed up this one thing, and I'm gonna read your comment
it's like
section.
I would have given him 100% like excellent video, but he said exponentially. I'm like,
But after that point, you didn't believe any of the science, right?
After that, I was like, dude, you get like 1% on this video. No, I didn't. No, but it was just for some reason it really
Look at this clown.
It really bugged me. I was like, how are you presenting a almost peer review level of a video and then you say exponentially?
Isn't that the most beautiful thing about humans, though? Is that we can be so fascinating and
humans don't make mistakes, Akaroff.
Wait. No, we absolutely do. But so gifted and talented in something, but vastly just average or worse at something else. And I've found that in my own life experiences tons, where I'm like around some engineers that are like real well thought of in their field, and they make little mistakes like that where it's like, You went through fucking school, dude. Like, you know, I couldn't do all the things you do, but like, come on, this is easy shit. But I'm like, wait, no, they like their specialty is this other thing, and they don't give a shit about a lot of other things, and it's just not on like, you know, we're humans.
It's so
wild
true in
to me.
IT. It's like, oh, you work in network engineering. Can you fix my printer problem? Fuck no, I don't touch printers.
He said that HP piece of
I'm
shit.
going
No,
to be
dude, I won't touch
touching
it with a
so
10-foot
many
pole.
printers soon. Oh my god.
Get a
Can
brother. Get a
can someone
brother.
change
and it'll just work.
LB's logo on the camera to say LB LeBlanc Canadian Ranger?
Are you in the Ranger program now, Lee?
No.
Dude, I've seen him paint his face and blend in with a Jeep before, so like, I'd believe it.
No,
It was
LB
like,
is,
it was
is
like,
the
there's a
Canadian
Jeep, there's
version
a
of
bush,
Walker, Texas
and it was
Ranger.
like, yeah, here's me with the Jeep in the bush, and you were like, what? It was like, oh, you're part of the hood or something. Like, I see it now.
I'm gonna head out for the night, guys. I'll
Fucking
catch you
makeup.
next week.
See you, Skyhawk.
Okay, bye.
Bye, buddy. He's a skilled makeup artist, and you know, from what I've seen with most of the Canadians, they're talented in the entertainment industry, so it doesn't shock me. You know, they probably started out doing their own makeup, but once you make it to Hollywood, you know, you just gotta cross the border. The Canadians do well in this country, you know, in the entertainment field, so it doesn't shock me at all. Look at that mustache. He's curated his career.
Yep.
I'm sorry, LB. I promise I did. I stopped. Like I
We
downed
have
the other
Canadian
thing back.
Rangers, but they're not like American Rangers.
I've heard you guys are way better at war crimes.
LB,
We
have
used
you
to
ever seen
be
the TV show
really
Walker,
good.
Texas Ranger?
Yeah, I
It's
have.
garbage.
Are we on different cameras? Oh shit.
Yeah,
Wait,
Yeah, 'cause
Akron, are you
Skyhawk's on.
saying shit about our
Hey,
Lord
Dad,
Savior
no
Chuck
science,
Norris?
man.
I literally did it, and you know what? I've heard a lot of memes about it.
Great
Shuts me up.
jam, the
I'll
science man.
Dude, you know he's gonna appear like out of nowhere and just roundhouse kick you for that, right?
I don't know that. That's
Great,
what
great,
I'm
great,
realizing right
great,
now.
great.
The memes would have
Science
think such a thing,
rules.
and that's where I'm taking away his power because it's not gonna happen. And that's okay. But it's okay to be disappointed with our American heroes. They're not as good as some countries' heroes. I don't know any, but maybe. I don't know.
So LB, you're doing Garista stuff, right?
I am. Yep.
Like a champ.
How much LP have you farmed up so far?
Oh, hold on. I have to do quick math. But right now, I'm scouting a gate. So hold on. Oh yeah. Oh
LB has
fuck yeah.
single-handedly been seeding the alligator, the Florida market in
No,
Cheetah.
I have not. Let's see. I
He's
sold.
a big mucker in that pool.
I built and sold 4. I have 4 in the hold. I'll have to see how many BPCs I have, and that will be roughly how many LP I've farmed up. I'm not as like prevalent of a farmer as some other people. Some people are just like farming the shit out of it. They have alts. They're fucking
Sure.
doing it with like unfit fucking Atrons and shit, which is kind of cheese, but whatever.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Each their own.
I think the most
like
I've
the-
seen.
CC, please, can you like put a damper on bullshitters? I realize
Well, like-
you can't fix the whole thing because I know that it's a multi-layer problem. Can you just put a damper on bullshitters? If you fly an unfit
Yeah,
ship, maybe
yeah.
at least give you a debuff. Like, come on. Or like a full fit ship. Like if you don't fill up all your slots, that could be very legitimately a noob. There's no problem with that. But a very legitimate noob also doesn't deserve a full payout because they don't know the difference. If you're
27.
gonna bullshit through some stuff, like come on, man. Just throw a dog a bone.
27 times 40,000 equals 1,080,000 SP or LP.
Damn, I've got like 200K, but I haven't been playing it very much.
Yeah, so like the things that get you the big payouts require you to have a fitted ship. Like you have to be able to shoot and rep and fucking move around and stuff.
Well, that's good.
So like the unfit Atrons can't do like the mining op ambushes, and they can't do the ice heists.
I appreciate that then. That there's
yeah.
at least maybe a little bit of a bar. Because that's not a high bar. It doesn't take much for
No.
like, let's say a Nefarious or a Botter, so to speak, to like fill their slots or something, but at least make like a little bit of a fucking bar, little
Yeah.
hurdle, which it sounds like they might be doing. So that's cool.
Yeah. Well, some of my LP has come from PvP, which is fun and handy to do
That's
in
really
between insurgencies, right? Because there's always a cooldown once one ends. If you happen to be streaming, let's say during a cooldown, there's nothing else to do except go and club T1 frigates in Caldari and Galenti faction warfare space.
So just as kind of sidetrack, but similar but different. Vanguard. So a few of us did the Vanguard playthrough last weekend, I believe.
Yep.
The long term, the proposed thing is that it's going to have effect on the faction warfare space, right? Like that's the tie-in as far
Yeah.
as affecting the corruption levels, if I recall.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
correct.
So obviously we're very preliminary, and more obviously, none of us outside of maybe a select few are able to play it at this point because it was like it was a playtest weekend kind of thing last weekend. I know we talked about it last show, but so we did a few fire ups. I think a few of us probably played either onesie twosies solo play or like join up with randos or whatever. And then a few times we linked up together. I've never played like an extraction shooter. I've played plenty of shooters over the years, but I've never played that.
Right.
I have played some games where you are encouraged to loot, and any sort of like Elder Scrolls or whatever, I'm like, yeah, I want to literally loot everything possible because
Yep.
I'm a hoarder, and this didn't cost a storage unit or whatever. Ideally, for as minimal and bare bones as it was, I've been telling multiple people because I've had actually in the last week or so a bunch of people that I made like light comments here and there in various Discords and channels about stuff, and they were like, "So what'd you think about it?" kind of thing, and I was like, "So I'm gonna be as brutally honest as I can. Not whatever. I'm not trying to be brutal, but I was like, it was fun. Like I did quite a few like, hey, I'm just logging in and just gonna boot it up because I want to just play right now and see what I'm doing as a solo, which is a very reasonable challenge. Even when a lot of the things out there, I guess, are NPCs, but like there was plenty of players as well.
Mm-hmm.
We did a couple 2-man squads and we did a couple 3-man squads. I think it's obviously a little bit obscure as far as picking numbers as far as a 3-man squad, but it felt reasonable enough with what we were given as far as the map, and I think if you went any bigger than that it might be a little egregious. But obviously, yeah, they need to do a lot more development on the game and whatnot, but we had actually, at least in my opinion, and I think probably at least LB would agree, and I think Skyhawk might have stepped away, but or left now, but I think it was actually really fun when you're playing with people that you're actively talking to and not on the VoIP or whatever the in-game channel thing was, because I tried to do some random squads. I think it was kind of 50-50 hit and miss as to whether people were talking and coordinated. But when you're actually like playing with people that you can talk to and stuff, we had a really good time. And we were trying to do things like, rushing, flanking, a little bit of tactical, a little bit of silliness, a little bit of just gasping and freaking out in a minute and trying to figure things out. I'm optimistic. I know, well, at least I feel like this has kind of been in development for a while, so I'm hoping they literally just gave us like a shade of it and not being like, well, we have a lot of stuff done, but we're not going to show you all of it yet. I feel like it's been in development enough that hopefully a lot more than that is done. But I think there was a lot of legs to it. Like we actually had a really exciting time where, I don't know, like I said, there was enough tension, but enough like silliness and also like tactical enjoyment. There was a few places. It's all like the one map that they released had a lot of wreckages and things. There was a one big, apparently it was a bowhead. I didn't realize that, but a big bowhead wreckage in the middle, and then on the outskirts was a bunch of like scattered wrecks of smaller debris or something. And I remember one specific thing where we came upon some real players, and I like ran around. There's a lot of good cover items from what I've seen so far. Ran around a few and like dropped in, jumped over something and dropped in on somebody, and there was a semicircle, like a half of a cylinder of cover that somebody had like dipped inside that was fucking with us, and I dropped it on the side while like they were peeking out and doing their thing, but then I'm like, I see right down the semicircle, and like I don't know. There were some good shooter flanking tactical opportunities. I had a good time with it.
Yeah. Are we talking about the feedback we give?
I haven't given any yet, so I'm giving it
Oh,
now.
yeah. Okay.
In lieu of that, so I'm hoping. So Darwin, he hasn't dropped in tonight, but
yeah,
I expect,
Alpha tonight.
he's a real diligent guy.
Alpha,
I'm pretty sure he's gonna
Alpha
transcribe
stepped in for
all
Darwin,
this.
I think.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna transcribe this in lieu of my feedback, so I don't have to send the email.
Yeah, the next one is in January. The next playtest.
Yeah.
And like from what I saw playing the game, it's got a lot of potential to it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
I think so.
if that's one map that Bowhead fucking crashed,
One
like,
map, one gun, and
one map, one gun, one style of game, right? So
and
I
also
could imagine
it's an early UI too. I'm sure they're gonna make improvements on the UI and the client.
You
so
could hope,
everything.
yeah.
Yeah, I would hope so. I doubt they're gonna not touch it. So
tons
Right.
of potential, tons and tons
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
potential.
yeah, like
We
my
had
thing-
a really good time. I felt like.
yeah,
Like it was
I-
exciting. It was tense.
it was
was
fun.
funny.
I had a
like,
fun time.
We had a range of emotions.
Yeah, so my
The
my
sound
feedback
was really good. The video was really good, and I was playing on potato the whole time. You and I both were trading because remember they defaulted to low.
I put it all on low
And
and
it
it
looked
still looked
really
really
good
good. Yeah, it looked, and honestly, mine looked really good. And I looked at someone else that was streaming on high. It didn't look that different. It was
Yeah,
it was
That's how I
probably
felt, too.
it's just like small details, but honestly, like the low end graphics actually look solid. Like I mean, I would actually just play on that and be fine with it.
It felt nothing
so-
like Eve, where it just made everything like flat textures or anything.
Yeah,
there was
yeah,
still
yeah.
so
Like-
much detail that I was
Yeah.
like, I had to check afterwards. I was like, well, I see it's all set to low, but like, I even think I saw somebody like show a stream test or something, and their shit looked more basic than mine, and I was confused by that because literally everything of mine defaulted to low. Like I know I'm running something, it was under the recommended by far.
Yeah. The so my feedback, and the thing is, like, I liked, honestly, I hope that when people get feedback, hopefully they give like constructive criticisms. If you have any criticisms, I would say just like, this fucking sucks. Like, please don't do that. That doesn't help anything.
So this sucks because
Yeah, well, even like this, it's like, hey, I had an issue with this. This is why I didn't like it, or this is why I did like it. I wish there was this. That's all thing, because honestly, like it's an early alpha, right? This is an alpha game, so it's not a finished product, obviously, because they're not going to put a finished FPS out with one gun, with 2 ammo types. Like that's obviously not a finished thing. But so I mentioned, like, I was like, obviously, one map, one gun, not final product. I'm not going to go into that. After that, I was like, my main things was like, one, I would like to see key mapping allowed to be changed across everything.
Absolutely.
Instead of like just there was some keys that you couldn't remap, like the ping, the middle mouse button ping. That couldn't be changed. The T vision ping couldn't be changed. Sprint left shift couldn't be changed. So it's like,
crouch control. I remember you guys were
no,
talking about that
you
a
can
lot.
actually change that. But one thing
I thought you guys were talking.
you
about
could change that. No, one thing I was saying is I would like to see a toggle for the crouch. So right now you had to hold down the crouch. So
No, you can do
I
that.
see what you're
You can do that.
I
Wait,
thought
what?
you were just saying because it was far away for your
You can
pinky or
toggle
whatever
it?
while we were playing together.
Yep.
where's
And
the
I was
can do
toggle?
that.
trading. You have huge hands. Your pinky.
I'll
can
tell you in a
reach.
second. Hold
Well,
on.
no, like my pinky can reach control, but reaching that
But
far
that's
down to
what it
control and
sounded like.
holding it down all the time made my pinky sore. So I swapped it to Alt, because I'm like, if I'm crouching, I'm probably not jumping. So
Drayden, you've got monster dainty hands, and that's fascinating to me.
So
big,
in that menu where you could
strong
change
hands.
certain key maps, there's a spot there for you to change like the X and Y axis of your mouse.
I
And
didn't
one
see
of those
that.
checkboxes was toggle crouch.
Oh, okay,
Really?
okay.
And I
Well,
think
then,
see that one.
I think another one was toggle ADS as well.
I didn't see the toggle. Okay, well then I hope they just disregard what I said about that. I was like, it'd be really nice to have a toggle crouch.
Or just move it up
Oh,
the
they're just-
list so it stands out.
So they did. That's fine. Maybe put a checkbox next to the thing on crouch, but it's fine. You know, if it's there, it's there. I didn't see it. That's my fault.
That's
But
fair.
the other thing, so I said, obviously different guns, different maps. Allow key mapping changes. The other thing I mentioned was having an alternate friends list where like you don't have to, because if you're in a squad, the only way to see friends or add friends is like to click on the invite button.
Yes.
But if you're in a squad
You're
already,
not wrong.
you can't click on an invite button, so you have no way to look at your friends list, manage your friends list, or anything like that. So as I mentioned that as a like, let's just make a separate tab in the launch or in the game to like just be able to access, add to, remove, whatever, manage your friends list without having to have an open invite slot available. I also mentioned that the only way people could invite you is if you're on the same server as them. So you guys on US East,
which was not very
couldn't
indicative.
invite me unless I joined US East, which I'm usually on US West. So I was saying,
play around with the
it's like I understand that you want to have different servers. That's perfectly fine. But how about the person hosting the squad can still see you even if you're not on their server, and they can invite you, and if you accept the invite and come to their squad, you automatically join their server. So I would be default US West, but if I join a squad that's based by someone that is hosting US East, I now join US East. So I said that as a thing where it'd be nice to like just have that all be an automated process rather than me having to go manually change my server to join my friends type of thing.
For context, anybody who doesn't realize or isn't paying any attention.
Night,
Vlad. Initially, Drayden was just showing straight offline for us, and that was very odd.
Yeah,
and we all had our own.
It's because I was on US East or US West.
But I'm saying, but the what you're trying to lightly talk about is maybe just showing online, but on other server, like online on US West or whatever, and that way it would have been indicative, like, hey, I can invite him, and like you said, that's the real fix is if you invite him, it yanks him. But
and that would be fine.
But
it's like, okay, I'm US West, but if you invite me and you're US East, join US East and then join their squad type of thing.
Right, because we had to troubleshoot it to figure that out. But like it would have been very easy to put it like instead of being like red offline, it would have been like yellow online on other server type.
Or it can even just show like you're online, like regardless of what server you're on. It's like, hey, this person's online, I want to play with them. So I don't care what server they're on, come to my server. Like that would be, I think, fine.
I suppose. I mean, I get that they
or you
have
can even
to
show
make...
what server you're on, but I don't think that's like really important.
I do remember during the keynote they kind of made a big point out of like there's a reason we can't make a truly international shooter, and like I do think there's reason to highlight that and being like you can't expect the full experience if you're playing from
and that's
France,
it's like
you're trying to play with all your California buddies or whatever. And it's like
it'll show
fine. If you got great internet, great computer, whatever, you'll probably be fine. And you were only coming from 2 time zones away from.
It honestly wasn't that bad. Like it's like I didn't really notice much of a latency at all. And so that's the thing. It's like no, I mean like I have fiber internet, so that helps locally. I don't know how much that helps over to the East Coast, but the thing is like regardless of that, it's like regardless, even if your latency is higher, if you want to play with your friends, and it's like if I have friends in the UK and I want to play on, if I want to play on the UK server, yes, I have to expect much higher latency. But it's like if I get to play with my friends, yeah, maybe the latency is higher and maybe my experience is not going to be as good, but it doesn't matter. I'm playing with my friends, and you have to know that's like, okay, if I'm playing on this other server, maybe put a little thing like, oh, they're on this server, your latency might be high. It's like that's fine.
Give me a toggle,
It's like you can play with your friends on high latency or play by yourself on low latency. Like, but
it's not just your game it impacts though, right? Like it also impacts the people you're playing against. So
if you get the rubber banding dodging,
you might not notice it on your screen, but on their screen you might be like all over the joint, rubber banding and disappearing and reappearing.
Well, there's ways to fix that. So the rubber banding is like a weird connection issue, but if you have a solid connection with your server thing, if someone's on low latency or like super high latency, instead of rubber banding, they'll just be like walking this way, and they may have turned around already, but it won't. They'll still be walking the way. Oh, and now they've turned around, and so they're like super delayed reactions, and so they're going to be like very easy targets. But so I mean, that's the better way to do it, as opposed to like them rubber banding all over the place. Like that sucks because that makes them really hard to hit, and people can actually exploit that intentionally to be better. But I feel like that's more on the end of the devs to where they can fix that better, because if it's
just do better devs.
If it's a signal coming in, like if you have a high latency, then you have a high like, oh, I want to turn around. It might take you half a second before you actually turn around. Well, in the game, That just means like, oh, I want to turn around here, but like you got to go this way and then turn around, and now you're probably an easier target to hit. So that just probably makes you worse and better for the other people to shoot you.
Yeah.
If you're playing a high latency, but
Well, here's the
if
thing, and
that's
I wanna-
the trade-off you want to go with to play with your friends, that's fine.
I want to give some considerations and some buffer for things. It's not only important that you remember, and I know you know, but I want to put it out there for the greater anybody who's still watching. It's not only important to remember this is a very early playtest environment. It's
So-
also extremely important to remember that CCP Darwin has literally done this whole thing on his own back and shoulders. And so
Yeah.
if you want to, if you want to give constructive criticism, that's great. If you want to just throw shade, you're literally talking shit to one person who's creating an entire game and in-game environment,
Yeah.
just on their one back and shoulders. And that, that's really unfair.
Me-
So I want a lot of people to remember that CCP Darwin has been, spearheading this whole thing. He's literally set aside all of his other duties, and this community knows how many duties he shoulders. Wears a lot of hats down at CCP HQ. He's literally set all that aside. He's like, look, I'm gonna put a few things on the back burner. I'm sorry, low sec, null sec, wormholes, Zarzak, all these things that I'm just for a brief moment I have to neglect you because I'm gonna create this other thing real quick. I'm gonna spearhead the shooter. We're gonna get that all out the door. I'm gonna do my best work, which we all know he does very quality work. So I just want people to be, go easy on him because it's just CCP Darwin that's making this happen, and that's a lot to expect from that guy. He's got kids and everything.
Well, also, Matali Banga, I hope I said that right. He said that he's from Australia, and they played in the US and EU servers, and was surprised at how well it ran, how smooth. And I'll agree because I only did the East Coast servers with you guys, but it didn't seem like I had any latency issues whatsoever.
Nice.
And it seems like it was pretty solid. Aside from, if I connected the EU servers, it might have been a little bit more latency, but I don't think it would have been that much worse. It
Well,
felt
even
like
if
it
there
was
was a
pretty
ton
solid.
of people, it was still doing really well.
Yeah,
I know there was a reasonable influx of people because I saw it and I spoke to a lot of people that were like, yeah, a lot of us were trying it out.
Yeah, but
it wasn't a full Call of Duty weekend or something.
As
but
far
it
as
was it was a big turnout.
As far as a alpha level, yeah. As far as an alpha level FPS shooter that was brand new and still like super early alpha, it didn't. Aside from the fact that there was only one map, one gun, and some UI things that could have been better. As far as like actual gameplay, it felt really good. I was very impressed. I think the core structure of the game is solid and sound, and aside from some minor implementations and just the massive implementation of just more gear, but I'm assuming that you're gonna have armor and shield loadouts and different weapons and all this other various different classes you can essentially be based on what you pick for your weapons and classes or weapons and armor and all that. I think that the game is on a good trajectory, I would say at this point, based on what I saw and what I played. So I'm excited for it. It might be, I would say maybe give it a year before it's fully ready, but in a year, I would say I'm excited for this game. I already am, but I think it's already way better than Dust ever could have been. So there's that.
I disagree there, but
really?
Did you play much Dust?
I
Dust was
played
actually
some
really
early,
fun. Dust was a pretty full-fledged,
I played some early Dust.
Let's say TDM shooter.
I played some early Dust, and it seemed really simple and basic to me. The fitting was complicated, but the actual gameplay, the maps were like it felt like something that a early level programmer could have built. It was just like pylons.
I thought Dust had a lot of fun.
It was just some pylons,
but it was.
It didn't feel like you were doing anything.
It was in the sense of like crafting and shooting.
It was like
a very straightforward shooter.
It was like a paintball arena. You were in a very small arena with some random.
They didn't feel real small,
spots just thrown around here and there that you could eye bind, and it was just all a bunch of polygons. It didn't feel like it did. It really didn't feel like this one, which had like an entire environment, an atmosphere, and a feel to
Yeah.
it. Like this
one
felt
did have
like
more.
a good FPS. Dust to me, like the complexity of fitting was really cool with Dust. I liked that. But that's, in my opinion, that's all it really had going for it. The rest of Dust
See-
I felt was kind of meh.
My contrast to that is I thought Dust felt really good in just the general basic shooter aspect. Like they covered shooter well enough. It was just a decent enough multiplayer shooter. The immersion and things like that were where that never really took off. Like you said, if I tried to think on it, yeah, it did have some like
Dust
paintball
felt so
field
simple.
elements.
It felt so simple and basic.
So
It felt like
this one was
something
not
like
only more
a
complex, but
intern
the
student would have
immersion.
built for like a college project, as opposed
Wow.
to.
Drayden, you know that was Darwin's first project. So like
I don't know.
he
It's
did
like
that
I
by
liked,
himself.
I liked
and
the
you're
idea of
literally
Dust,
shitting
but
on
the
his entire
execution of
early
Dust.
project.
The execution of Dust felt really simplistic and basic to me, whereas this actually felt like a really well-defined, graphically appreciable game, and also just the it felt way more smooth. Like just the function of the key, it felt smooth. It felt simple and easy to play. It felt really good.
Like I said, I
the
think
audio was excellent. The visuals were excellent. I like Vanguard. I was not that impressed with Dust.
that's fair. I thought Dust hit reasonable shooter level fine. I think the immersion, sorry pets, but the immersion, various other little side aspects of Vanguard, I think they've really touched on some of the other things that weren't just, hey, let's make a something a shippable shooter. Like they're actually touching on a lot of other elements. So we already established both of us were playing Potato. Still looks phenomenal.
It didn't look Potato though.
That's the thing, is exactly, it did not look Potato, and I can feel my laptop. I play on a laptop. I feel the heat burning my fucking mouse hand. But it wasn't crazy. I wasn't trying to multi-box or like play some Eve clients during the time, but I did fire up a one or two like for some, doing some side tasks. But long story short, like it was still really good for low graphics. It had very immersive environment and sound, like ambient sound, to where like as you're moving through different environments, you're getting
the directional sound was really good too.
Yeah, like there was a lot of elements.
I could hear footprints, and I was like, that person is like roughly this far away in like that direction. Like it's like the directional sound for footprints and sound, and then just gunfire was actually really like they really did a good job on that too.
Footprints, I feel like, is like you have to if you're trying to go for that, but like not only that, just like the ambient, like there's a little like charring something going on here, and the different way that just the ambient sounds were affecting you throughout the round or the match or whatever. There was a lot of range to it, and I was like, wow, this is actually really like tense and enjoyable, because it wasn't music or anything. It was just a lot of noises that were happening that felt very immersive.
Like creaking and groaning of the ship that's just crashed, fire, like other things, like crunching of your footsteps, crunching of other people's footsteps, the little bubbly swamp that you go through and everything.
They did all really well, I think, on the sound.
Really
profile.
immersive. Yeah.
And for everything else, which again, like a lot of this, I fully realized was very dumbed down, very simple, very just, hey, let's just show like a proof of concept almost during this little 3-day weekend, whatever it was. A lot of it felt plenty fleshed out. Now, granted, plenty of it is not fleshed out, and like I think we can all maturely accept and acknowledge that. But some of the things were like, no, like it's pretty good. Like this is I see legs to this. This can walk or run.
Yeah.
I think it was really cool. I've never played a quote-unquote extraction shooter, which apparently, if I recall, CCP is not calling this that, and that's not what their intention is. But from what I've heard from a lot of other people, they're like, this is similar to like a theme or a concept of like a Tarkov or this, that, or like apparently whatever extraction shooters are. I don't know. This is my first experience with that, but I appreciated that some of the things that they were like, this is why it's not, is because like you don't have to get it and get out. Like, and we saw that. I think during the playtests, in the early couple of rounds we played, there was like a timer that counted down at some point, which I felt like I'd probably been doing it for at least like 15 or 20 minutes. And it was like, hey, the server's gonna shut down. You should try to get out or something. I don't remember how it announced it to me. And I
clone death.
Yeah.
The clone death is about to occur. Like you
and I
have 5
failed on
minutes
that
to
like
extract.
twice. But the rest of the weekend, I never came across that, and I was like, I think I kind of hung out and explored for a while. So I don't think there was like these are fixed 20-minute rounds or anything.
No,
Because
when
how
they
they
when they
advertised it, they
talk
were
about
like,
it,
you could just hang out and loot if you want for a while. Like you don't have to
Yeah.
get in and get out.
when they talked about it at FanFest at the panel, they were like, "There's no time to the round. Like there's not 20 minutes to get in and get out. It's if you're gathering the right resources, your round can continue on." So I'm not sure what resources they were talking about, if it's nanites or if it's biomass or if it's something else that you're picking up along
Yeah.
the way. But I think as long as you're like doing that and you're not just like hiding in a corner or strictly PvPing, then I think they just let you keep on trucking.
Oh, so maybe it was something that I was doing potentially, like in those early few rounds when I saw the pop up.
I think so, right? Like, so if you're trying to accomplish contracts and you're out there like gathering up the little bits that you need to do it, I think the round just keeps going.
Like
But
in
it's
my experience, that's how it worked. Because like I said, I only noticed it like 1 or 2 times at the very beginning, and it was probably because I wasn't doing all the right things because I was still like trying to figure shit out. So
Yeah.
that honestly that wouldn't shock me. And I did notice as I played through and paid more attention to the pop-ups, there was a couple ones that I noticed. One was that, hey, there's some sort of effects happening and we're refreshing all the loot boxes. And I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because I just went through a loot field and everything was fucking empty. And that's not a huge deal because I don't think there's like a million players on this server or something. But like it sucks that I was like, let's head to the loot field and do the next thing, and like all of them have obviously been picked over, but it didn't. It was only like a minute or two, and then like, hey, all the loot boxes have been refreshed, and then one of them was something similar, but it was like all the clones have been refreshed, or all the NPCs or whatever. I don't know how they described it, but I was like,
Yeah, I
okay,
forget
so
what the pop-up said. Yeah.
yeah, like there's some like, and it was like maybe every 5 to 10 minutes, it was like something is going on to where like we're refreshing the server in some sort of capacity. And as I paid more attention, as played longer, I started to like maybe pay a little more attention to them. But
Mhm.
because I remember we did between us here and like a few others did like little 2 and 3 man squads on occasion. And it was like we just picked over this loot field and we were like, ah, fuck, whatever, nothing good. Well, let's move on to the next thing. And then it was like, hey, all the loot boxes have been replenished and new clones are dropping in and whatever. It was like, oh shit, there's more players coming in, but that loot field we passed back like a quarter mile back, let's go back and pick it over again because like now it's going to be there.
Yep.
It's kind of neat. I don't know.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that there's going to be different game modes besides the like
sure.
go in, finish content. Like I'd really like to see a big map on a like a temperate planet that has something to do with PI, like take over these certain zones, like a capture the flag or a conquest kind of game mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And maybe affect like PI outputs or some like shit that's mostly arbitrary, but like some flipping clowns that do a bunch of PI, they're gonna be like, oh, it's slower this week, and it's like, you could have played though. You could have curbed this. It's not gonna break your your spreadsheet or your system, but like you could have done better. You could have had a bonus this week. You could have had extra PI, but you fucking snoozed.
I'm excited to see what kind of like items we can get out of Vanguard for Eve. I'm hoping that because there's certain items that you need to build pirate ships, right? Like the RO trigger Neuralink conduit and the SR trigger Neuralink conduit. And these are like two of the most expensive components of building a pirate ship.
Yeah, they're new stuff.
So I'm hoping that there'll be a game mode where you can find these and put them in like send them up to a Poco, and then you can come along with an Eve player and pick them up.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully not like exploitable, but obviously time will tell.
No, because when they were talking about it at FanFest, they were saying that they're thinking that one of the links between Eve and Vanguard is going to be the Poco.
Okay.
Because the way that PI works, like
It's
if you
always
look
been
at
kinda planet-based.
if you look at a planet in Eve Online, there's no items on it. You know what I mean? Like your PI is not down there. It doesn't exist. It exists only in the mini game. But once you send it up to the Poco, that's when the Eve client turns it into a real item at that point. So the same thing can be done with Vanguard. Like nothing on the surface of the planet's actually happening in Eve until somebody puts something in the Poco.
Like
then
until
that
you like maybe finish the contract or something.
yeah, you finish a contract and you've got yourself one SR fucking trigger Neuralink. Send it up to the Poco, bam.
Dude, what
Look
if
at that.
I looted enough and I crafted it and then I sent it up before I did my like little sensor beacon to escape the planet or something.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
You can escape.
There's definitely potential.
You can escape planets with sensors.
Well, so yeah, do you remember? I don't know if you remember that, but so when we ran a contract together, and I know LB and Skyhawk and I did a couple, and I think you might have done. At
You
least
and I
one
were
with
the
us.
ones that finished one.
So I think LB was there for that one.
He was dead though. He died and respawned in a new.
Right, but
He
we
like
got-
left
yeah,
left
we
the
all got
planet.
credit.
Yeah. We didn't
But
have
yeah,
we didn't
so-
have an alternate clone for him to
But to
jump
get
in on.
off, you had to craft like it was like a sensor beacon, and it put up a big beacon that I've
Yeah,
noticed
it
now
was
from playing
yeah.
multiple rounds. You can see from way off on the map.
Oh
so
yeah,
you can go,
yeah. It
you
wasn't a
can go
sensor.
hunt
It
the
was
people trying to escape.
It was like an extraction beat. I forget what it was called.
Yeah,
It wasn't
exactly.
sensor, but yeah, it was the.
Yeah, you
It
put
was
up
the
this thing that
extraction
it
thing.
was roughly 30 seconds of just crafting.
So the weird thing
itself
with
or
that is like,
assembling.
so it had a green circle. Like, now I know you had to be in the green circle when it went off.
No, just to extract, you just had to get people to walk into it, and then it
Okay,
would
so
extract.
when it was ready to extract, you
It
just had to
wasn't
walk into
really
it. So
timed,
you could
like
you
it-
could actually go out of it, right?
Yes. You
Okay.
could go and loot some more boxes for a minute and whatever, and
Yeah.
it was like you should gather your squad around the beacon. Like
The
it gave
missions
you, like,
were
a little
hard.
pop-up.
That was also one thing I put
Kinda.
in my feedback. It was that the
It just wasn't very
the
indicative of
difficulty
what
of
you
the
needed to
missions
do.
were super hard because I was like, we played as I mentioned, me, you, LB, and Skyhawk. We played an entire evening and we completed one mission after
Yep.
dozens of attempts.
Yeah.
I was like, the
You might
missions.
just not be very good.
I was like,
That
the
could be it.
missions seem a little hard.
Very likely.
Like the mission parameters were fine, but it's like maybe instead of like you having to do this one thing 12 times, maybe make it like 5 or 6 times. Because
So I did another one
that
with
seemed
another
doable, and maybe now I understand that this is going to be like, you know, each successful mission is going to progress the corruption in systems, and so maybe make the corruption that those successful missions do, maybe make it less.
Yeah, like
But
very
the
fractional.
less more
Yeah.
often seems better than impossible missions that do
Yeah.
big jumps. I would think it's like maybe make it just, you know, slight increases that happen all the time because people can feel accomplished in the FPS game that they
Sure.
did their mission. Because it feels really bad when you're like sitting there running for like, you know, hours and hours and you only do like one success out of like 10 attempts. That doesn't feel good in any game. So you want success to be a rewarding thing, and it should be rewarding. Now maybe the overall progress it makes up in, you know, EVE Online is less. It doesn't matter. You feel accomplished. Oh, I succeeded in my mission. I progressed this thing a little bit. That's cool. That's a lot more fun than just, you know, just not being able to do anything. And I did so a couple of days after we did our thing on Thursday night. I think I'd played more on Saturday evening that same week, and I played some solo stuff. Now, a lot of people just join random squad because hey, squad's better than solo. But I was like, I want to do some solo stuff, and so I was doing some solo stuff, and I was like really impressed with it. I had this one run that was like really good. I ended up killing like 7 players. Taking their shit, and like I was being like super stealthy, you know, like I had this thing where like, I just set up these transmitters on these spots, and I had to do 6 of them. I got one of them done, and then I heard some people. I heard a firefight, so I stuck around, saw there was like a firefight between an actual squad of people versus some NPCs, waited for the NPCs to do the damage, and then once the NPCs were down and they went over to start looting the biomass, that's when I popped out, blasted 2 guys, went and hid behind a rock. The one guy left, was like, oh shit, and I like snuck around. I ran around this way. He's like, he's gonna think I'm going this way, and I doubled back this way, and I saw him going this way to counteract me, and I like came around behind him and killed him. I was like, fuck, now this whole squad, fuck yeah. Stole all their biomass, fucking uploaded a new clone in a clone bank, healed myself up, got all their fucking shit, crafted all the stuff I needed, lit the extraction beacon. I was like, I'm ready to go. So like, cool, I got the 2 out of 6 that I needed. Went to the third one, went to the fourth one, fought some other squad, killed them, and then fought another NPC group, killed them, fought another squad, killed one guy, ran off, and I think I lost the tail that the other 2 were after me. And I was like, dude, this is the most successful. I'm a fucking unkillable ninja in this game. I was like, I'm so good. And then I was like, I was a 4 out of 6, and then I fucking died. And then I recloned and died. It was like, that was the most successful run I ever had in Vanguard, and I still couldn't complete my mission. I'm like, these missions are too fucking hard.
So some of them were, and they're not.
I
not
did melee one
documented
guy
enough.
alpha, not in that run alpha. The one melee I did, I ran a melee where I think it was with Akrath and LB.
Yeah, I remember because I thought you lunged or whatever.
Yeah, no,
You were
no,
like,
I
took out
can't.
the tower.
Yeah,
the
no,
turret
well,
or
that was the
whatever.
tower. No, I melee the tower. No,
You also did a person right after that.
I flanked a person, and they were coming up behind you guys, and I
didn't even know
jumped
you could
behind.
do
I was up on the ledge behind them because they were shooting at you guys, and I flanked behind them and jumped down and like meleeed them to death in the back. So I did melee. I have 1 melee kill. I feel like 2 NPC melee kills, but that's not the same. But I have 1 actual PvP melee kill, so I do.
But before that, I was wondering if it was even possible, and then like you did it, and
Yeah,
I was
you
like,
can
oh
do it,
shit,
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, you guys are like,
I was
what's the
hoping
melee
that was
button?
the
I'm like,
thing
it's
because I
V.
freak out when I get too close to somebody, and I
Yeah.
just need to button mash and be like, hit him.
Yeah, you guys are like, what's the melee button? I'm like, it's V for victory, V for melee.
Vecchio.
No. Yeah, V for Vecchio. No, it
Yeah,
was.
I like that
so
word.
it was like I was like, dude, this is like the best run I ever had, and I still couldn't complete my mission. The missions, I think, like if they just reduced the.
Yeah, but
If they reduced what
Here's the thing, we didn't know
requirements were
anything.
by like 50%, but then also reduced the progress that it applies to whatever is up in space by
Sure.
50%, I think it would be better because then the missions won't seem impossible and they're actually accomplishable. Even if you get less progress, it's just small progress more often is better than less progress less often, I think, when it comes to gaming.
Sure.
So.
No, it's
That's
definitely
my
true. And like
I put that in my
first one,
feedback. I put that in my feedback. That I was like, hey, this might be. I'm not a game designer, but like, hey, this might be a thing you guys might think about. So
yeah, absolutely. When we finished the first one, it was huge because we'd all been looting. I don't think any of us had really banked much. There was one time when we did like a death respawn, and we actually ended up near one of the kiosks that was like a bank. Like it was that you could just drive up to it and bank your ISK. And like when we found it, I know I think it might have been me and Skyhawk at that time, but we just ran up to him. We were like, you just hold down the button and you're offloading the ISK from the last 10 minutes. Like, this is great. You know, we just happened to stumble upon this. We didn't run towards it or anything. But once we finished that one mission, the first one that we actually accomplished, whether it was you and me and LB or whatever, it was just like, holy shit. Like that was way more gratifying and a ton more risks than we had ever been able to do, whether it matters right now or not. You know, it was very much a feeling of accomplishment. But the big thing there, and let's be honest, it's not well documented. It's not well pop-upped or highlighted or tutorialed or anything. So like, surely there's going to be more framework at some point to be like, and this is what you could do to accomplish the mission. You know, like take the contracts, but like here's how you get them. Like a lot of those, I think only one of like the 3 initially that we kind of looked through popped up like map. You know, there's a compass across the top or whatever. You know, and LB was doing really good at calling out degrees.
Elby's
Yeah,
map,
and LB's
didn't show anything.
map was broken, but he was calling out degrees as far as giving us a heading. But some of the missions didn't give you like a here's where their targets are. You just had to go to find like wreckages to find like the
well, and
those
those were ones that were just like,
and we just had to
it
stumble
was just in
into that.
every part of wreckage. It wasn't like here's a specific area. It's like the
Sorta, kinda,
specific
yeah.
area would have been like half the map.
Yeah. So like obviously, you know, it's very new, very under documented, like I said, under publicized or highlighted, but
polished.
Right. Well, maybe sure, but that's an easy fix, right? Like you're just like,
well,
if you give me map beacons, because some of them did. I remember because when I tried quite a few solo rounds, because anytime I was waiting for people, I was like, I could probably go in and die up real quick. Like this will be fine. I did quite a few solo rounds during the weekend, or the 3-day event or whatever it was,
I did a few,
and I played with more of them. So actually, as far as the amount of contracts that there were, initially it seemed like there was about 3, like 3.
There's always
maps.
3 to choose from.
There was multiple. No, there was more. There was multiple.
Oh,
They were
really?
similar styles, but there was more than 3 contracts, if I recall. Like
Oh, I was only saw 3
but they
available
had
that you could pick from.
they had
It was
similar
random.
mechanics anyway. They weren't exactly the same by any means, but they had similar mechanics to where it was like once you did a couple and saw what it was about, it was like, okay, it's starting to click now. Like I'm getting some of the vibe, even though it's not exactly the same thing on each of the different ones. Because I tried a few, and then as a group we tried a few, and it was that one time with LB that we actually succeeded on when we were like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Like we just uploaded a bunch of money, and like it was a real cool
Yeah, it's funny because
accomplishment feeling.
it's like you'd be like throughout the matches, you'd be like, oh, I've collected like 4,000 credits, and we finished that one mission. It's like, here's 70,000 credits. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm so fucking rich.
Yeah,
Call me-
and most of the
call
time
me
I die with
Space
a few hundred
Bezos.
credits, and I didn't
Call me
make any of them.
Spazos.
But yeah, it felt really cool. Beyond that, I'm trying to think. I'm just
I
trying.
mean, yeah. Aside from like, that's the thing. It's like
Just write
so
it.
I tried to give as much just like just positive feedback as I could. Not, I mean, like just constructive feedback.
Right, construction criticism.
And yeah, but aside from that, like aside from that's all stuff they can like fine tune and tweak and everything along the way. But as far as like the general engine and the way that the game worked, I was like, I got no criticisms. It's actually really solid. Like it just it ran
A little bit of
smooth.
like stumbling over or getting caught
Yeah,
on
like-
things, which was not super common, but as obviously as gamers and in like maybe a space game, a lot of us think we can either jump or like jetpack onto things and like use
the
different
jetpack would be
layers and
nice
stuff.
though, man.
Yeah,
the
and
jetpack
it
would be good.
if they make any sort of class thing, I really hope
'Cause
that,
there
like,
was
maybe a
some
scout
inv-
class or something can get to.
I think
higher
if they made it a
jumping and
jetpack, they have to get
whatever.
rid of the invisible. Because I feel like there were some things that I felt I should have been able to jump on top of,
Yeah.
and it felt like there was an invisible wall. So it's like,
But there was
this-
also times with
this
just
is
like
wall
basic
terrain
stuff
that
to
they
get
like.
caught on.
This terrain looks nice, but it's invisible wall. I think with a jetpack, they'd have to remove those invisible walls so you could actually get on top of them. But I think the jetpack would be a really nice addition to
Like a scout class
That
or
basically adds a scout class, yeah. So
Yeah.
something like that. But that's
I know
what
I
I'm saying.
heard
That's
LB
all
talk about it at
futuristic
one
stuff.
time,
Like
and
they
then
could do
later-
that. But as far as like the general engine, I thought it was actually really solid. I didn't really,
It was
aside from LB disconnecting every other match.
I don't know if
that's
it was
just
every
the
other
fascist
match.
Canadian government.
It was,
know,
No,
it
I
was-
think that
his
was
internet.
because I was streaming it, right? So I don't think it was
Yeah, that's
behaving
true,
properly with like.
it might have been an OBS issue. Like
Yeah,
Could've
well,
been
remember
OBS
because his
issue.
camera was giving him that guff too. And
yeah.
so that
Like,
was
so-
actually some sort of issue there.
My computer
OBS.
blue screened after I turned the stream off too. So
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
so it might have been like a weird communication error between the programs. I don't know, but yeah. So I mean, aside from that, it felt pretty solid. It did. I didn't.
So
really- like I personally didn't have any bugs in the game.
I
That
heard
terrain
LB talk
thing you
about
were
getting
talking
caught
about-
on a couple things,
Yeah.
and then like I didn't get it till like a few rounds in, and it was like during moments when it was tense and you're trying to just like hop around and move around and stuff, and I was like, oh god, I'm stuck on stuff. Like what? But I hadn't experienced that a lot, and I'd I'd done plenty of the whole like, can I make it up this hill? No, you can't. Like I'm
I
gonna try
noticed
a
it
bunch of
in,
surfaces and stuff, but there was
yeah.
a couple of spots where I just got like stuck, and I was like, oh god, what? Like, and I'm in a firefight. Like, oh, this is bad.
I always
But
noticed
it
it in the
wasn't
firefight.
super frequent. But LB had
It's
mentioned it
never-
earlier, and I was just like, "What are you talking about?" And then when it, like a couple, once or twice, it happened to me where it's like, "Okay, there's a few spots where apparently you can kind of get stuck on like some clipping or whatever graphical maps or something."
You have to remember that it's never my fault when I die.
That's right.
Right.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Always the game's fault.
Yeah.
And I felt like some of the like rocks and terrain features were like
Yeah.
modeled with a cube. Do you know what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
maybe the rock was round and
rounding
small.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And it was cubed in like the model shape. So if I tried to back up while I'm shooting and I hit this thing that's behind me, I know it's behind me, but like it should be round and my character should like slide around it, right? Because that's what I'm.
you got that corner you gotta hit though.
But I back up and I hit this little pebble and I'm like, oh fuck, trying to back up and then die.
And you got no
Whatever.
side to side or something because you're like apparently anchored to a.
And
fucking
that's how
square
it
now.
happens in real life though. I mean, when you back up, like, oh, pebble, shit, and it's like the pebble reaches to infinity, vertically.
LB said, I only barely made it out of the Middle East because some of those fucking pebbles are squarish, and you wouldn't expect it.
God damn it.
There's a lot of erosion,
Fucking-
a lot of sandstorms, whatever. But
Ankle high fucking bush was modeled by a fucking weirdo and now it's cube shaped in the size of a fucking milk crate and I
Damn.
can't back
Yeah.
up over it.
It was hopes and prayers that got me out of there, but those fucking pebbles did not help.
I just needed one more person to change their profile picture, and then fucking I was good.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty optimistic. I don't know. Part of me, and I don't want to just suck them off too hard. I'm gonna say this now. As far as I know, we've known about this for a couple of years now. Yeah, like they've talked about, hey,
Well,
we
yeah,
got a
they're
London
doing a
studio,
first
we're
person
working on a
shooter.
project.
Once they
this, that, and the other.
announced Vanguard, it was like what FanFest, right?
I think it was roughly 2, if not more, years ago.
Well,
before
they
this
were
last
doing the
FanFest went on.
new version of FPS, but they were very secretive. Like we're
They
working
had
on
a
the
London
FPS.
studio going, and they've been working on.
We're
it for a
working on
minute.
the FPS, and that's all we're gonna tell you. Nothing else.
Yeah.
And then it was FanFest, and they're like, "It's Vanguard, and here's a presentation." Which
So
is
my
cool.
generous hope is that there's a lot more that they haven't shown us. They gave us like kind of like a minimum viable product kind of thing, which
Well, I mean,
like I said,
us,
I'm being optimistic, and I
they
hope
give us
that's
the current
worked out
alpha
well.
version.
Perhaps, but obviously you would hope that there, in my opinion, there's no way that they're like, and this is what we have so far to their bosses, where it was like we have a single map, single weapons, blah blah blah. Because
I think that's what they
if
had.
nothing else, we know about Hobo Leaks or whatever, where it was like, well, we know there's a lot more stuff in the pipeline, so like there's stuff that's coded, whether we got to play with it or not.
I would
But what
think
I'm
that
saying-
that's what they had available that they were confident in at the
Sure.
time.
That's again.
So yeah,
I'm being
I'm
generous
sure
and
I mean,
optimistic.
it's a constantly worked on project. So what was released for First Strike is not what was like to the date what they had
Right.
in the office.
Like I said,
guarantee.
perhaps minimum viable product.
Yeah.
Maybe like, hey, this is a good refined map. This is some mechanics or some weapons or whatever. Like we can let you dabble in this and feel good enough about it. But my hope, again, is that they've got more going on. They've got multiple maps, hopefully already, at least fleshing out. Whether they're fleshed out or not, that's fine. But obviously we know they have more weapons and loadouts and stuff because there was a Hobo Leaks kind of thing, and people are like, this is in the game files because there's a lot of people more savvy than myself that know how to look for that stuff. But I don't know. Like I am a little, like I said, I feel like it's been at least 2, maybe 3-ish years since we first started hearing the inklings and like really seeing like the hiring stuff where it was like Eve London's trying to get some people and they're working on a project, and it wasn't long before they're like, oh yeah, Eve London's got like a shooter project, and people are like, oh, I can't make the noises like Elby does, but the complaint noises. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what. Yeah. That was verbatim. And
I like those verbatims.
They said exactly those things, and then people are like, whatever.
People are like,
But-
and they're like,
Yeah, it's usually the way it goes.
Yeah,
They announce something, player base.
yeah.
It starts to come to life. It looks pretty good.
Okay,
And then people play.
that's fine.
All right.
We're gonna make
all
this
right.
change.
Yeah.
So my hope is
Yeah.
that they do have more under the hood than we already know or than they showed us in what I consider the minimum viable product, because that's what I
I think
consider that
so.
as. I think that was a very actually decent showing of a minimum viable product because it was viable. Like I think, again, there's tons to be fleshed out. Like if anybody was like, yeah, that I get it, like that's totally it, and it was like, no, like that was a good showing of it, and we had actually a good time. Like when we made our little 3-man squad, we had a good time. It was exciting. It was tense.
It's
It
fun.
had
Yeah,
it had
that's
a range of emotions. Like I get it, I see it, but like, yeah, I'm pretty hopeful and confident that they have maybe a little bit more under the hood, and that that was a good first play test, and just like, hey, you know what? Let's not give them too much. We're gonna be modest. This is like a slightly above the knee cut or something. We're not trying to show a lot of thigh.
Yeah.
And
Just some ankle.
yeah, ankle.
Just some inappropriate ankle.
It occurs to me you said just some ankle, but I heard mankle, and I was like, is that a man
Oh,
ankle?
mankle.
Like, what does this mean? Just some mankle.
No, the part you talked about where we were having a good time in a squad, I think they have to nail that down.
Yeah.
And I think they're doing a good job at that in order for
Yeah.
anything else that they bring out to be
Sure.
even worth it. Do you know what I mean? Like
I-
if nobody's having fun, then there's no point bringing out like more maps and
Right.
suits and fucking all this other shit. No one's playing it. not
So I
fun.
have a slight fear with the whole like open mic, whatever, which how can you not? Because you can't expect everybody to be operating on their own discords and this, that, and the other. But it's troublesome. But I did a few matches. Like I said, anytime I had some downtime, I was just joining my own matches, either as a solo or as a rando.
Yeah.
And it was roughly a 50-50. Some of them were just like, and we all load in together and then we scatter and we don't coordinate at all, and like there's no chance of coordinating with me. And then there was a few where I was like listening to them and I was like, okay, these people are talking and they're trying, but obviously, friendship is the best ship. And when you play with people that you're actually talking to, whether you can see each other's screens, which I hope not, because shooters do best if you're not ghosting each other, but when you're actually talking, like LB was doing tactics and shit, and he was like, yeah, I'm doing this. And then like after you started doing it, I was like, I'm gonna rush this side, I'm gonna flank and stuff. I was like, there's tactics
it's contagious,
to be had.
right?
Like
it's contagious.
it was like, I got it. I was like, oh, okay.
I'm gonna rush him.
Yeah, we can be a little bit
No,
tactical. And that's one of the things.
Ah!
That's one of the things I thought that they did really well. Is like there's a ton of cover in this game. Like there's a ton of just little shit to just outcrop and pop up everywhere. It was like I feel like I can move and tactical really well without being some sort of strategic,
bunny
badass or
hopping and
something.
fucking stupidity like
exactly.
that. Like,
I was just like, I just fucking rushed because they tucked back to reload or something, and all of a sudden I'm fucking flanking. And then, like I said, one of the most memorable moments of that was there was one of these little like it was a wreckage of some sort. It was just like a little half cylinder of something that was crashed into the ground, and the guy had dipped back into it to reload, and I fucking ran around some rocks, and then I popped out and I would just drop down next to him, and he's looking out the tube or whatever, but I'm looking down the tube. And I was like, oh, you're toast. Like this is a really fun maneuver.
Yeah.
There was a lot of opportunities for that, and in the same token, there was a lot of chances. I think we started to see it later when we were trying to be more strategic in some of our later rounds, where it was like, oh, there's a firefight, and we were like, maybe we don't interact with that firefight. Maybe we keep on our course.
Go for the mission. Yeah,
we know it's happening, and we're going to keep tabs on it.
The more expensive missions were all central to the main ship, which means that most people are all going to converse there, which means it's a harder mission because we're likely to encounter.
But yeah, there was like a very real like risk assessment of it's like, you know what, maybe we just don't charge off into that, because that was our earlier we were being like, there's a firefight, let's move towards the firefight.
Gunfire, let's go.
But it was like, wait, maybe we just keep on our course and like go look for some more wreckage, and like that kind of blows over. And there was a couple things of like seeing the aftermath of things, or seeing little bits of other people's firefights and stuff, and be like, kind of the look over the hill as like Native Americans while people are doing like colonial warfare, like lining up and shooting each other or something. It was like, yeah, that's pretty wild. Like, let's keep looting. And like, those guys are going to pick each other off, but they're not looking at us or coming at us.
I'm just hoping we get some like encounters where like you get LB doing like, well, there's a prospect. I don't like the look of that prospect.
Dude, one of the most fun moments.
No high second Vanguard.
So all of a sudden, Prospect just like drops down like 10 squads. You're like, oh shit, that Prospect. Yeah.
One of the most fun moments was there is a place, and I saw it in a later playthrough, but it was without you guys. But there was like a ridge or something, and we all kind of came out around a corner or into a clearing or something, and there was a ridge that I didn't really, because there's not a lot of vertical in this game, but there was 3 guys just standing on a ridge like a squad, just waiting and looking around on a ridge, and I was like, holy shit, like there's a whole fucking squad up here, and we had a big firefight real quick and whatever. And then later in one of my other playthroughs, I was like running around, and I was like, that's that fucking ridge where those guys were at. Like, I recognize this. It was, an outcrop or something. And a few of those times when we saw it, because I remember we did really well against those guys because they were just standing up there. They weren't all like poised and ready. And we were like, how do we go get that biomass? And we couldn't figure out how to get up there. We like went and looked to try to like find their bodies or whatever. It was like, we have no idea how to get up on this rock.
Yeah. No, they talked about all this at the FanFest panel. The one thing I haven't experienced in the game, what I'm hoping to experience, is the tense alliances that they talked about on this panel. They talked about like, you might be solo and you might be going around, you might be focused on the mission, or you might be focused on PvP or whatever. And you might meet someone and be like, oh, I don't know, like, do I engage this person? Do I not engage this person? Should we cooperate and kill these NPCs? Should we like small tense alliances are happening in the round between random players. right? But like I didn't experience that because there's no way for me to communicate with.
I never would have
That's
thought
how
of
it
that.
is,
'Cause
right?
Anytime
I was wondering if it was a proximity almost. Maybe.
anytime
but
I
didn't
see other
any
people
evidence of that.
engaging hostiles, I'm like, how can I? Because I was like, the other actual people are more of a threat than those NPC hostiles. So I'm like,
Yeah.
how can I double team this group with the hostiles,
Yeah.
with the NPCs, and then just finish off the NPCs afterwards? So I'm always like, oh, this group's shooting NPCs, and I'm like, how could we work together? I'm like, how could I hobo murder these fucking dudes? And then figure out like finishing off the hostiles. That's easy. Like that's like an afterthought, you know.
But
I'm just
honestly,
like,
with
I'm
those,
like, I want their gear and their biomass.
I could see with a little bit of proximity chat though, there was those big loot fields where it was like, let's say maybe a couple
There's a
hundred
lot
feet
of
long
loot.
with a lot of cans just all over.
I've
like
shot
it
a
was
lot
always
of
in
people
clearing,
looting cans.
and I could see like I'm on this end and you're on that end, but I don't see any evidence of a squad being like, okay, let's just keep
It's
looting.
like when you see
kind
the
of thing,
guy,
like,
when you see the
hey,
one
bro,
guy
like,
out in those fields and he's like
I don't
running
care
like
about
case.
you. Like, let's just do our thing real
He's
quick,
just
and
like-
then like we're gonna just quietly pass each other and maybe like just keep doing our thing.
No.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't feel that instinct now, but you had no communication medium. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Is like if there was a little bit of like, whatever, local voice or something like range based or something where you're like, and sure, people will game it and people will strategize it and people will bait people into it. That's the
like a
fucking
white
way.
flag
But
emote.
some of the people will be like, they'll sit there behind their rock and they'll watch the guy start looting the field and they'll be like, where's his buddies? There's no buddies. If there was any buddies, they'd be out looting, or eventually I'd see them. But it's a really
That's me.
big map with a lot of viewable places, but a lot of cover. So it's not like you could bait and you could make a trap, but you don't just inherently stay hidden long. It's easy to watch things from
Yeah.
a distance, and we all saw that where it was like there's a firefight over there, and I see it, but we all like there was multiple times where we were like, that's so far off. We don't have to acknowledge it or engage it if we don't choose to like run over and get involved. Like we can watch that and see what's going on in the distance, but like maybe they're moving that way and we're moving this way, and like we'll actually be fine. Like we don't have to worry about those people, maybe. So like
Yeah.
in that sense where you're like, maybe I hide behind a little rock and I see this guy like moving in this big open clearing with 100 friggin' little loot cans in it, and he starts looting them, and then nothing ever really pops out, and you're like, maybe I'm gonna pop out and start looting too. And sure, you could both just one-on-one each other.
That's not the.
But there's
I
also the
had.
chance that you're like maybe I'm working on a mission and you're working on a mission and you're like, hey buddy, I'm gonna walk this way, and if you want to walk that way, like we're cool.
Yeah.
Are we cool? And they'd be like, yeah, we're cool. And then half the time they're gonna shoot you in the back, and half the time they're gonna be like,
oh,
just a regular.
I never
player
even
that's
tried
like, yeah,
that.
we're cool.
My thing is like I would be heading off and I'm like, I get to the edge, I'm like, oh, there's a loot field here. Like, oh, there's a guy running out there. You see him like running to each box and stopping for a second, running each box, and you're like, he's just looting his ass off. He's gonna loot until the end of tomorrow, and so you just
I'm gonna wait till the last scan.
It's like you wait, and then you run out. You're like, that dude's loaded with loot, and you wait till he starts looting
And that's
again,
the most
and you
likely
blast the fuck out of him. You like pick up all the shit he just looted. You're like, I just looted all these cans in 5 seconds. Hell yeah! And then you
I'm
run
just gonna
off.
say,
Only
LB told
cost
us
me a
to
few energy
teabag
rounds.
everybody. I didn't
Yeah.
have it built into me, but LB was telling us to teabag people.
I teabagged people. Yeah, hey,
He's real disrespectful.
yeah. But my thing is, like, it's like that guy's looting shit. Easy loot, bam. And my thing is like that guy, because everyone, when you die, you can look and there's a marker saying like you died here, so they all know where to go back to try and kill me to get their shit back. I'm out of there. I'm never sticking around. I kill a guy.
I think you're misinterpreting my tea bags, though. They're not
I
meant to be disrespectful. There's no way for you to take your hands off the rifle. So in order for me to pat him and say good game and good fight, I use my
It's
my
a little league
testes.
slap on the hand.
yeah. It's a
Yeah,
little.
so
You walk by
a
in a
tea
big line
bag.
and
A
you-
tea bag is just a Vanguard good fight.
Good game.
yeah.
and then we move on.
It's a little bit of like a scrotal good game.
Yeah, it's an out of bag.
Scrotal good game.
Yeah, scrotal that bang.
I mean, I don't even know if those people have.
You don't even have to
scrotum.
teabag him. You can clam slam him too. It's not.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
This is inclusive.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it wasn't my natural inclination, but when I started, I played because before we all fired up together, I played a couple rounds by myself, and I played at least one or two with joining randos, and then we all linked up that night, the first night. And that's not my normal inclination. I'm not that guy. But LB was telling people, like, make sure and teabag him, and I was like, God damn, LB, like what?
Yeah, he's like teabag
Rub
him.
it in,
Yeah.
and we just wiped that squad.
It's funny because every time he's like teabag him, I'm like, fuck, what's my crouch key? God damn it.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Because
manipulatable.
I normally put my toggle crouch on C, but I was like, okay, they don't toggle crouch, so I put C as the C for contracts. So C was the normal
I
tab
didn't
menu.
teabag anybody.
Or C
I
was the
will
normal
not be
caps lock
manipulated.
menu, but I switched, instead of left control, I put left alt for my crouch, because I'm like, if I'm crouching, I'm not jumping, so I can use my thumb for both those buttons. But that was hard to remember, so I was like, you got teabag? I'm like, fuck, how do I crouch? Oh yeah, goddamn, crouch.
I respected all
bam,
my
bam, bam, bam.
enemies.
And then I was like, sitting there getting shot in the head, like, God, teabag, oh.
Oh goodness.
Yeah,
I really
Finn's back.
appreciated
Yeah,
that.
Finn's back streaming you.
Real quick, I wanted to speak this because I don't know if you guys noticed. So we all, whether together or apart, we all came across NPC bands. Did you notice they start out real vanilla? They were real vanilla, and I appreciated that as we played on because it started to become a little more discernible. Like, I see something in the distance. They're not hopping at all. I'm pretty sure that's NPCs. There's little shit like that. But once you started firing on them, they started doing some shit. It was almost like Diamond Rats kind of stuff where they were like, they were taking cover. Like, I was getting flanked by NPCs and stuff, and I was like, God damn it. Like, what the hell? Like, they split up. They started actually being real, like, intelligible AI, whatever, where they were playing shootery things. Some of them were just, like, tucking behind a rock and, like, doing their thing, but a lot of them were, like, moving around the other rocks and, like, coming at me.
As long as you keep fighting with them and they can still see you, they'll do.
Yeah, they were doing some tactics and
But
stuff. It was kind of cool.
When you hide behind something and you leave them alone for a bit, they just do the like the fucking must have been the wind, and they keep going to whatever the fuck.
Really?
They were
Okay,
doing
I guess
before.
I didn't play with that enough.
Yeah. So
Like,
there was
usually I
a,
would
you know
tuck back
those
to reload and something, I'd go back out, kind of thing.
yeah. Do you know those like mining op places or there's mining
where they're carrying the
deposits where they're
crates.
like carrying the crates, right? So I'll go in and I'll kill one guy, like fucking murder the shit out of him.
There's like 4 of
And
them
then
in there. You're fine.
Yeah, and then there are 3 of them will start shooting at me, and I'll be like, oh, this is crazy. And I'll tuck behind something, and then I'll get distracted. Oh, piece of candy, and I'll like move away a bit. And they won't be able to see me, and then they'll just be like, oh, it must have been the wind, and they'll start piling boxes again. And
Really?
I'll come back and be like, hello, and murder the next guy.
Okay, so I didn't try like moving away
So
or anything like that.
There's
long enough
obviously
to maybe
a
reset
timer
them.
on it. They're not gonna like shoot one guy and he just runs
Yeah.
around the entire fucking map being like, I'll get you. But
The snail that never lets you sleep.
yeah, yeah.
That's interesting because the few times, like I said, mostly it was when I was soloing and stuff, and I was like, come on, I've observed them and interacted with them a few times. They're pretty simple, but you gotta kind of, it's best if you line up your shot and then know where the next few shots are going. You gotta kind of plan it out. But even still,
Yeah,
they're
I
gonna
like to
take
get-
cover. They're gonna do some stuff. But like if you give them a moment to where they actually get some cover, then they start moving around and trying to like flank and stuff. Like they're not dumb outright.
If they're in groups of 3, I like to wait till at least 2 of them are lined up, and then they just dump a whole mag into those.
Yeah.
Those 2 that are lined up, and then worry about the third one.
I don't know. I had a good time initially. So I read something like right around the early day or maybe the day before or something where somebody was like the energy shots are real effective or something. So when my first like round or 2, I did the whole gun swap and I was really building the ammo for the energy. I didn't notice any big stats difference. I will say the noise feedback from like kinetic versus energy. Kinetic is more gratifying because it was more rifle-esque and the energy just wasn't. But also
The
it
energy
seemed
rounds
like
work way better on other players.
They were just shield targets.
so yeah, so that's what I found out actually later as I was like, oh, you hover over them and if you can like track them while they walk, after a minute your little scanner thing will be like processing
I feel like the
this guy's
vast
energy
majority
weak to
were
kinetic.
Yeah, like 90% of the NPCs were vulnerable to kinetic.
Well, that's what he's saying is
there
all
was
the
very
NPCs
few that
are
were vulnerable to
kinetic.
EM.
The players are vulnerable to the energy, but we weren't planning on that, or we, at least I don't think we were strategizing on that. You can build both ammos and stuff, so and it's actually a real quick hot swap, almost like a Mar laser ammo To where
It's just
you're
a
like,
reload
I'm gonna
animation.
swap
Yeah, you're
lasers.
just reloading
Yeah.
with you're just like unloading and then
Yeah.
reloading. Bam.
So like that, now that I know that, that's actually really cool to know, because the few times that we were like legitimately knew we were up against players, it was like that would have been really good to employ.
And it's also really nice that they added the whole visual thing. Like you didn't have to like sit there and be like, oh, what ammo am I on? Or even look at an icon. It's
changed
like
the whole
your
gun
gun.
color,
It's like
yeah.
if it's yellow,
I thought
you're
that was
kinetic,
actually
and if it's
very
blue,
helpful,
you're EM. So that was nice.
Yeah.
I think they should swap the colors of those. Like,
I think
Blue-
Minmatar
blues
is
EM.
mainly
That's
kinetic, so
fair.
it should be red for kinetic and blue for EM because Kaldari. Or I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
guess
mean, that's
Amar.
fair.
Amar is, but like yellow.
should be-
Yellow
was
feels
at
like
least a
armor, and
Moderately
blue feels like
indicative,
shields.
though,
So I
which is
guess
helpful.
there's that, but it
it
is
should
what
be
it is.
blue for EM. It should be yellow for explosive. It should be red for thermal, and it should be white for kinetic. Just like the
White or gray for kinetic, I think.
or gray.
Gray. I
Gray.
think
Just
gray.
a
I think is what
comparable
they
color
use.
scheme, yeah.
Gray is, I think, what they normally will have for like most of the ammos looking. But
Or
yeah.
green. I think the missile tips are green,
It
right?
was green, blue, golden, kind of whatever, and red is
Yeah.
essentially
Okay.
what it comes out as.
Yeah, red
So
makes
green.
sense. Red makes sense for thermal. Blue makes sense for EM. Yellow, sure, for armor or explosive, which is anti-armor, and then kinetic, either gray or
Yeah.
white.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I noticed too, because I'm a bit of a button masher when I get a little tense. I noticed I was hot swapping between the weapons, and I was just like, oh no, like I was trying to reload, but like now I'm on a different
V.
gun kind of
No,
thing.
V
like,
is melee.
fuck me.
What's the weapon?
It's Q.
Q,
Q was like the hot
yeah,
swap of
Q.
your weapon type.
That's right.
But I do appreciate too, so really early on, I got taught, I guess, the lesson of like build some ammo real quick when you just load in. But I didn't realize that early enough. But what I did do was loot Skyhawk and maybe LB a couple times, where I was like,
Take all
now
their
I have a
ammo.
shitload of ammo because I just
Yeah.
looted my buddies'
Well,
bodies after they
'cause, like,
died. And like,
I learned
I'm
some.
set now.
Because I learned like when I first loaded it, I usually like build a shield thing. The first couple times I played, and I was like, that shield thing is only so helpful, but it's like you run out of ammo when you shoot as much bullets as I do.
I'm spraying.
Because I'm spraying like 100 rounds to hit someone with like 3 of them. I need a lot of ammo, so
Yeah.
when I'm sitting there going like, oh, you start with like 30 rounds in your weapon and 60 in the mag, or 30 in the mag and like 60 spare, and then you build like
Kill
60
half one
more.
person.
I was like, okay, that's like 150 rounds. That's gonna last me like 2 firefights. So I need to I'm constantly, every time I'm looting shit, I'm like, build more ammo. But it's like if I don't have over 100 spare rounds, I don't have enough ammo.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I like to spray and pray.
Like when we were
all the
running out,
time.
I was like, "This is bad." Like I was doing way better against this earlier, but like when you actually get in the shit kind of often playing with other people, it was like it's real quick to run out.
Yeah,
if you're
it's
not paying
like,
attention to it.
especially with FPS, I have a bad time like aiming steady. Like you get the recoil, so you get the stuff pulling up. But like I have this like weird habit of like dealing with recoil, like doing this like sway thing. My brother calls it the sweeping technique. So like anytime I play Call of Duty, I get like the M16, which had the 3-round burst.
You
And
know,
I'd
in
go
a
down
real
and be like,
trench that would have been fine.
I'd go down and be like,
100 years ago.
and I'd like sweep across and be like, and I'd be pushing down, so I'd sweep across and be like, and like I'd hope, because I always play Call of Duty on like hardcore mode. A lot of people hate that,
Yeah.
but it's like I like it
Oh, I
because
love
like people hate it because like, oh, you get hit with like one bullet in the fucking arm and you die. I'm like, yeah. I mean, you
But I
don't
shoot a
normally
lot of
die
bullets,
from
my
an arm
odds are
shot,
good.
but it's like I hated sneaking because I always played sneaky Call of Duty, and I'd sneak up on someone, unload half a clip into their back, and they just stand up and shoot me in the head and kill me. I'm like, that's bullshit. You got hit with 20 bullets. I don't care if they're fucking like 9mm rounds. You're dead. Like that's stupid that you could just stand up and like turn around to like just shoot me in 2 bullets and kill me, and I shot you with half my magazine and you did die. So I liked hardcore mode because like you get shot in the hand, you might live, but you get shot twice in the hand, you're dead. You get shot in the head, torso, and all, you're dead. Like period, one shot death,
Yeah.
unless it's like across the map 9mm pistol shot. So I always played hardcore mode because also I hated the mini map. It's like you don't get a mini map unless you have a UV drone. It's like, and I always went with silent footfalls, so like I could sprint without people hearing me. And I went with cold blooded, so they couldn't see, if they got a UV, they couldn't see me. I went with silenced weapons, so I was like, I'm the ninja. I'm the fucking killer in the night. You know, like I was like, no one. If they didn't visually see me, they didn't know where I was. Period. Didn't
Gotcha,
matter
bitch.
what like kill perk they got. So that's what I did. And so that's why I like to do an FPS. I was like stealth around, do shit. And I forget where I was going with this. Originally,
I'm not sure either, but I do think this is supportive of that. There's so much cover and stuff.
Oh
like,
yeah. So sweep
there's
technique.
a lot of just like.
So my thing is like with the M16 is like in hardcore mode, you could sweep a technique as long as that center round hit them. You do the 3-round burst, so you sweep across, and I just got like he called it the sweep technique. He made fun of me for it, but I was really good at it because I would be like, okay, I just got used to like the 3-round burst of the M16. So it's like if I sweep across where they're at and I start here and start shooting, the first round's going to go wide, the second round's going to hit them dead center mass, kill them, and the third round's going to go wide. And if I miss them, I'll sweep back, and I was good enough to like do it. It's like I'm like
good call.
And it's like I would do this whole thing like this, and I would get them every time. And he thought it was hilarious. He's like, "You got the sweeping technique." I'm like, "Yeah, but it fucking works." It did not work in regular mode because you hit them with one round. That's like what 10% of their
you just
health.
glue them in.
So it's like you could do that like 20 times and they don't die, but like you do it in hardcore mode, it's like they're dead, boom. Or if they're not dead, you do the same time they're dead.
I'm gonna sweep you again, boy.
And so like when I went into this game, I was like, I was like, oh shit! I was like, I'm doing the sweeping technique. I need to stop because it doesn't work here. So I had to like start focusing, like get them center mass, and then start shooting. And then the recoil, even if you pull down, it's still gonna pull up. So it's like you hit them a couple times center mass, a couple times in the head, and then once you go above their head, you stop shooting, pull your recoil down, and then restart shooting again because you don't want to just like lay in this like auto, because if you do that, you're gonna go shooting into the fucking sky. So he's like, okay, reset, and you keep doing like these like multiple round bursts, and it started working for me. Like it was like, dude, it's like you get a couple center mass shots, a couple headshots every time you do like a 5-round burst, and you're gonna kill them pretty quick. It worked really well. So
if you. I don't know if you guys like read the reports afterwards, your like kill and damage reports or whatever. It was the first tab of Aftermath.
No.
So there's very visibly or very obviously decent hitboxes because they were like hip shots.
Oh yeah.
All these different like categories. It wasn't all these different. It was like roughly 4 or 5, but it was like it did divide your body up pretty well. And that was something I noticed as well with myself because I'm a spray and pray guy. Some of the NPCs, for example, and even some of the players, they go for cover in a rock, and you start peeking, and like maybe their head is not well covered, and you could get some decent headshots and stuff where it was like, I'm pretty awful, but as long as I only see a little bit, but I'm shooting the little bit that I see, it actually did manifest in such a way where it's like you got good shots because you were shooting them in the head because it was peeking out, from the little bit of cover, you went around the cover or something. And so I was watching those, like, after each round, I was looking at the whole, like, I damaged this many people and they damaged me and this many people. And it's kind of almost kill mails, but, like, not quite, but, like, it's similar theme. And it was like, a lot of them were bots in most of my experience, so that I was damaging and whatever. But it was like telling you how many hip shots, shoulder shots, chest shots, head shots, whatever, all these different hitboxes that you were hitting, and then vice versa. And so a lot of them, when like people like surprised me and stuff, it was like, well, I thought I did pretty good against them. And it was like, you were kind of reactionary, and like they got a lot of good hits on me. And it was like, I clipped them a few times. And you see that in like essentially the kill mail, like the after action report thing that was like, these are all the characters you interacted with in your last run. And this is the ones that, interacted with you. And it was like, well, I did, a few bots and a few players and whatever. And usually there's one player that overlaps on both sides. And it was like, I clipped him a few times, but he surprised me, so he clipped me more times in more places.
Yeah.
But I did appreciate the whole thing. Like I said, there's a lot of cover in this game, and even between players and bots, I noticed, duck behind a rock and this, that, and the other. But you'd see them peeking and shit. And it was just like, I literally just see a little bit of your head, and if I could try to shoot, I could connect with your fucking head. And it maybe not being like insta-kill, because I don't think I insta-killed anything. but
Takes a little bit.
it was
Couple
real quick
headshots
being like
drains
exactly
shield and health really quick.
yeah,
though.
it was like if there's just a little bit peeking out, I noticed a little bit of an effect. I think where it was like,
Yeah, like two
Okay, I
headshots
cleared
per
you out
clear the
now that
shield,
I
2
can
more
only
headshots
touch
per.
them.
If you got like 4 to 5 headshots, they were just dead, like from full shields to dead. But the thing is, like, it was hard to do just headshots. Usually, what I would do is like when I would start seeing people, I would like start at their torso and get like a few torso shots. By the time it climbed to their head, it's like three to 4 torso shots would clear their shields, and then it got. By
Right.
then the recoil got to their head, and it's like 2 headshots. And like half the time it's like, and then they'd either be dead. If not, drop it down, like let go of the fire, drop it down, a couple more shots, and they were dead.
yeah,
Now that's ideally. Then there was the other times where people surprised me, and I just like had no fire control. And I'm like, it's like you turn like, oh, there's a guy there.
yeah, that's
just
that's
like
me
all
most
over
of the time.
and you're like, okay, I hit him with like 2 out of 30 rounds, solid, very nice. But
Yeah, and then they were the guy that killed me, and it was like
yeah,
I felt like I did really well, and it was like you did 15.
it always
damage,
felt bad too,
and he
like
did
when you're
all the
like
damage that it
you
was
get the
required to
jump
kill you.
ones. Is it you get the jump on someone, you start firing first, and they kill you with like 5 rounds, and you shot like an entire magazine at
clip.
them and didn't like drop them down below half health because you just panic fired all over the place with like half of it, and you're like, oh, if I had stability, if I had control and just didn't panic, I'd have got them. But
Yeah.
instead, I just like fucking threw my bullets all into fucking space.
Yeah.
That's the way the cookie crumbles or whatever.
There was definitely some fun to be had, though. I was very thankful of that, and I wish almost I don't see how they could have done it, but I wish they almost would have found a way to like encourage, like, hey, fire this up with your friends this weekend, kind of thing. Because, like I said, I did a few solos, I did a few duos, I did a few randos, and I did a few us, like hanging out on
Yeah.
comms. And the us hanging out on comms was where it clicked. It was
Yeah,
like
it was fun.
we were
man.
talking, we were strategizing. LB was like, kind of coaching a little bit and like just telling, hey, push in on this or whatever. It felt a little more tactical.
Yeah,
And
it
even
was
still,
more
like
fun, for
even
sure.
like you didn't do a ton of that, LB. I'm not trying to say you're like drill sergeant
Yeah.
the whole time or anything, but there was a few times where we were just hanging out and it was like, oh shit, I'm gonna rush or I'm gonna flank or whatever. And sometimes I noticed we didn't even say it,
I'm gonna
but like
flank
we got
him.
in a firefight and then a few of us were like just fucking like they dip behind a rock and you're like, well, they can't see me, and we all just start running. I noticed at least a couple times where 2 of the 3 of us just ran at them, just being like, well, they're not looking at us, rush up around something, kind of thing, and like let's clear this
I
out.
definitely when I was like, I'm gonna flank him, and I didn't realize how long the mountain
Yeah.
was.
You went around a huge rock. I
Oh,
remember that.
I was
This
like, I'm
rock
gonna
is
flank
big.
him, and like I get like halfway across the thing, and you guys like, we took care of them,
like
they're
a
all dead. I'm like,
geographical oddity.
yeah, it's like you guys already killed them all, and I'm just like, I'm still flanking. Like, don't worry, I'll flank them tomorrow.
I do remember that because
It
like
took
it
forever,
happened to
but-
be like a huge mountain or something.
Yeah, it's like
and
you guys
were
already
going
killed them
around.
and moved on to the next target. By the time I came around the mountain, I'm like, all right, I'm like 1,000 meters behind you guys. Don't worry, I'll catch up.
I wish, and I hope almost that they figure out maybe some sort of like topographical maybe mini map or something to where it's like you can kind of see
That'd be
what you're
interesting.
working with going around the big rocks and the blocked areas kind of thing.
Yeah.
Watch
My map
yeah.
is broken the whole fucking
Topographical.
time.
Show me what
Which
you're working
that's
with.
the saddest part, right? Because and I saw you pull it up a few times and it was like, yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
definitely up there.
your map was bugged.
Yeah.
It's like all of our maps had like all the indicators and stuff on it. Your map was just like a plain topographical, and that's it.
Well,
You were playing on hard mode, LB.
Yeah, he
Maybe,
definitely
yeah.
was. And the funny thing was, is I thought like mine's working perfectly fine the whole time. There was a few rounds where like, we mentioned the whole like you could see where you died and stuff. So mine was
Yeah.
working mostly perfectly fine and seeing like all the outposts, whatever the credit bank, the clone bay, the
Yeah, all
loot
that showed
field
up
or
for
whatever.
me.
There was quite a few times where I could not at all tell where I died.
Oh,
like
really?
it wasn't updating that part for me. So I was like, I saw it a couple times and I was like, oh, that's really helpful because of course I want to go like fuck up those people who are like probably still just lingering and looting.
Yeah.
And then, but there was quite a few times where I like pulled it up. I was like, oh, this would be good. and there was no indication of where I just died. And I was like, oh,
Yeah, I never had any.
I wanted to
The
go
map always showed
around with
that,
that.
and always showed all the other stuff. It always showed the gray, because I remember like, oh, it's the gray circles. I was like, what gray circles? I'm like, I don't know, like the gray circles on the map. He's like, there's no gray circles on the map. And I looked at his stream, like, oh, your map's fucked. Yeah.
My map's
gotta-
actually
got-
really robust.
Yeah, it's like you got a shit map, dude. Like your map is like just the terrain. Like there's actually like a million fucking icons on my map show like here's all the fucking sperm donor banks or the clone banks. I mean, and here's all the here's all the missions.
Here's all the objectives for your missions.
Here's all
that
the
you're just
objectives.
like-
Here's the fucking deposit banks. Here's the it even have like icons for loot fields and everything like that. It's just like everything there. So
Like I only completed one contract solo, and it was only because I had ran past something when I was playing with you guys, and I remember like, where was that on the map? It was over here.
yeah, you were having to remember
So
everything.
like, I had to like, sift through all the fucking terrain until I knew where I was, and then find my way to that fucking
No
special
shit,
box.
you did a solo
Upload this
contract?
shit. Yeah. It was
Wow.
fucking.
Damn.
Which one was it? It was the one we had to
Talk
like,
about a
collect
ninja.
electronic
Drayden
parts
thought
and
he was
shit?
a ninja.
Dude, I thought it was, but I died. I died with a map.
Dude, and it's tough.
It
Like, it
is
was It was fun and
going
tough.
in any of the missions that take you into the ship are tough because everyone's in the
So
ship.
we all opted to do that, and so that's the thing is we found success in and out of that before, but like when we all went in there, it got hectic inside there because it changed the lighting a bunch, it changed whatever the stuff you were seeing. I don't know. It was a
also
whole
the
different
terrain hazards. Like there's the poison in the fields out there, but there's also the
Swamps,
cryo,
and
the
then the
cryo
freeze
spills
field.
in the ship, which makes it really difficult
Yeah.
too.
Which I appreciated. Somebody like early on, I think it was when LB, myself, and Skyhawk were, and hadn't seen one yet, and they were like, "What's this foggy blah blah blah?" And I just heard them chattering about it, but I hadn't done it. And of course, later I had to walk through it or something like to find it out myself. And then same thing with the swamps. They had mentioned something about the swamps, and I was like hopping around, and I was like,
Yeah, the poison just
that part I was.
it doesn't even
I
take your
was, like, a
shields
little
down. The
wary.
poison just goes straight to your health.
That at that part I was like, just even from a distance looking at it, I was like, oh, this looks not great. I should just hop around and try to like jump to the little pieces of land and maybe like hop over it. And of course you kind of clip it here and there, and I was like, oh, this is bad. Like this can be very dangerous. So like I don't know. That was really fun too. The ambient effects or the world effects that could
Environmental
happen,
hazards.
which because for the most part you could easily avoid, but there was a few times during shootouts and stuff where you're like hopping around and running and whatever, and it was like, well, now I'm having a battlefield where it's not a good healthy battlefield.
Yeah.
And one of them, at least I remember, had a bunch of NPCs that spawn out in the middle of, so you're like, oh, this is easy money. They're out in the middle of the fog green whatever steam swamp.
The
But we'll
swamp.
be fine because I don't have to rush it and
Stank
do anything.
swamp.
So they're doing all their little like tucking behind rocks and whatever, and inevitably some players come around and it's like, no, that throws a huge monkey wrench in this.
Yeah, I'm actually. So I remember because the first strike was last week. I thought I remember them saying like December 14th release.
December 7th, trade.
That would be yesterday, right? So no, and then the next event is next month. So I was thinking like, okay, we get first strike on last Thursday, and then this Thursday, which was yesterday, I thought it was like now it's just open alpha. Nope. So I misunderstood. So we have to wait till next week or next month for a event. Although it is cool because I'm hoping that this next event is going to be a next event scene, which means new map. Hopefully, more than just the one gun.
A little bit more flavor.
That would be cool. Maybe grenades. Maybe
Yeah.
some
Grenades was like my number one request.
Yeah, I guarantee
There were
they're
so
gonna
many
have,
opportunities
they're
where
gonna
it was
have
like, if I
grenades,
could
like,
pitch this in on you, like, oh,
they're gonna have
toast.
like these are all those are. That's why I said like in my feedback, I'm like I'm not gonna go into more maps, more guns because I guarantee you guys are already like that's already in the
cop-out,
works. So I was like, it's like obviously like yes, more maps, more guns would be cool. You guys are probably already working that. I'm not gonna go into that. So I skipped. Skipping with I mentioned it and then skipped going into detail.
Yeah, I'm not going to dwell on it. Right?
Yeah, it's like, hey, obviously we want more maps and more guns. you're already doing that. I guarantee it.
But
So,
damn, you
and I
kids
guarantee
crush
they're gonna
grenades.
have grenades. I mean,
I need a
any
couple
FPS. If an FPS is made without grenades, they don't know what they're doing. So I guarantee they're gonna have
There was
grenades.
a lot of good opportunity
Yeah.
in the few hours we all played together where it was like, I would have grenaded the shit out of you. That was a
Yeah.
perfect opportunity for a grenade. Like, which
Yeah.
hotkey is a grenade? There was none.
Yeah.
But
so
it would have been
that's
very good.
gonna be a thing. So I don't so that was not really anything to like mention on feedback. But yeah, so it's just, you know, key bindings. Apparently crouch toggle is already a thing. I didn't know that, so that's already a thing. I think the missions were a little I would like to see the missions not be as like maybe not make them easier to do, just make them like less, you know, the things where like, oh, here's the thing, we got to do 12 of these. Like 12 is like damn near fucking impossible to do before you die. What if you made it like 6 and made it do like half the progress of whatever it's supposed to do? So half the objective, half the progress, so you don't boost your progress as much, but it's easier to do, so you feel more accomplished if you do it. It's not like a impossible task to accomplish.
I would say maybe dial them back a hair, but like here's the thing: there was no tutorial, there was no there wasn't a ton of like tool tips.
There wasn't, but I
map
mean, like,
indicators or
we still
anything.
figured out how
So,
to
like,
do it. Like on most
That's
of
what I'm
them.
saying. This
It's
was
not it's hard
literally
to figure
the
it out.
most
It's just
blind early access. If they dialed it back, like even like I would say at most like a quarter of of the way. Not anything like don't oversteer the other direction, because if it becomes easy, that's bad in my opinion. Like Eve has very bottable, very
but even I would say like,
very grindable
if you looked
things.
at most of the missions we
Maybe
did,
make
even,
it a little easier, but mainly because
even the missions as a squad that we knew what we were doing at that point, because we like, oh, this is how you do it. Even as a squad of 3 people, the missions, it was hard to like. Most of them, we ended up all dying, failing like a third to half of the way through.
We were eager though. We wanted to take all the fights.
Right, but I was saying if you made it
remember the one with the neon lights?
half as
That was the
difficult,
one we
if you
did,
made
right?
it half as difficult, it would be easier. But if you made less of a progress, now okay, maybe
that's
go
fair,
2/3, maybe go
if you dial
2/3,
back
maybe go
the reward
2/3.
That's what I'm saying. I
But
think 2/3 to like 75%. Like
It
don't
felt
dial
like-
it back
yeah.
a ton.
It felt
So
like the
maybe, like, a
missions were a
little bit easier.
little too tough, unless they want the mission completion to be like a really hard thing to do, not something that's commonly done.
Which would be
But-
fine, because
but,
the whole time you could just loot as a solo player.
I
and
could
still
feel like
some
that be okay. So I see that being fine in the overall aspect, but as far as like if you want your FPS to be successful, you don't like the missions are the main thing that's driving people. Okay, yeah, you could just run around and shoot people, like that's fine. But like most people,
That's
like
hard,
I
though.
want a goal. I want a goal. So here's my mission. Here's my contract. Here's my goal. To have that goal be most commonly not successful is demoralizing.
It's called edging, and a lot of people are into it, Drake.
Well, no, most
They want to get close. and-
edging's a fetish. It wouldn't be a fetish if most people like that quick release. You know, they just want the
They just
little,
don't know any better. is
yeah,
all.
they just want that little bit of like, you know, fluffing on the G to gate, and that's enough to send them to their you know, insta undock or whatever you call it, innuendos.
Goodness.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that
Just to remind
everyone
crowd at
needs
home,
to
this is a
complete their
family-friendly
mission,
show,
but I'm
and
saying
if
like
the kids
if
are offended, let us know.
I'm saying, like,
so we can
if-
explain what these things mean to them.
you don't have to
Shouldn't be up
have
this late anyways.
yeah, you shouldn't
Goddamn
have to have
kids.
That's right,
everyone
that's a
complete the
failure as a
mission, but
parent.
you don't want the majority of people to fail their missions constantly, because that's going to be demoralizing enough that people are going to be like, I hate this game. I can never do my objective. It's so fucking hard.
But like
you
I said,
don't want
we
that
had
to be the
nothing
common-
going into it.
You
We had no tutorial. We had
like honestly,
no
people that are really
idea
good
at
are
all.
people that are really good are going to complete the missions most of the time. People that are really bad are going to complete the missions not very often. But you probably want the average person completing at least 50% of their missions, because you don't want the average person to fail most of the time, because if people are failing most of the time, they're going to get bored with your game. They're not going to like, they're like, I never fucking win.
They should have been
Even
farming
though
the
there's no
loot
quote
field and
unquote winning, but it's
extracting.
like if you want, like
Those shit
If you
count.
want to entice the FPS crowd, they're used to winning roughly 50%, because you look at Counter-Strike, look at Call of Duty. Like, these are games like you win some, you lose some. You don't want to have this crowd coming in and like winning or losing most and winning some.
Yeah.
They're gonna not like that. You're gonna lose your player base. So you don't necessarily have to have your player base winning most of their missions, but you don't want them losing most of their missions either. I would say like
That's really
a
fair.
healthy balance is like 50-50 split of completions versus failures. I
Well,
think that's where you want the average to be.
And here's the thing too. So one of the things with like the whole 3-man squad, I find that like a weird arbitrary number. But here's the thing too, is if you made any like literally even just one more person, like a 4-man squad, which most games would default to at a minimum,
Yeah.
that's in the environment that we played, I would say that's a little broken. A 4-man squad of humans would have been really fucking tough in that environment.
It would have been.
When you have the
eight,
premise of you can play solo. A 3-man squad is not impossible by any means for a 1-man. It's tough, but
Yeah.
like it was not impossible.
it's doable. Like I said,
But-
I had a lot of fun that one run where I
Yeah,
ran
like
by myself and
3-man
like was
squad's a
very
little odd,
successful.
but it's doable.
Up until the very
Any
end, I
more
was
than that
very
would be
successful
tough.
and it was fun until I lost. But yeah, so
Like
and also
a
like
1-man could take on a 3-man.
you have
and that's
Apex
fair.
Legends. You have Apex Legends, which is a 3-man squad. Now it's a battle royale,
played
which
that.
this is not. This is like an extraction shooter as opposed to battle royale, but it's similar. So
Don't
it's
call
kind of
it
like.
that. They don't call it that.
I mean, it's an extraction
kidding,
shooter.
I'm sorry.
You do your shit.
Sorry.
You extract.
I'm sorry, CCP.
Yeah, I'm like.
Sorry, Darwin.
It's an extraction. It's not the same as Tarkov. There's a little differences in the extraction methods there because you don't have to go to certain areas. You just have to like build a thing and extract. So it's easier to extract than Tarkov, but it is an extraction shooter. Like if you don't extract
Yeah.
with your stuff, you lose it all, right? So yeah, it's an extraction shooter. But I think it's fun. But yeah, so it's just. But Apex, it's like Apex, you get 3-man squads, right? So, but that's a battle royale. That's like PUBG. But
I can't stand that sort of game.
I
the
did
Call of
not.
Duty
I tried
version
Apex. I
a few
did
times.
not like it. I don't like the battle royale.
I'm not a
style
fan.
FPS. I don't like it.
I like big maps, and so like the
Yeah.
Call of Duty one was like this really cool big city map. I don't remember what it was called, Verdansk or something. I don't know what it was, but and you know it was a really cool map. And I'm from a mostly Battlefield background where I was like, this would be great if we just had some vehicles and we got to respawn and like this is a badass little city. Like I could have a good time in this
Yeah.
place. And it was like, no, you got to keep moving. You got to keep moving. You got to keep going towards the thing. It was like, but I want to loot and I want to fucking snipe and I want to
yeah.
jump off of buildings and I want to trap people and
Like
do all
I've-
these sort of silly things. And like I've got this ulterior motive the whole time, which like I don't care about. I don't want to get closer and closer. I just want to like set up opportunities and like have them play out. But it was like, nah, there's always an ulterior motive. You always got to keep moving towards the prize. And it was like, God damn it.
My FPS things really. So initially, I started playing Counter Strike 1.5 way back in the day. 1.5.
That's right.
And then
Same here.
1.6 came out, and that's like where Steam was.
Yeah.
So Steam was not
Slightly
a game.
prior to Steam,
Yeah,
yeah.
Steam was not a game selling platform back in the day. Steam was the launcher platform for Counter Strike 1.6, and that's it. That's all it was.
And the other
then-
orange box games.
yeah, and then they turned like,
essentially.
oh, we could just sell other people's video games on this thing and make more money than we do with Half-Life, and they did that. But so those are the first FPS shooters I played, and then Battlefield 1942 was fun, and all I wanted to do was just fly planes because they were fun.
Or ride around on the wings of planes.
And then I played
was awesome.
Modern Warfare 2, Counter-Strike Modern Warfare 2 on PlayStation multiplayer, and I played that. That's the thing where I was saying like I would just like be cold-blooded, silent foot running, silenced
You little
weapons,
teabagger.
ninja man. And I would just like run around. It's like, and you could see on the map like, oh, big firefight over here. So everyone, my side's over there, their side's over there. That's the majority of their forces. I'm gonna run around this side through the sideway. And then you got like one guy that's like trying to snipe people coming through the main back way, but I didn't go through the main back way. I went through the sideway. Fucking pew pew pew. like silence him, and then run around, and you get the few backgrounds, you get them, and then you just like you get the fucking UAV, or you get the drone, the Predator missile or whatever it is. You're like, oh, okay, now that I'm in the back of the main fire force that's fighting my guys, I can see them all. Like, send the Predator missile there, hit 4 dudes, kill them. You know, it's like, so I was just like the ninja shit. Like, that was fun. I didn't.
What game was that?
Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer.
Oh. You ever play Battlefield 2?
Yeah.
No, I played Battlefield
so
1942 was the only one I played of that, but
Oh yeah.
So I played 1942. I played Vietnam, which was phenomenal.
yeah, the
in
Vietnam
my
one was
opinion.
pretty good.
Vietnam had like tunnels and shit. It was really cool.
Yeah,
Battlefield 2 was really good.
I
and
was
then they
playing
made
the jet-
expansions with like the Spec Ops and stuff where you could do zip lines. It was a whole new
well, the
fucking
Vietnam
game
the Vietnam was just
that
a
I've
mod
never
of
seen rivaled.
it was just a mod of 1942 that was done with Vietnam.
I mean, but it was fine. It was
I was flying the
abundant.
choppers. I was all about
Plenty.
the fucking Cobras. I was flying Cobras. That was my thing. I was like,
My best friend was
I'm a
a
Cobra
great
pilot.
pilot, and I was
Fuck
a
the
great
rest.
gunner.
because the jets were the fighters were like cool, but they were too fast to do anything effectively.
Yeah, it was tough.
It's like when you had the like
would
prop jet,
bail
like
out
the BF 109 or like
places.
the P40 P52 Mustang or whatever it was. Those were the prop planes were slow enough. You could actually like do strafing runs and like do bombing runs effectively. When you're doing the jet engines, like they're too fast. It's like you
It was
can't.
basically for air warfare.
It's like you
It
can't
wasn't
do
good for
anything.
ground.
But the choppers were good. You just had to get used to like the 3-axis movement. But like that wasn't too hard to get rid of. Get used to. Like you have the forward
you
and,
were good
backward,
at it, you
the lateral
farmed.
side to side, and the up and down. You'd like just like manage those. And like once you figure that out, it was like it's like, oh shit, I can just fly.
And you were
chopper.
playing Fortunate Son the whole time. So
Hell
that
yeah.
was cool.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't know
would
if you actually played Vietnam,
No,
but
I
it had
did-
a soundtrack.
No, I
You could-
did.
there was a
I
radio
actually
in the
played
vehicle.
when I was playing that game. I had speakers, not headset at that time. I would actually just play like Vietnam, like whoa, what is it good?
One of the most
for?
fun things was you're having
Absolutely
a
nothing.
you're having a fight in like a base or whatever, and a fucking jeep just flies through blaring music, and just you're like,
Yeah.
okay, and like you go back to what you're doing, but it was just blaring.
Yeah,
music the whole
I had a playlist of like 12 songs. It was not very long, but like, yeah, Credence would come on and it'd be like, "Bam, bam." I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. Here we go. Got my Cobra.
Go again.
Or unfortunately, if everyone else stole the Cobras and you like stick with like the fucking Huey, you're like, oh, okay. Hopefully my door gunner isn't a piece of shit. And then- like here you go,
Which,
here's
like
the
I said,
target.
my best friend was a great pilot, so it was like I was just like, set me up. I'm out your left side. Like just keep me aimed and like let's do it. And then you hope for the best. And they're trying to RPG and whatever anti-air you down and stuff. And he's doing a good orbit and whatever. And you're just trying to hose everything and just blaring some good old tunes.
Yeah, I would sit there like I got to the point where like, it's like if you manipulate the helicopter, you got
What is
like,
that? Credence? Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, it's like if you went down in a dive and you went up enough and you got enough speed built up, you could actually do a barrel roll in the chopper. And so I would just do that. And people, it's like you do like people shoot up, you do like a barrel roll and come down, like shooting the rockets into the jungle. You're like, I'm probably not hitting shit, but it looks good. Fuck yeah! You don't give a shit like how effective you are. You're like,
Battlefield Vietnam was
Uncle
so good.
Sam
I played
would
it
be
for way more
proud,
years
you know?
than it was like an active game. It's
yeah.
like Battlefield Vietnam. So 1942 was amazing. It was very groundbreaking.
Yeah, 42
And
is fun.
I think really had the
Pretty
early Call of
basic.
Duties as well because they were Call of Duty themed. There was a lot of single shot rifles. It wasn't real like slidey or wild or egregious.
Yeah, I mean you
gameplay
had like
tactics.
your
with,
like your
with Vietnam, the bots actually were decent. They weren't great,
yeah.
but they were decent, and so you could set up like some like personal server bot games, whatever, where you could have an actual enjoyable, engaging game. And there was like, it was random generated names, but like we had our own thing with my little gaming friend community where it was like, that Dong Bak whatever is like a piece of shit. Like he's just fucking farming people because there was like a spectrum to it. They weren't all the same level. It seemed like some of them were really like farming you too as these flipping bots, and you're like, God damn it,
Yeah.
Quang Dang is an asshole, and
Dang. I was
I won't
on the
stand for it.
1942 map. The most common one, like, I feel like every other game was like LL Main. The
yeah.
the
Oh, I mean, yeah.
North African map where it's just like open with a
That was
bunch of
one of the best
plains.
ones.
But they had those like structure bridges, right? Across like from the three capture points up on the mountains, and like the train tracks bridges that came across. And I would always like people. I'd like be dog fighting. I'd be like I'd get the Spitfire, so I'd be on the British side, and it'd be dog fighting the 109s. I was faster. They were more maneuverable, so it was like you had this whole kind of dynamic. But it's like I would fight them, and if they ever got behind me, I'd like go take them on a run and then loop them down through the bridges because it was kind of a tight. And if you like went through the bridges, you had to like go sideways through the supports. And if you didn't do it right, obviously your wings are gonna clip and you're gonna crash. And half the time they came through with me, but half the time I go like, oh, and then like, I'm gonna go after them, and they just fucking die. I'm like, scrub. Yeah.
Those were the glory days, in my opinion. When I hear people talk about, like especially Call of Duty, and they're like, peak Call of Duty was like Modern Warfare 1, and I was like, dude, peak Call of Duty was when everybody was on a very similar playing field, and you had like stripper clips, and it wasn't
M1s.
sliding or anything like that. Like it was really cool maps
Well, like
and a lot
Call
of
of
more
Duty
even guns.
Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, there was none of that slidey fucking bull.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I liked
that's a
Modern
more
Like,
recent.
Warfare 2.
Everybody had the same kill streaks. Everybody
Yeah.
had the same weapons.
Yeah,
the
Modern
same
Warfare
attachments,
2
all
I
fucking-
enjoyed a lot. That was a fun multiplayer. I played it on PS3, so I know there's a PC thing of it as well. But like,
Sure.
because this is when I had a laptop, so I didn't have much of a gaming PC. But I played the shit out of Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer and loved it. It was really good. And I haven't played any of the Call of Duty since then. I know they had a recent Call of Duty that was free, wasn't there?
I don't
What's
think
that?
so.
Isn't there a recent Call of Duty that was like free to play multiplayer?
So yeah, the
Is there?
Call of Duty, they've redone the Modern Warfares, right? So Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the recent one that came out in 2019, I think it was. This last one, Modern Warfare 2, and this next one, right, that's out right now, Modern Warfare 3. They're all free to play,
Oh, that's
right?
They're
So like the battle
it's
royale
battle
portion of it,
passes and shit.
the battle royale portion of it is free to play, but you don't get the campaign,
yeah,
you
yeah.
don't get anything like that. So if you buy it, you get the campaign, you get all that other shit. If you just download the Warzone portion,
It's
you
just
just get the
Played
battle royale.
Just the battle royale, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I do remember that actually, because that was the one that came out during COVID.
And is
It
it
was
battle
the
royale?
remake
It's
of
not
Modern
like
Warfare.
it's not like one side versus the other. It's just battle royale.
It was
Yeah.
only the battle royale mode. Was
I
the free
see.
to
Like,
play.
I'm not like I
And you
get
got it
battle
included
royale.
if you bought it.
Battle
and so
royale is
most
kind
of
of
the people
fun.
Just played it. But
I liked the 1v like
deathmatch,
team versus team.
scenarios, whatever. Yeah,
I liked you had that's part of the reason why I liked
playing shipment and
Half-Life Counter Strike. You had terrorists versus counter terrorists, and then
Rush B.
PlanetSide was 3 different factions, but it was still like it was a
PlanetSide was so
1v1 as opposed to just everyone versus everyone. And
I know a lot of people want this.
Modern Warfare
Vanguard to
2
be
was
PlanetSide,
again,
and
it
I
was
wish
just like,
was.
like one side versus the other. I'm not a fan of like the free for all as much. I know that that's what Vanguard is, and I actually am okay with it being like that in Vanguard, but but because of Vanguard is much more of like, I guess I've never really done extraction shooters, and I guess it's more fine with me in that aspect where like you can go in, do your mission, and then extract, and that's it. Like you're on your own mission essentially. I feel like I'm fine with that because in the other missions that are free for all, it's like you only win if you're the last group alive, which is unlikely. So
Very
that's
uphill.
why I didn't like the
Well, and also
what do you call it? Like the free for all battle royales. I'm not a big fan of those, but since
So wait, real
PlanetSide
quick,
1 was awesome. PlanetSide 2 I'm not a fan of. PlanetSide 1 was fucking great though.
comparable because I now that you made that mention, it makes me think of this. So the clone system is kind of cool. It's kind of a struggle, like
Shawn's,
the
I
whole
think,
collecting
sorry.
biomass and whatever to get to bank some clones to bring your teammates back. But it's not nearly as engaging as like back in Call of Duty, where in those battle royales and
You go
stuff, if you
medic
were
your guy
dying,
up.
you were watching your one guy like hold the team up, like being the
Yeah.
last man standing or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as cinematic thus far anyway, to where you're still invested in some way. But like that was one of the things that I hated about it. Is like I don't come to these games to fucking watch my buddy hide in a bush or whatever to try to like outlast everything. Like
Yeah.
I want to fucking play a game. If I can't respawn in a shooter, then fuck the shooter. And so like this one, yeah, we're all getting our bearings and stuff, so I wasn't gonna weigh on it too hard or anything. But it was like I want to come back. I want to play too. Like if it's a detriment to my team's score or something, so be it. Like that makes sense and that's fine. But I don't want to be like gatekeeped for
By clones,
5, 10, 15 minutes at a time where it's like I'm really just trying to like survive just to get you guys
especially
back and, like,
if you get knocked out
just
early.
sneakily pick
It's
somebody off so I can bring somebody back. And it was like, come on, it's a little uphill. I want to play a game.
I could see that too. Yeah, especially if you just spawn in and you just like, okay, let's spawn. Okay, and you just decide like where to go and you just like fucking get capped right off the bat.
Yep.
And now you're just, I mean, maybe you use like your one team's like starting clone, but after that, it's like if you get knocked out early and you got no clones left, it's like, okay, guess I just don't do shit for the next 10
there
to
was
20
at
minutes.
least quite a few
depending.
moments to where while we were still getting our footing, we were like, okay, we're just kind of hanging out. And it was like, should we, like, I almost feel like we should kind of back out and like do our own round real quick, because like it's not easy or anything, and I don't think it should be. But like honestly, if they just tweaked the dial like maybe even just 0.25% to where it was like, let's just make it slightly easier to get your guys back in, because that's the fun. It's tense and it can be its own like light level of fun of being like, can we all get back or whatever. But I don't want it to be easy mode to where we're just easily back. But I do think that the fun of those games is when people are playing together. It's not the tense hope of like, can I get back in the game? That wears off real quick to where it's like, well, fuck, I'm just gonna reload a game. Like if it's gonna be 5 or 10 minutes for you and you're still looting or whatever, and you could probably extract maybe, but like come on, we want to play. We want to play together.
Yeah. Well, that's like one of the good things about the way that they have it set up is that, let's say you and me and Drayden are in a squad, and I get wiped and there's no more clones, but you guys just finished the contract. You don't have to extract, right? You can just quit the game. You know what I mean? Because you're not bringing anything out with you.
Right.
True.
It's
not
a contract
much anyway.
that you're
Like
about.
a little bit
So,
of
like,
token loot.
You don't have to craft the beacon. You don't have to get the shield. You don't have to go find some place to put it down and then wait the 30 seconds. You can just be like, okay, well, we're done the contract. Let's just all quit and start another one. So I like that.
I agree.
Although I wish, does that give
Like,
contract credit to the person that was dead?
Yes. From
Okay,
think
good.
from what we saw, it was auto banked and it was everybody in the squad. If I
Okay,
recall.
cool. Yeah, that's good then.
I think we were all alive, so I'm not sure if we
Well,
can
when
hang our
you
hat
and
on
I
that, but
when you and I completed the contract, LB was dead and he had already left the squad and went and started playing a solo thing.
I think
So
he
I wasn't
banked it.
sure if it counted towards him at that point.
I know
I'm
that
pretty
there
sure
was
we all
one.
got it banked.
We played with Redline that one night, and I think I finished the contract as I was dying, and I still got the contract. I was dead, but like the end lobby screen showed me that I'd finished a contract.
Like, I don't know if you got the one that me and Akroth did, because me and Akroth finished it, but you'd already left the squad to do a solo thing because we were taking too long.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe I wouldn't.
And so I don't know if you got that one, but that makes sense.
I thought
if
he
you
did
leave this.
though. That was the neon lights one, right? Where we saw like a little red thing in the distance.
Well,
and
we
if you
heard the
ran up to
bass
it, it
drop.
looked like a
Oh,
little, like a
did you
neon
hear
light.
the bass drop? He's
Yes,
like, no, I didn't hear
yes.
the bass.
Oh, it's an epic sound.
Yeah,
They did
it's
really well on that.
It's kind of like one of those bass drops. that
Real
you-
gratifying.
Yeah.
Because I've only had it twice now, and it was once with all you guys.
I've
and
only
was
had it once.
A couple days later with like another buddy or a courtmate or something, and it was just like he was like, "Oh shit," and I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, we did
No,
it.
it's
It
like-
sounds real good."
You'll never forget it. It's one of those things you'll be like on your deathbed, like, "Oh, how you doing?" Like, the bass.
Yeah.
The bass of Vanguard.
So neither of you guys have played DMZ on Call of Duty, then, have you?
I did. Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. Was that not the friggin'
So on this-
whatever that
on this-
city map was.
On this last Modern Warfare 2 iteration,
Not the COVID
there
one?
was not the COVID one.
Okay.
Not the
then
one
no.
from
it-
like back in PS3 days.
No, not the Verdansk one that you played, Ackroth,
Verdansk,
not
yeah,
the
that's
one
what I was
from
thinking.
PS3, but the latest Modern Warfare 2.
I have
Okay.
not.
No, I did
haven't
not.
played that. No.
If you bought it, it came with this beta version of this game mode called DMZ. And what it was like, if you think of
Little
Tarkov as
sliver
like,
between North and
like
South Korea. I've heard of
Yeah.
it.
People
yeah,
try some.
if you think of Tarkov as like an extraction
Beautiful
shooter,
animals.
like
Minefield.
super on the realistic side, you know what I mean? Like bullet drop and all that fucking shit, and like.
So is this squad sneaking into
this
the
is like-
DMZ of Korea and then
Well,
sneaking
no,
out?
it's.
I don't
not
think it's
DMZ of
really linked
Korea.
to Korea, even though we.
It has
think
nothing to do with
there.
Korea. It has
Yeah,
nothing to do at all.
it's a
with
shame
Korea.
because I want it to be, but yeah, I get you.
So the DMZ mode was like an extraction version of Call of Duty. So it had like
Okay.
Call of Duty guns,
Dave.
operators,
Said
fucking
Tarkov's making a bunch of money. Let's get in
the
on it.
movements. Yeah, let's get in on this. And it was actually really, really fun. So you
Okay.
would go in and you would have certain contracts that you could pick up in the game. And then you would complete those contracts. And as you completed the contracts, you unlocked perks for your guy. So like, you're familiar with Call of Duty and perks, right? Sleight
Yep.
of hand, marathon, those kind of fucking things.
Cold blooded.
Cold
That's right.
blooded. When you played DMZ, you wouldn't have any of those perks. You had to unlock the perks by completing contracts and then
Ah.
getting in the helicopter at the end of the round. It was a 20-minute round, and at the end of 20 minutes, like the circle started to shrink, and then you had to get on the last chopper.
Fuck those circles.
Yeah.
But it was good. It had a proximity chat. It had a squad system in it. It had a system where like you could invite people in the game to your squad. So like we were talking about that, like tense alliances in Vanguard. The same thing would happen in DMZ. Like you'd be rummaging around, you'd see a dude off in the distance, and you'd be like, "Oh fuck, I can either go fight this guy or I can go see what he's up to." And if we're on the same like path, I can send him a squad invite. And now we can be buddies, and we'll go through and be buddies together. And one of the things that was happening in the game was like they had 6-man squads. That was the biggest squad you could get. And these guys would roam around the map. Like they'd start out as a 4-man squad because that's as big as you can get to go into the map. But you could pick 2 guys up in the game.
That's kind
So
of
if you were one of the first 2 guys that this group would kill, they would pick you back up and you'd become part of their squad. And you'd have to like follow along.
potentially anyway.
These murder hobos would drag you around the map and be like, "Let's fucking kill this guy." You're like, "Well, oh, I don't know." Okay. And you're killing fucking random dudes in the map and they're screaming like, "No,
I don't
please."
feel good about this.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's like
But
the
then you'd pick up all their loot and you'd fucking leave, right? So you had basic loot to start, and as you went through the game, you'd pick up other better things like a vest with 3 armor plates in it instead of just 1, or a big old backpack you could fit more shit into, stuff like that.
Okay.
It was a really good game mode. It was really like I played the shit out of it.
It was well
Like,
received.
It had hooks, right? It got me hooked real good. And unfortunately, they're not supporting it on the next Modern Warfare, which is probably a
Wow.
good thing for Vanguard, because I think Vanguard could take a lot of things out of DMZ and kind of apply it to they're doing, not copycat it, but some of
You
the
heard that, right, Darwin? Just
He's-
tweak what you're doing for this one game that you're carrying, and just make it like the other game.
Yeah.
Steal
Yeah.
some market.
I
Sure.
I will say I do like proximity chat in some, like
It
there's a lot of
has its
times
appeals if executed
there's
well.
a lot. It really
Yeah.
depends on the community. Like I mean, like there's sometimes where like proximity chat is just like obnoxious as fuck.
Toxic.
You got the one
Yeah, yeah.
dude that's just blaring this stupid shit. Especially if it's not even like his microphone. It's like just random sounds. Although I will say, even though PlanetSide 1 was my favorite, I've played a bit of PlanetSide 2, and PlanetSide 2, I think the funnest ever interaction I've had with proximity chat I've ever seen in a game ever happened. This guy, like, imagine him as like he literally sounded like a radio host, and was playing like role playing the game as like a Vietnam radio host in
Good morning,
PlanetSide.
Vietnam.
Yeah, well, like, so we're all loaded up, and like I wasn't even in this platoon, but I randomly joined this platoon, just for this, joined the squad. I wasn't in the platoon, but like, it was like an all platoon
I
thing.
remember people like that from
Yeah, and so-
side too.
And platoons in
was like a
PlanetSide
thing.
are kind of like alliances or corps in Eve. same
Yeah.
thing. But so in platoon chat, this guy, or just local chat, but like in the platoon, he was there. And we start flying out in like a Galaxy dropship. So it's like a passenger dropship that you can like drop in out of. It's like a, paradrop assault squad type vehicle. It can also carry a light tank and 2 max suit, like mech suits, basically.
Yeah.
And so we're all heading out, like we're like loading up at like the main neutral like main base. He's like, all right, load up squad, come on in here. He's like just doing like the smooth talking thing. It's like, holy shit. I was like, that's how I load up. Like, oh, looking around. I was like, there's 4 open seats in this thing and no one else is coming. I'm like, can I load up? Can I load up? He's like, yeah, man, jump on in. I was like, all right, cool. So I jump in. And then we lift off after a couple more people jump in. And we start going over to like the base that's under attack in the continent. And he's just like, "All right, we coming in hot." Pipe open 5x5. Starts playing, and then you start hearing like you said, you start hearing the fucking like
He's like really laying into it.
He's like playing CCR Fortunate Son on his mic. Yeah. Along with him talking, so it's like
while playing Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah. He's like sitting there, all right, let's go. We're gonna drop in. Don't be scared. Drop in. Hit the fucking rally point. We put the rally point on the map. He's like going off. Like I was like, oh shit, okay, yeah. Like I got the mission. Okay, this is the mission. And like we all get over there. He's like, everyone drop out. Yeah. And he drops out of the plane too, so the plane just crashes because there's no pilot anymore. He's like, fuck it, I'm coming. And we land on the ground, and he just like all of a sudden switches like some fucking like Pantera song, just like respect Wong. What do you say? And we're all like running and charging the doors. I'm like, this is fucking awesome. And then I get fucking gunned down, but luckily there's a spawn vehicle that dropped out there. So like,
they can't take us all.
Yeah, so I instantly die because I'm just like, let's fucking go and die. And I'm like, okay, respawn. And I somehow kept, because you could just listen to the proximity chat and see where that guy was. And so everyone just, like, he had his platoon of 30 guys, but there was like 50 to 100 people just like following this guy into everything he did. I was like, dude, this guy is like, I don't know who the fuck he was to this day, but I was like, that is like probably the most fun I've ever had in FPS. Ever.
I experienced that once or twice in PlanetSide 2 myself, and I think it kind of became like a kind of culture. Obviously, you can't just like walk into the role. Like you need a talented person to do that. But like
he's like
did become a little bit of a thing where like there was a few people that were like the hype man for their faction or whatever.
Yeah, he's like that FC everyone loves to fly with, and the FC
nightly.
Yeah, he's like the FC that everyone loves, and the FC's like, I'm gonna take a fleet out, and everyone's like, fuck, I'm gonna stop what I'm fucking doing to fly with this guy.
Dude's fucking hilarious. Let's go.
Yeah, so this was that guy, and it was absolutely the funnest shit. It's like normally back in PlanetSide 1, I was actually like really involved with a outfit and got super deep into that game on the leadership levels, the just general everything levels. That was fun, but PlanetSide 2 just kind of felt like more of a mindless meat grinder. It just didn't have the same kind of like structured
on occasion,
funness to it. But what I was one of my random times jumping into PlanetSide 2 was with that guy, and I was like, okay. And I played PlanetSide 2 for like a month after that, just like kind of trying to chase that high, I guess. And I was just like, it's like, where did he go?
Yeah,
like it's like if this guy was still here, I'd just be playing here every day. But like I saw him that one time, I didn't see him ever again. I was like, this game's just fucking boring without that dude in it. I guess I don't know.
I had a similar experience. Fun. Me and my best friend, part of what we really enjoyed about the whole PlanetSide thing, and we played it over, like off and on over a couple of years. So like we'd reinstall it every once in a while, just having a good time or whatever. In the early days, it was like you drive your whatever that SUV van looking thing back behind bases, and you could have a spawn point, or you'd fly in and you'd create a new front.
The bubble spawn vehicle, the invisible thing,
And so the biggest part of fun for us was creating a new front. We would go behind enemy lines, we'd sneak in either via an aircraft or like a van thing, and we'd create a new front and have a good time. At some point they made it where there was only like a wall, like you could only fight over like the most close touching things. You couldn't like open up a new front by just infiltrating too hard. But there was one time where we kind of just like, let's just join like the big like public groups or something, you know, like let's join whatever the public squad thing is, and it was one of those, and it was like, holy shit, this is what these guys are doing.
Yeah,
Like
it's
we
so
were having
fun.
our own good time, but like they were having just a real big time, and it was one of those things where it was like they just had a real charismatic, fun guy that was like commentating and like hype manning throughout things, and it was like, holy shit, that's pretty fun and cool.
Yeah, and it's like any orders he gave, even if his orders were like, because there was a midpoint we were fighting with, and you know he was like, we need more people to assault the front gate, but we need one squad hold back, defend the backside. It's like and then my squad leader was like, we're gonna defend the backside. I'm like, okay. Oh, the fun's going that way, but you know what? Hey, we got to do our job back here. We got to defend the back gate, and we did not defend the back gate.
I bet he'll speak about
the
us
back
later.
gate
I'm
is
gonna
where
hear about-
everyone came through. We got fucking annihilated, but you know what? We tried because
It's wild to
because
think
Dude
about, though,
Man
'cause-
said to hold the back gate.
It's funny, I never made like the same comparison of like, you know, notable Eve FCs like ring out, right? Like it's almost like you can, you know, find, you know, you can create your footnote in history. And I never thought about that in PlanetSide, but like that was a thing. There was some
Yeah.
people that just like rang out. And granted, I couldn't tell you their names because I was never that.
There was way
dedicated
more of
or
a
serious,
command thing in the
But a lot
first
of people
Planet
that was
side.
their main game. So like they did like on a nightly, but they probably knew those guys' names, and they were like, I'm all about, you know, the Elo Knight fleet or the whatever,
Yeah.
whoever that person was for their gaming community. And we just like touched on it. You know, we just dipped our toes in. We're like, oh shit, these guys are like, this shit's cool.
Yeah. Well, it's. I feel like the first Planet side had much more of a command structure. The second Planet side is just a meat grinder with technical command ranks. I feel like it doesn't really have as much.
That might
I
be
mean,
the
maybe
case. I
I'm
think I played
wrong.
more
Maybe
first.
now that it's been out for several years, maybe there's more coordination than I think. But I don't know. It just the last several times I've jumped into it, it just felt like mindless, just meat grinder. There's no real. In the old Planet sides, you had like you had the main generals, you had the colonels under them, and you had the command ranks like 5 through 1 that could actually affect stuff on the map and run squads and direct continents worth of battalions. They had that, and then in Planet Side 2, it's just like this seems to be the main fight. Everyone spawn here, everyone fight here, hopefully win spot. Like there's no coordination. There's nothing. It's just chaos, which I don't know. Some people like that. I
think you're right though.
Yeah,
like
I'm
that
not a
was our
fan of
initial
PlanetSide 2.
thing.
PlanetSide 1 was fucking cool. PlanetSide
It was
2
amazing.
feels just so much like more of a monotonous grind compared to the other one. Even though the engine's better.
Just a shock.
I mean, the engine's way better. It looks better. It functions better. The controls are better, but
you have to
and the actual
find ways
just
to
like
monetize every
yeah,
little
in the
thing
actual
now.
gameplay, it's just meh. I don't know.
No, you're not wrong. And it's funny because I've seen that as a recurring thing where people are like, wow, I really hope this is either like one of two things. They're like, I really hope this is really similar to X, Y, or Z thing I liked about Dust, or I really hope this is like Planet Side. And I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, like
I feel like it's an
that's-
extraction shooter.
Planet
It looks
Side,
really
like
cool.
if Planet Side never existed in its own right, Planet Side would have been the perfect candidate, like the concept
Yeah,
of Planet Side
absolutely.
for hey, you're playing another game that loosely interacts with this one game that's, or whatever already existing. And like you're not gonna be like night and day changing the maps or whatever of, game A, but like here in game B you could have some effects on it and like it would have made perfect sense.
Well, and the way the map changes in PlanetSide is very much like Faction Warfare 2 as well. So
Exactly. That's why I'm
it
like
would fit
if-
in there perfectly.
if there wasn't like if PlanetSide never was a thing and they just happened to pull off a similar concept or the same concept themselves, it would have been like, oh yeah, this makes total
Yeah.
sense.
They just had to have 4 factions instead of 3, and it'd be the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
like I honestly I know, being a Sony product and whatever with PlanetSide, like they couldn't, but it was like if you could have ever like tied in, licensed, whatever, and just been like, and this is the other side of the mechanic, it'd be like, yeah, no, there would have
just
been
take
some
it over.
buy-in, like way more buy-in.
The other thing is but the thing is PlanetSide was awesome in its first execution. The second execution, I think, had more potential, but they just I feel like the things they changed were not what people wanted to change, and then the things they left the same were the things that people didn't like. So they kind of, well, also the fact that it's, I wouldn't say pay to win, because
I think there was some aspects of that. Though.
It's as close
They
as you can
leaned
get
into
to pay to.
microtransactions.
It's as close as you can get to pay to win without actually technically being pay to win, because everything in the game that you can pay for, you can get without paying. So it doesn't have that like gold ammo aspect where you can only be this strong if you pay money. But the amount of points that you had to grind to unlock certain guns, certain vehicle weapons, and stuff like that,
you might
got to a point where it's like, okay, unless you've been playing this game for 10 years, which I don't even think it's been out for 10 years, it's like you're going to have a bunch of stuff not available to you if you've never spent money. So the people that spend money can have all the cool stuff, even though, yes, you can get that without spending money, but to get it without spending money takes so much time of grinding points. So it's very much a technically not pay to win, but realistically borderline somewhat pay to win. And I'm not a fan of that. They lean to the microtransactions as like, if you want to unlock this gun, microtransaction, as opposed to now they do have cosmetics, which like cosmetics, I'm all for every game out there doing microtransactions for cosmetics. It's like, I'm totally down if they want to make stuff look cool and make you pay some extra money for it, but it doesn't affect the game at all. Like, I'm totally cool with that, but I don't like the fact of, oh, you want this thing that's super effective, pay us some money and then you get it. Like, that's bullshit. But
no, I 100% agree. I think it's about time to wind down.
Same, yeah.
I have a funny prox chat story first from DMZ.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I was playing DMZ, doing my thing solo, and I got killed by these two Spanish-speaking gentlemen. They were speaking English, but they had an accent.
You knew they were Spanish speakers.
Well, they spoke some Spanish to me.
Oh, okay.
As they murdered me. They called me Spanish slang names, slurs. I don't
Possibly
know.
slurs, yeah.
Might have been rude. Anyways, I was like, I'm solo. Please, like, pick me up so I can keep playing. Like, I just need to do a couple more things. And they're like, oh, so sorry, buddy. And they picked me up, and I became part of their squad. And we ended up fighting another squad. And you could listen to their comms because they have proximity chat, and they're like, no, there's two squads. There's that Mexican squad over there, and then there's that English squad over there. Like, that's two different squads.
Shit.
And they thought they were fighting two different squads. So they
You fucked them up with your diversity?
We're trying to break contact. Yeah, it was our diversity that was making them think, like, there's no way that the
enemy can
those Mexican guys are. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So everything you're saying into your mic goes on over proximity chat, right?
That actually sounds really cool.
That's pretty good tactic, actually.
Like their open-mindedness and your like desperation allowed for like this unique opportunity where people are like, oh god, we're being bombarded.
Yeah.
They're coming in from all sides.
Get out of here! There's two squads.
Speakers and the Spanish speaker.
Where's Javier? In Chalito.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
That's a really gratifying story. I like that.
Yeah.
I play with my kids sometimes too, and I have to like
being nice.
Yeah, I play with my kids sometimes too, and I have to remind them like, hey, it's prox chat, like, shut up. We're playing, and then we're like talking, and I'm like, dude, there's somebody over there. They're like talking, and then all of a sudden we'll be in a fight, and I'll be like, you know how they found us? No, you guys don't shut up.
Yeah, I do remember that from the friggin' whatever the Verdansk thing was, where we were like, hey, it's a big city. Yeah. When you get anywhere near people, maybe we just don't talk so much. Like make a like quick like do this. Let's make a quick game plan and then just like execute. Like we have to commit and just be quiet.
Yeah.
That's really funny though. Yeah. I like that.
And then you can set up like songs, like it's got a soundtrack too. So if you jump in a Jeep or a car or whatever, music plays. And of course, we jump in a car with this. I jump in a car with these two Mexican fellas, and like this loud Spanish music starts blasting, and I'm like, oh, "This is fun." We're like driving across the map, and fucking.
I was thinking you were gonna put music. I was like, "Here in my car, I feel safest of all."
You can get that pack. That's really unlockable.
Poignant.
Like called 80s music or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would see like the Fear Factory one.
Just the fucking cardigans, dude.
In cars.
Well, and part of me is wondering, is it like uploadable, or did they have a friggin' music pack that allowed Spanish music as well? So it just
There,
like gave them some options.
so in
Probably just
in
playing
that
Discord.
in the campaign, there's a portion where you go to Mexico and there's like a cartel that you're fighting along with like Mexican special forces and stuff. So that becomes part of like the multiplayer lore. So some of the operators are Latino. So then some of the music that there you can unlock or you put in your cars is like Spanish music.
You remember what was
They
that
had, like,
one
so
game?
Spanish music. They had war tracks. They had like a 90s rap one. They had like fucking 80s.
What was that
Like
one-
real
music
good
one.
variety. That's like
Yeah.
GTA
Yeah.
level, like radio
Yeah.
station variety.
What was that
Yeah.
one? It was almost like Call of Duty, but it wasn't Call of Duty. It was like the thing in like fake Bolivia, but it technically wasn't Bolivia.
I don't know which
Was
one.
it
you're
any of
any of the
thinking
Ghost
of.
Recon?
Yeah, Ghost Recon. It was one of the Ghost Recons in the drug cartel, like South America. Like I think it was Bolivia. Maybe it was Colombia. One of the two, but
Sure, probably Colombia.
well, that
Bolivia's
makes
pretty
more sense
small
because of
and tame,
Coke. But I
even
think
though
I think they were.
obviously a lot of things
I
happen
think it
there.
was actually like Bolivia or I think it was Bolivia. Actually, I don't. Man,
Yeah.
I have to look.
Well, just now when LB was telling that story, it made me wonder, like in that canon, in that game universe, did we win the war on drugs, or like how did that go? Like we were collaborating with maybe Mexican speakers or something, and like down in Mexico, it sounded like in the game. Were we winning the war on drugs yet, or
I
is
don't. It wasn't in Modern Warfare 2. The campaign's not the war on drugs. It's
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it was Ghost
Terrorizer-
Recon Wildlands.
Terrorizer has missiles. And you got to chase the missiles.
well, sure they do. That's the cartels, dude. Those
It-
guys are well armed.
It was Ghost Recon's Wildlands.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one I played.
I think the
Yeah.
last.
It was a made
I ended
up
up in a
country,
few-
but I think it meant to be Bolivia. Yeah, okay. So the game takes place in Bolivia during the Mexican drug cartel known as Santa Blanca cartel. Gains control. Yeah.
I only ever played the literal first Ghost Recon. Like, I just for a moment I was like, which one was that? But then I was like, wait, no, that these are all derivatives of the Ghost Recon series or whatever. I remember
Yep.
Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon back when I was still getting like PC Gamer, which was like high schoolish. Ghost Recon was a phenomenal good game, but then that made me think for a moment: did either of you guys ever play America's Army?
Nope.
Yep.
America's Army
I
was a free to play, and it was really fun. And also, there was like Miles servers, which is like their laser equipment thing. For whatever
Yeah.
reason, that was a really fun play mode. And I remember
really?
just having, yeah, I remember having a real big time with just playing Miles servers for whatever reason. I don't know why it was better or more fun. Maybe like I don't even think you could be revived or anything, because I remember when you got shot, it like showed your character like hunched down, like he just like sat on his ass and like put his
Yeah.
knees up or whatever, and it was like
T-posed.
while you're hanging
Did it
out.
did it have the sound like beep, like a fucking laser tag sound? I know
I don't know, maybe
the-
potentially, but I just remember it
the
being
times I've used Miles
disappointing,
gear.
but
Yeah, the times I've used Miles gear in real life, like you'll be wearing the shit, you'll be doing your thing, and all of a sudden your fucking vest will start to beep, and the referee will come out and be like, "You're dead." Like, oh,
yeah. Well,
okay,
and so
you're-
that's the thing too. Is like I said, I don't think there was any revives, and I don't remember what motivation there would have been to play the Miles servers versus the other ones, except that I remember it was vastly free to play because it was a marketing
Yeah.
maneuver for the U.S.
it's a
military.
recruiting tool.
But it was also not a bad shooter, and there
Yeah.
wasn't like blatant like gore or anything. So I was like, maybe like in there, because I almost think I might have got on like an early play thing and maybe just played the early stages, and I was like, maybe
Mhm.
there wasn't anything but Miles because they weren't trying to show death or something. But
Oh no,
honestly,
no.
I was like middle school, high school, but it was a really good shooter and it was fun. I just remember when you died, like there was no revives. It wasn't one of those kind of games because I'd played.
Did you put your
shooters where you could.
age into the game? Like, did you have to like?
I don't recall
register?
doing that. No, I mean,
Okay.
obviously this was ages ago, but I do remember when you got shot, like the whole Miles thing, and you didn't just sit there and sit, with your body. You got to spectate and stuff afterwards. But you saw your
Yeah.
guy just like sit down on his ass and like put his hands on his knees or whatever, and just be like, and it was like,
Yeah.
okay,
I remember
I'm
that
down.
in that game you went through like basic training in that game, right? And,
That's
like,
right. You had
If
to
you
like
didn't,
pass through
if you
some
didn't
tests and shit.
score good on the obstacle course,
was-
like you couldn't go
You
to
had
ranger
to do the
school.
tutorials
And
basically.
if you didn't fucking shoot good on the range, you couldn't go to sniper school. So like there wasn't any of this like, oh, I'm I'm sniper class because that's what I want to do, and then off you go, right?
So you actually have
Have
to
to-
be a
That's
sniper.
You
exactly
had
right.
to-
I remember that.
You had
Yeah,
to qualify
work
for
your way
those
through that.
jobs in order to fucking do them. It was pretty funny.
It's
Man.
almost like unlocks or skill pass.
Why they got why they got to make video games like real life?
Well, if
I
they
mean,
made it
that
like
one
real
was
life, it'd
really
be like
good.
you'd just be mopping the fucking floor all fucking.
Yeah.
Some sergeant would yell at you, and you'd have to sweep the sunshine off the sidewalk. You'd be out
I
there.
didn't
all
have to
fucking
do
day.
any, like,
Sweep the
punishment
sunshine
duties.
up the sidewalk. Has anyone ever actually done that?
I've seen.
I mean, he's
I've
ordered
seen
people to do
videos.
it, I'm sure.
I've seen video. I've ordered people. We were in
He
Afghanistan.
said,
We
no
had
one's
this thing.
achieved it to my satisfaction, but I've ordered quite a
I
few
want the
people
dirt
to
off the
sweep.
ground over there where there's no concrete.
So we were in Afghanistan. We had this little tractor called a Gator, like a John Deere Gator. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it.
Yeah, like
It's just
a
like a
little
little
six-wheel.
little side by side tractor with 6 wheels. It's got a little dump truck on the back, like whatever. And we would use it to like patrol the perimeter of the camp. I don't know why, but whatever. And then
Sure.
it rained.
Slow
Like a golf
vehicle.
cart.
It rained and the outside trail got muddy. And I told the guys, like, don't get the fucking Gator all fucked up with mud and shit. Like, I know it's fun and stuff, but like somebody else is gonna have to sit in it. And if you coat it with mud, like that's a fucking pain in the ass. And we don't have a lot of water to clean things, so like just don't.
Yeah, just don't.
And they were like, oh yeah, okay. I come out 2 hours later and these guys are fucking caked
They
with
took it as a
mud.
challenge.
And they're like, well, we didn't think it was that muddy. And I'm like, yeah, well, now guess what? And we had these like humanitarian packages and they had toothbrushes in them. So I went and dug them out. I grabbed 2 toothbrushes
some
and I
Forrest
handed them
Gump.
to them. And I'm like, here's some fucking toothbrushes. Here's some jerry cans of water. Clean the fucking Gator. And I'll come back in 2 hours. And if it's not done, I'll take it through the mud and you can clean it again. They're like,
Hell
"Oh, fuck.
yeah.
You're fucking mean." Yeah, shut up and clean the Gator.
Could have been a latrine. You're
Yeah.
lucky it's a Gator.
Could have been anything. Yeah. But I've seen stuff from like the American Army where they're like, this guy's out in the parking lot and it's raining and he's got a mop and he's just like mopping in the rain and then wringing out the mop and then mopping in the rain. You're like, what
It's
the-
real sick and twisted, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
My
Sweep.
very good.
No, sweep the sunshine off the sidewalk is another one that I've heard.
I love that
from
phrase
the
that I've
American
never heard that before. So
Yeah, I've
that's-
never, I'd be like that smart
You'll be
ass.
out there
like,
for a while, depending on time of year, right? Like-
yeah, I'd be like that smart. Like, well, Sergeant, that's impossible, and then it'd, like fucking get into even deeper trouble.
what did you just say?
Yeah. Are you questioning me? Are you fucking questioning me?
Are you saying that I don't know how to sweep the sunshine off the sidewalk?
Yeah, paint some
Yeah.
rocks. We've painted
My,
a few
uh,
rocks. Yeah.
My dad was in the Marines, and when I was still back in high school, I was like, I think I might join the Marines and whatnot. And I talked it over with my dad a little bit, and he talked me out of it. Probably thankfully, mostly thankfully, I think. But some of what he described to me was like telling me some stories and stuff, and he was like, it's a mind fuck. He was like, the goal initially is to like mentally break you down, but then to build you up into what they want. Like he was like, they're not
Yeah.
trying to like crush / kill you, but like kinda, like in
Yeah.
his own words.
Mold
But-
you.
Yeah, exactly. So he was like, they got to break you down, but then they're going to build you back up into something different. And I was like, oh, kind of confused young man, but like kind of taking some of the message. And over the
Yeah.
years, I've heard stories like these, and of course, you see it in like pop culture and whatever, but it's theoretically at least somewhat sensationalized. But like when I hear something like the phrase of like sweep the sunshine off of the sidewalk or whatever, like, oh shit, people probably did have a lot of funny little phrases and like just unattainable tasks to put people on that like
Well,
I've never
And
heard of.
I guarantee the people
It's
getting
just like,
assigned those
get
tasks
to work,
know
private.
they know it's an impossible task, and like this is a punishment. Like sweeping the sun
I'm
off
just
the
gonna
sweeping
keep
the sun off the
sweeping until
sidewalk
they
just
tell
means
me
like
to stop.
I'm
Yeah.
in trouble and I need to just sweep this porch for like the next 8 to 10 hours as a
Yeah.
punishment for whatever I did.
Yeah.
Or like mopping the rain. It's
LB
like,
comes out well
You're
after
not-
dark. He
you're
goes,
not
"Oh, you
actually-
did it!
yeah, they're
Yeah.
not
Hit the rack.
expecting you to do anything. They're just wanting
see
to
you
like
in 3 hours."
just say, hey, fuck you. We're gonna have you waste your
Yeah.
time for X amount of hours.
Yeah, I mean it's creative. It's like I respect the creativity.
Make you think twice
We
about
had,
getting
uh,
that gator dirty.
We had guys, same guys actually. They fucking their parents sent them booze in
Problem
their care
children.
package, and we weren't supposed to have booze in Afghanistan. Right?
Mm.
Sure, you're supposed to find it yourself.
So like they had it shipped to them in shampoo bottles, and the two of them decided that they're gonna get drunk. So they got drunk, and then the next morning, like they didn't get in any trouble. The next morning they showed up and they were like reeking of fucking booze. I was like, what the fuck? Where did you get booze from? They're like, I don't know, Master Corporal. I'm like, well, you know what? You guys want to fucking drink and you didn't share with anybody else? Guess what you're gonna fucking do? It's hot as fuck out. It's like 45 degrees in Celsius for like
Yeah,
proper
it's like 90 to 100.
It's hot. It's above 100.
Desert
it's
wet.
above
It's like
100.
100. Yeah,
It's
was
dry
it
as fuck. Like,
21
okay,
is 72, so it's that's like 105, 110.
Multiple times.
yeah. Everybody else is going to clean weapons. You have to go and get the rags for us to clean the weapons. They're on the other side of the camp, and the camp is like it's Kandahar Airfield, so it's like the size of a small city.
Okay.
You walk over there and
Oh,
get
yeah,
the
no
fucking
vehicles.
rags and come back with them. We're going to start cleaning weapons in half an hour, and it's probably like 2K, so it's going to take them 20 minutes
Like
to
a
walk
good
there.
hoof. Like,
Yeah,
don't
so
walk it.
they're gonna have to run, and then when they get there, this rags, like it's like a compressed bale of fucking old t-shirts cut up, right? So it's like
Shop towel shit.
it weighs a lot. So they're like taking turns carrying this thing and shuffling back down the fucking street. And people would pull up and be like, "Do you guys need a ride?" And they'd be like, "No, we're not allowed to have a ride." And they'd be like, "Oh, okay." So they showed up with the rags and they're like all fucked up. I'm like, cool. Hey, we could use a table to clean these weapons on. Go to the other side of camp. There's an empty like spool that they used to have like cable on, like wire. Roll that back so we can have a table to put the weapons on and clean them. Like, oh, what the fuck? So by the time they finished like running all over camp, they were getting like all kinds of different things for us and stuff.
Probably puked a few
all,
times.
yeah, all the booze was out of their system. Like, oh, maybe next time you'll know, like, don't fucking break the rules, you fucking doorknobs. Yeah.
Which,
Yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, it's like, it's funny and it's cruel, but then it's like, but when I was a young man, it's dumbass. I'm
Right.
still prone, but like I was exceptionally more so, I'm sure. Like I was more
Yep.
opportunistic with less forethought. Yeah, I would have created those situations. You gotta mold some young men into smarter young men.
Yeah. Like I'm going to go on like a semi-political rant now. We've become very risk averse in the army,
Sure.
and we don't want to get in trouble, right? But then at the same time, we're afraid to discipline people. You know what I mean? So instead of
Yeah.
instead of letting people fuck up and then disciplining them so they get better at their job, we just like build a bunch of rules to make sure that nobody ever gets in trouble ever. So
Hmm.
we were in Latvia, and they were like, okay, well, you're only allowed to have 2 beer per day. We're like, okay, what happens if we have a third beer? Like, is it a fucking Skyfall, or like what happens? And like, well, no, like if you're drunk, you can't do your job. I'm like, yeah, but if I have 3 beer, I'm not drunk. But if this guy has 1 beer, he's 80 pounds. If this guy has 1 beer, he's fucking loaded.
Yeah.
So with this two beer a day is not,
Can we
it's not
trade?
it's not a real thing. They're like, well, like, what would you do? Well, how would your fucking alcohol policy look? And I was like, well, we have a policy. Like, if you show up to work drunk, you get in shit, right? And if the guys show up to work, we're still in a hot place. It's still 30 degrees Celsius, which is it's the summertime, right? They still have to work in a parking lot on these vehicles. Like, if you showed up hungover to work once or twice, you're gonna learn your lesson. Like, you're gonna figure it out real quick, right? Like, maybe I won't go to the Soldiers Club and
This
have
is miserable.
six beer and show up to work and be miserable all fucking morning until the alcohol's out of me. Maybe I'll just treat it like I did every other day of the week when I wasn't in Latvia. Maybe I don't need a special rule. Maybe I can just be, a grown ass man. But people are like, oh, wow, something could happen. Make a rule. Make a rule. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. We'll make a rule. No one's allowed to drink. Well, not that bad. Oh, okay. Well, fuck.
Everyone's allowed to
Whatever.
drink all they want.
Yeah. Like, no. It is
The
what it
friggin'
is. though,
meme where you
whatever.
take the exit ramp or whatever and slide drifting into it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's basically what it was.
So
Eventually, they
it's
were like,
funny-
you're allowed to have 2 beer. You have to sign for it. You have to show your ID. You have to have a fucking friend there
Keep a
with you.
fucking
voucher you.
ledger.
Oh my God.
Did either of you guys ever see Arrested Development, the series?
No.
It was a
I've
show
only
on
seen
Fox back in like
bits
the
of it.
early 2000s. And
Yeah.
it got revived a few times on Netflix and this and that.
It's pretty
Arrested
iconic,
Development-
right? Like, a lot of memes come out of it, right? Like, there's always
lot of
money in the
memes.
bandstand. I've never seen
Exactly.
that episode, but I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Hugely, like, incredibly well written, had a lot of phenomenal talent on it, but it was like it didn't get the nod or the respect it needed to like stay on the air kind of thing. And it was one of those kind of like The Simpsons. I don't know if you guys ever remembered like The Simpsons making like blatant jokes about Fox, like while it was being
Yep.
broadcast on Fox. Arrested
Yeah.
Development did a few things like that where they were like, save this show, and it was like before anybody was doing like the third camera or whatever, and they'd be like stare at the camera kind of thing, but not quite, that
Yeah.
so it was a phenomenally well written and acted and whatever, and a lot of those people actually went on to do Archer. If any of you guys saw that, the animated show, with
Yeah, like
H.
I
John Benjamin,
haven't. I
Archer's
watched like the
phenomenal.
first season, but it's really good.
Has a very similar feel.
Do you
Really
want
good writing,
ants? Because
really
that's
good
how you
voice
get
acting.
ants.
Yeah, exactly. That was like basically the crux of Arrested Development as well. Is like had these really great quotable, relatable, whatever, things that
Lana!
were easily memeable.
Lana, what?
So when it's first kicking off, yeah.
Mop.
They go Deliverance. He goes, no, Gator. Like for the anyway. So the show debuted in the early 2000s, right around like 9/11, Iraq, kicking off all this stuff, because the whole premise was the dad was a housing developer and he was developing, he built houses in Iraq and some treason and whatever, insider trading. Like, there was flaws
Yeah.
in the finances of this family business.
Yeah.
But shit, god damn it, you were talking about drinking on base. What the fuck was
Oh
I
shit!
with that?
Military base.
Trying to remember the
Archer.
relation I was making.
Archer show. Simpsons did it.
Sure. Give me a moment. Discuss amongst yourselves. I'm gonna have to think on this for just a second. I apologize. I really do.
Gators in the mud.
No, that was just a byproduct of Archer relation to me making sure you guys had seen Arrested Development. Oh, the Iraq War, they were making jokes early on before people were making jokes quite yet.
This is like
what was that though?
Modern Iraq War or like Persian Gulf War?
Yeah.
Yeah, because LB mentioned like being over there and something,
All right.
and that's what made me think of it. I was like, well, Arrested Development, like season 1 was like shortly after kind of 9/11, well, probably like 2002, 2003 maybe, and they were like already making the jokes. I just couldn't remember what it was. Sending people all over base. They were doing work. We were doing toothbrushes. I'm sorry. That's why I'm like, I need to ponder on this for just a moment by myself. But I don't know what the fuck you said.
There's a lot of quotable quotes from fucking Archer though. I like that show.
Sure. Well, and it makes me
fucking characters in it.
Yeah. So the mom in Archer was the same mom from Arrested Development, and she played basically the same role, and she was phenomenal, and she's passed at this point. But great, strong woman, matriarch kind of character.
How much could a banana cost, Michael? $10?
Oh, that's what it was. Fuck, I just remembered. Okay. I'm sorry. I just remembered. And LB at least saw some of it, it sounds like. So
bananas.
The youngest brother, Buster, he's like an academic. He just perpetually goes to school because the family has some, respectable wealth, and he's like, whatever. He just pursues his studies, at least before the show like kicks off. That's the premise of him, is that he's a perpetual student and kind of underdeveloped and like not paid enough attention by his parents. And at some point he joins the military as all this stuff's kicking off in the Middle East and whatever. He's like, I'm joining an army, Mom, because he lives with his mother still, even though he's maybe 30-ish. Who knows? They don't really, he's an adult easily.
Yeah.
And he joins the army, and they're doing like basic, and so it's like jump over the wall, do this, that, and the other. And the guy from Reno 911, the black cop, I can't remember his name, but the guy who played the black cop, he was the drill sergeant.
President Camacho, Terry Crews.
No. Oh, what? Reno 911? Okay,
Reno 911.
We're on different wavelengths. No, not Terry Crews. Just the main character
Brooklyn
from
Nine-Nine.
Reno.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine is Terry
That's
Crews.
fair. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I see where you went with that.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking Brooklyn.
That makes way more sense, and I feel a lot better about you saying that, because I was like, no, it's a different.
Yeah, no. Brooklyn Nine-Nine was Terry Crews.
Yeah.
That's the one with Adam Sandberg and stuff.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. But so he's struggling with all of it because he's very sheltered, very just a man child, and just has no physicality or anything. And he's supposed to be like jumping over walls and doing just basic training shit. And he goes up to the drill sergeant. He's like, "Aren't you supposed to be calling me like a homo or something, like motivating me kind of thing?" And the guy's like, very serious professional military. He's like, "We can't do that anymore." He's like, "What?" And he's like, "No." And then it like makes a callback to like maybe an episode or two before where Henry Winkler, who's the family lawyer, like had made some sort of side comment to like his secretary, was like, private, homo or whatever, because he was like National Reserve, like State National Reserve or whatever, and he was, a gay guy, and his boss had disparaged him or whatever, and so there was some like they were alluding to some lawsuit, but like the army, at least early Iraq, early Afghanistan, like I said, 2002, 2003, they were already making jokes about like, no, we can't do like super brutal like motivation shit anymore. Like, we don't do that anymore. He was like, what? And so the end of the episode is him getting his oldest brother, Job, who's Will Arnett's character. I don't know if you know who Will Arnett is.
Yep.
He like convinces him like they it comes up again, and Will Arnett like comes with him to the training thing, and like as he comes up to the wall, he punches him in the stomach, and he falls down. He's like, "Yeah, next time you jump over, it'll be a lot easier, and like you'll be fine or whatever." It was just like even that was some of the brilliant writing that shows. It was all just callbacks to like little references throughout the whole show. It was very layered writing, and it was like when they were all children, his brother used to bully him and whatever, and like it did a callback to that to motivate him to become the army man that he needed to be temporarily or whatever to get through basic or something. But yeah, like I said, this was early 2000s, and they were already at least making jokes about like, no, we can't be like Arlie Ermy, whatever, we can't be the stereotypical drill sergeant that you think people are. And maybe that was just bullshit, I don't know, but like,
he did his job like the way you should. But he was like a drill sergeant way back, like when he made that movie, he had been retired for a while.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that was still probably a thing well into the 80s.
Possibly, because that movie was made in what, the late 90s, early 2000s?
Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah. It's like late
80s.
Yeah,
was it 80s? Oh, okay, 80s.
Yeah.
Well, so that was only like, what, a decade after Vietnam then.
Well,
maybe a decade and a half, depending on when.
I don't think it was early 80s by any means, but
Vietnam
Full Metal Jacket was 87. 87.
Yeah. Vietnam ended
okay. Vietnam was like late 60s to like what, 71, 72, something like that?
73?
73? Okay.
70, early 70s.
Yeah, okay, so 15 years. But yeah, like back then, because I mean, it was portraying Vietnam
75
as well, but 75.
That was when they pulled out? When the helicopter left Saigon?
Yeah, so it's
how long till McCain got back?
April 30th, 1975 is when the NVA tanks rolled through the gate of the presidential palace in Saigon, effectively ending the war. Anyways, Arlie Ermy.
Yeah.
Full Metal Jacket.
He was a tough cookie.
Best role of the movie, even though like the one guy who went on to go to Vietnam like was supposed to be the main character. It's like, nah.
Yeah.
Like half the people when they watch the movie, they don't even watch past the boot camp.
I was gonna say,
they just want to watch like I don't even remember much of the Vietnam part of that movie. I just remember the first half of the
Vietnam
movie.
part's got the best quotes, some of the best quotes anyway.
Some of them, yes.
Yeah, like
what do we get for $5?
Anything you want.
Anything?
I was introduced to that movie in middle school by a buddy who was like his family was fairly like, I'm not gonna say church going, but they had their fundamentals. He was well off into the Scouts. They had a bunch of guns at home and some other stuff. Also, just really cool quality people for the most part. His dad had some views that I didn't agree with, but like to this day probably. But overall, just quality people by most respects. And he introduced me to quite a few things, but one of those was Full Metal Jacket. And he even back then, like in middle school, he was like, "Yeah, the first half of the movie is basically the most of it." And I was like, we watched it through it a few times. I was like, yeah, I see what you mean.
I remember like all of the boot camp stuff, and when you get to the Vietnam stuff, like I think I've only seen that. I've seen that movie like 7 times. I've seen the Vietnam part
full movie
like
maybe once.
Yeah,
same.
And it's like I couldn't like other than the fact of like the first charge by the Viet Cong or whoever charged that or the North Vietnamese. when they charge them, they have like the guys are panicking, like, oh, what do we do? They're freaking out because like their first taste of actual combat. Like that's the only part of that whole movie past boot camp that I remember. I know
I don't even think you're remembering that right. I've seen the whole movie like 1,000.
Yeah, probably.
That's fair.
And yeah, so it's just like once R. Lee Ermey gets shot by Pyle.
Yeah.
You can probably watch about half the movie.
I was like, oh man, what an ending! They're like, oh, the movie goes on. I'm like, no, it doesn't.
No.
Just shut it off.
There's
Just,
more
Like, it's a
lessons to
whole
learn.
turn.
it's like I don't remember anything past that. It's like, oh shit, R. Lee Ermey got shot. Well, that was a good movie. Anyway, what's next? Like,
It's wild though, and like looking back, and granted, I probably maybe saw the full movie twice. I don't mean just literally once, but maybe only like a few times, like not many compared to maybe let's say maybe the dozen or so that I saw the intro or the first half. But like over time, I've seen so many war movies that I'm like, oh, these are phenomenal war movies by various respects, and I've never been to war, so this is an outsider perspective, sure, but it was like that for whatever reason, a lot of people didn't just latch onto that one.
yeah.
But that was like half the fucking movie. It's just people mentally divided it into two movies.
Well, I
and
mean,
they were
people are more
decided.
focused on the questions. Which actually now I gotta ask a question. LB, why do drill sergeants not like jelly donuts? Like what?
Okay, so
What
in
is
the
it about the
context,
jelly donut that makes it so
in
infuriating?
the context of
Foot Locker.
I love jelly donuts.
Good jelly donut.
In the
So,
Foot Locker of your
but in the-
subordinates?
In the context of Full Metal Jacket, Pyle is overweight, according to the Marine Corps. So
They're
he's
trying to
not
shove him
allowed to
down.
have desserts. And during a lot of military boot camps, you're restricted on the types of foods you're allowed to eat.
Oh,
So he was in the mess hall. He stole the jelly donut. He smuggled it back to the shacks. He put it in his barracks, like Foot Locker, and like
why didn't he just
a
eat
lot
it?
right. Why didn't he just eat it?
Because you want to save it for later, but
Well,
you
if
can't
he-
do
if he
that
did-
with R. Lee Ermey
he
in
did-
town.
If he would have tried to eat it in the mess hall, he would have got caught by a drill sergeant and smoked. If he would have tried to eat it somewhere else, he would have got caught by a drill sergeant. The only time he could have eaten it was in the middle of the night. He would have woke up, opened up his
Okay,
fucking
that's
box,
the
and
premise
ate his
they were
fucking
given
jelly donut. The mistake he makes is he leaves his Foot Locker unlocked during the hygiene inspection. That's what they're doing. They're having a hygiene inspection. So R. Lee Ermey's walking down the line, looking at the toenails and the toes of the soldiers, and he's looking at the fingernails of the soldiers to make sure they've trimmed and cleaned their fingernails. They've cut their toenails straight across and not curved them. They don't have any ingrown toes or toenails, and they don't have any like foot fungus or fucking.
Wait, you're not supposed to curve the cut on your toenails?
No, they're supposed to cut straight across. That was how they don't get
Everything
ingrown.
is about regulation and.
Oh, that's so weird. Because then
So,
the
you
outside
can
of your
hear him-
toe is sharp.
You can hear him when he's going down the line and he's talking about like he slaps somebody's hands. He goes, trim them. And he fucking points at somebody's toes. He's like, toe jam. So he's like jacking people. And there's another drill instructor that's going to be in the room. He's writing this stuff down so that those guys get smoked or get told what to do afterwards. And he gets to Piles and he notices that his box that he's standing on is unlocked. And he says, well, holy fuck, it's supposed to be locked. Let's teach this guy a lesson. So he dumps his box out to make sure that there's nothing missing.
Holy shit. What the fuck is that?
And then, holy Jesus. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
What is that, Private Pyle? A jelly donut? A jelly
A
donut?
jelly
Are you allowed to have
donut.
jelly donut in the barracks, Private Pyle? No, sir. Are you allowed to eat jelly donuts, Private Pyle? No, sir. Why is that, Private Pyle? Because I'm too heavy, sir. Because you're a disgusting fat body, Private Pyle. I fucking love that movie. Seen it
really
1,000 fucking times.
That's
Oh,
really
shit.
wild to think about too. So when I was in high school, there was about a 5'0" guy that was part of kind of the in-crowd athletic crowd, whatever that circle was. But he did roids even in high school, which I found pretty wild as a maybe naive young man. And he was a little fucking sausage of a man. He hit the gym a lot, and he was a roiding little man. And that was fine, because in high school, who gives a shit? And he was just a little bulldog.
Maybe it was just
And
what's that
and-
stuff the kids were using? The muscle
No,
water
he was
weight
doing
thing.
the roids.
Creatine, the big old creatine
was-
shit.
He was doing the roids like a
Oh,
ton
okay.
of people, but like But here's the fun thing: is back then, we're talking like mid 2000s, we were all still on Facebook and shit. And I remember looking there after, we all went off to schools and whatever right after high school and did whatever our things were. He joined the Marines right out of high school, which I think he was pretty loud about, like he was going to be doing something like that anyway. And he shrank up like a motherfucker. And I mentioned it to somebody because I was very naive as a young man. And I was like, what the fuck happened to, fucking sausage dude, little bulldog dude? And they were like, that was not real. And I was like, wait, what? And they were like, no, old boy was fucking doing roids. And I was like, really? Because in my mind, that's like controversial and crazy. And they were like in the
No one
sense
does
of like
drugs.
professional sports and stuff. And it was like, he was in fucking high school. Like nobody's going to say anything or like do like, he was, he just doing something, kind of societally controversial or whatever. But like in the Marines, he's like, he's not getting his dope or whatever. And like, he shrunk up to like a functional fucking weight because he was doing all the normal stuff and eating normal food and like not getting to stick his ass with some drugs. And I was like, oh shit.
Going through basic training, he's getting a proper diet,
right?
But he's not getting the extra calories he would need to maintain that size of a frame. So his frame's going to start shrinking up, and he's not getting access to a weight room. Right? He's only doing body weight exercises. So the more weight you're carrying for a body weight exercise, like a pull up or a push up, like that's not good. So it behooves you to get rid of some of that weight so that you can run and jump and fucking do pull ups and push ups and all that good stuff, right? So
yeah, there's just
he
pure
was
strength.
probably
There's
at an
dexterity. There's
probably at an
speed.
actual disadvantage when he showed up to boot camp,
right?
Roided out than anybody else who had just shown up from like running cross country team or like the track team or whatever. Those guys would have had an easier time than he would have.
Like I said, when I, being that age and me being naive to what it just existed around me potentially, I was just like, he's kind of short. He's a stocky young man. Like when I say bulldog, he reminded me of a human version of a bulldog. He was a very fucking little squatted out little young man. And that's what it was, is they were like, no, he's been fucking roiding and stuff. And like, he went there and like he said, he's doing body weight exercises and eating whatever, a very fixed amount of calories and shit. And it was like, no, that's what he does look like now. Like, and there was nothing wrong with that or anything, but it was just like that's the real him. He wasn't Mr. fucking squatty. He was like, he's just a short frame man, and he was still, very good shape and everything. It was just like, he wasn't just a bulldog anymore. Like an English bulldog or whatever, like some fucking dog with shoulders and shit, where it's like, dogs aren't supposed to do that, right?
It's got the hunch. It's got like the hunch battle.
Yeah, I was like, that's not a
look.
normal frame, because he didn't have a normal frame. That's the thing. Like he was
bulldogs have that kind of like
fucking
just.
He was crazy, but I was dumb and naive. Or I'm just
green. Even like
point.
After basic training, it would be hard for him to maintain something like that.
Well, yeah. I feel like bodybuilders, it's like they're just going for pure muscle mass. They're not going for like the dexterity. Like honestly, there's people that don't have the muscle mass that some of the bodybuilders have, and they're just more adept to be like, maybe those bodybuilders have like just the pure strength factor, but they don't have the dexterity, the flexibility. Like I feel like there becomes a point where like the muscle mass is almost a detriment to you, because like,
yeah, you can't wash your back.
It's like, I mean, like, yeah, you don't have the.
I already struggling. I'm not bulky at all.
Well, there's like functional strength, and then there's like aesthetic,
just pure strength. Yeah, just brute force strength.
But I've watched guys like deadlift 515 pounds and then watch a bodybuilder come up behind them and not be able to lift it off the ground because they don't train that lift, and that guy does.
Yeah,
completely
different frames, but they do two different things.
Yeah,
so like those bodybuilder guys, like I've known a few bodybuilder guys who've been in the army and stuff, and the problem they run into is, like I said, they don't get the calories to maintain that frame, and then they don't get the opportunity to maintain the consistent exercise. So they'll get big, and then they'll go to the field, and then they'll be on exercise for 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and they'll shrink up and lose all their strength and lose all their weight, and they won't be able to function because they're used to consuming like 5,000 calories a day, and now you're down to like 2,000 calories a day, maybe. If there's like consistent feeding times, like if you're not busy the whole time, right? So they crumble real fast. Usually in the first 3 days, you're like, oh, I'm exhausted. Oh, and you're like, dude, you're huge. What's wrong? They're not feeding me. Yeah. Okay.
Which I mean is in its own right though is legitimate because like that's how fucking fatigue and energy in your body works. Weirdly enough,
Yep.
I remember
Yep.
when I was middle
So
school
weird.
or high school or
The
something.
little
I had
scrawny guys, who are fueled on like fucking dip and cigarettes and coffee and monsters. Those guys will run forever, and those
Yeah.
big fucking dudes will crumble in like the first 72 hours. You're like, oh,
I remember I had some sort of science teacher or health teacher or something teach us about kind of caloric intake and stuff, and they were talking about how in America the 2,000 calorie diet or whatever, it's on all the nutrition labels and everything's based referenced against a 2,000 calorie diet, and they were like 2,000 calorie, they were like it's a baseline, they've averaged this out across some metrics, and they were like and so for a lot of people this is perfectly fine and quote unquote healthy based on whatever they came up with, and they were like and for some people this would barely be enough to get them off a couch, and they were like for some people they burn a lot, and some people they don't need as much, and they were like that's the spectrum, right? Like for some people 2,000 calories is a perfectly functional amount, and for some people that's just not even enough to like keep them moving, like they will just be lethargic.
I mean, it depends on your
they can
frame
fucking
and your
burn
just
some calories.
general weight too. I mean, like, because I mean, like, I'm 6'6". Someone my size would need more calories than someone that's like
Exactly.
5.
When,
If,
like,
if
straight
there's
on a
someone that's
2,000
5,
calorie diet, you would be a weak little fuck.
I mean, like 2,000
And I'm
probably
not talking
fine for
about
me
skinny
for like
even,
just
it's just,
general.
like,
But I mean,
you
like to
wouldn't have
build any
enough
muscle
fuel to
mass,
keep
like for the
awake.
military, they'd probably want me on more than that. But someone that's like 5'2", not gonna need as many calories as I do.
Right.
But
And
I
that's
mean,
the problem with making a baseline, right?
yeah, I mean,
But
it's
that's
just
kind of what I was saying. They're like teaching. They were just like lightly touching on. They were like obviously it's an average based on a wide group of people and statistics and things. But they were like for some of these people that's gonna be fine, and some like obviously and some of them like too much or whatever, like plenty. But they were like, but for some people like literally 2,000 calories, which is not a high bar, and especially based on our
I mean, it's
American
generally
diets.
enough for most people. For
They were
most
like
things,
for some
but
of these people like that would be enough that they would be able to like stay awake on a couch, and that was kind of how it was put to me. There was something about like
Yeah.
sitting on a couch, but like you couldn't be like exerting a ton because for some people they need a lot more, and if you don't have it, you're gonna be lethargic.
I think
or
it'd be a
whatever
little
you
more
do.
than that. But I mean, like, yeah, it's putting in the
Well, that's
amount
because you're a
of
badass
work.
and you got willpower.
No, I'm not saying I use that many calories. I'm just saying,
Kidding.
I feel like someone putting in, because I mean, there's a lot of running, there's a lot of just endurance stuff that you have to do. Now during boot camp, like now once you're out of boot camp, it's not as strenuous, right, LB? Or do you guys just like do
so
all
like
kinds of
I,
stuff?
I
like
can only
that all the
speak
time?
for the Canadian Army, right? So
Right.
you're gonna do boot camp. If you're a regular civilian, it's gonna be a little bit challenging. There'll be a little bit of physical training, and if you're in what we call a combat support trade, that'll probably be the most difficult portion of your military training. Is basic training. A combat support trade is like human resources clerk, a fin clerk, med tech, vehicle tech. These guys aren't frontline
Frontline
troops.
combat,
They're the support guys, right?
Is this like
for
you
the
and
rest of
McGregor
us-
and Black Hawk Down?
No.
Is a rare and unusual gift. And they
This is
said,
like-
type.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He said,
actually,
"Can you type?"
that's more like
he goes,
it's more
he
like
goes, no, and he goes, "That's what that."
yeah, it's more like Oppum and Saving Private Ryan. Like he's got a typewriter.
Up,
Yeah.
ammo,
Ammo.
and he's crying in the stairway. Oh
Yeah.
god,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
just
don't
like,
want to relive it
dude.
right now, but
So for
feel
those
it.
trades, that'll be the most physically demanding portion.
translate.
After that, it's like, yeah, we'll do PT every day, but maybe we'll do a yoga class, maybe we'll do a fucking whatever. Like it's usually like very low key, right? As long as you're passing your physical test every year, no real emphasis is put on anything.
And you're
if
like
you're-
18 to 24, so you're fine.
Yeah, if you're in a combat trade, so like infantry, combat engineers, armored crewmen, or armored corps, and artillery, the next phase of your training is your development period 1. That's your basic trade training. That's going to be a lot more challenging than basic was, because now they're getting you up to standard for those combat trades. So there's more
Mm.
load bearing march, called ruck marching. I'm sure it's all like trending right now, actually. In
Put
physical
on some
fitness
heavy
people,
vests
they're
and
like,
stuff.
yeah, put on a heavy vest and a heavy backpack and go for a walk.
Curry.
Yeah, more push-ups, more running, more body weight exercises, like all that stuff. More like body hardening, they call it, like core exercises, just so your body can like withstand the punishment of doing the fucking job. And then there's more stuff that's involved with it too. So like irregular sleep hours, like fucking vague direction, but like more consequences, just to like break you down a little bit more and make you stress a little bit more, so that you understand how your body reacts to stress, so that when it happens later on, you're not like freaking out, right? And then like there's a lot of info that's being passed on, so whatever there's techniques that they use to like train it. That part's going to be more difficult. And then if you're in a combat trade, once you get to your unit, the PT is a little more intense than most of the combat support people are doing.
Okay.
And it's still like running and bodyweight exercises and rucksack and stuff. You can hit weights to get a little bit bigger and stronger, but like the emphasis isn't on like aesthetic bodybuilding types, right?
It's like endurance and
functional-
dexterity.
body
and-
weight.
Yeah, so like CrossFit is big. Yeah. Yeah. That answer the question?
I think so. I don't know what the question was originally, but I
think it was
no, it was about like
Is the PT
is
like
the PT continue after boot? Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Or like
So
get easier or harder kind of thing.
it gets easier because like the people in battalion don't want to fucking do it.
Sure.
Yeah,
What
so
I found, right?
once you get out of
once
boot,
you
you
made it
get
through the
sent to like
gates.
you get sent to a division, a squad, or a battalion, or whatever it
Let's
is.
all just maintain.
And it's like,
this shit.
Yeah,
are they just still like running laps every day and shit like that, or?
I imagine it's
So like when I came from my infantry training, and I came to my unit, I could run 5K in under 25 minutes. So that's kilometer.
It's like 2
That's pretty good.
miles, 2.5 miles,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's fast.
3 miles. Yeah.
And then when I
So-
got to battalion and I would run that fast, people would be like, "Hey man, slow
Like, take it
down.
easy.
What the fuck are you doing? You're trying to make us all look bad?" I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It sounds very hot fuzz. Like
Trying
you
to-
can't be the sheriff of London.
Yeah.
Come on.
But like different people had different aspirations in their career. So some guys wanted to go soft, and those guys would be like harder. And some guys wanted to go like fucking go sniper or recce or whatever, and they would go their own paths, and those paths have more PT involved with them.
So the
And
the
but there's
SF
also
guys
like
were like just fucking running balls out, and they're like, I can't be stopped.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
feel the
And then
I feel
the-
the energy.
you also have like the day-to-day business that happens in the unit, and a lot of times if that business needs to be taken care of, PT will be like shit canned in order to have more time in the day for you to like do those stupid shitty jobs, which is not ideal, and that's not how we should be doing it, but like it's what it is, right? This
Yeah.
needs to be done before lunch, or like somebody doesn't get something else, like, oh, okay, PT's canceled, do this thing.
Okay.
So it gets easier unless you don't want it to get easier, I guess is the answer. And then it can be just as hard as you want it to be.
Sounds like a commanding
Perfect.
officer decision.
So you can go like hell mode if you want, if you really want to.
Oh yeah, you can run up and down sand hills with a gas mask on if you really fucking want to.
And you just run around the whole base in Mop
Fucking
4.
madman.
Yeah.
Have they got like what do you call it? Mop 4? Like is it 4th edition?
Yeah. It's the sequel. Mop 1 was like the beginning of the series, and then
Oh shit! Okay, so Mop 4 is like the newest hard.
Mop 4 is really the
The
worst
newest
one.
camp.
That's where it all falls
It's
apart.
like
Like,
full on enclosure, like
obviously
gas
just-
mask and
they
biohazard
just put it out
suit.
for the money. Like they're in it. It's no, there's no storylines. shit,
DLC.
Fucking, yeah. Oh yeah, Mop 4 is what's it? What the fuck does Mop stand for?
It's MOPP, right?
Something protective posture level 4. Anyways, yeah, that's
Dude, the
whole
fucking military loves its acronyms, and I'm here
It's
for it.
that's the suit with the gloves, with the boots, with the mask. That's the whole fucking shebang. That's the worst.
MOP
Sorry.
stands for Mission Oriented Protective Posture. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
get
right?
all your worst gear on and get ready.
And
Bitch.
mop level 4, this level of protection should be established when a unit will be operating within an area of contamination or if there is an imminent threat of attack.
Yeah, go ahead and charge into Chernobyl on the warfront though.
Overgarment is worn and closed. Over boots are worn. Mask and hood are worn and closed. Yeah, it's like mop 4 is like full on biohazard setup.
Yeah.
Sounds like sounds hot as fuck in the desert.
Yeah. When we did that in training, we wouldn't wear anything underneath the bunny suit, the mop suit, because it was fucking hot. Oh, we would do like decontam exercises, so they would like gas us, right? They would throw tear gas at us. We'd put all that shit on. We would do like an exercise, and then they'd be like, "All right, go to the decontamination station," and you would drive to this place, and they would like pressure wash your vehicle to get all the agents off and stuff, and then they would have to wash you. So you would go into a tent with showers and hoses and shit set up, and like these guys in moon suits would peel all the stuff off you until you were like naked pretty much. They would scrub you and spray you and send you out, and then they would issue you a new uniform, and then there you're clean. Off you go. So we paid this guy.
This was some of the best cleans I ever had.
Yeah, fantastic showers.
Because the old lady scrubs the back, but I mean, this is a whole nother level.
We had, because we have a mixed army, right? Like females are mixed in with males.
Okay.
And we had a female with us, so we paid this guy like we got a fund together. I think we raised like $600. Like, we're gonna give you a pair of her underwear, and you're gonna go through the decontam stand with girls' underwear on. And he's like, "Yeah, for $600, yeah, I'll fucking do it." So like, he gets in there, they start like
My first
peeling all the
Camaro
stuff
payment.
off of him, and like peel the gloves off, the boots off. They peel his mask off. They're scrubbing him down, and they start undoing the bunny suit. They start peeling that off, and then like they find the underwear, and everybody just like stops. Whoa, all back up. They're like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Yeah, keep cleaning, keep cleaning." Like, Jesus Christ! All right,
That sounds awesome.
it's a no judgment zone. It's fine. They scrub them down. And send them
Like,
on
let's
to-
all be professionals here, and they're just like
Yeah.
trying to keep it together.
We're all adults here. Come on. That's funny.
That sounds very gratifying.
It's almost midnight. I gotta head to bed.
Holy fuck! It's 3 a.m. here. Good night.
God damn. Yeah, all right. See you guys.
Oh yeah.
See you
thanks-
guys
God
later.
damn it.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you for being my
let
time
me-
zone
I'm
now,
gonna-
Abby, so you can be an advocate.
I'm gonna
for
raid
how
Finn.
late things get.
No
Fintaru.
worries. Yeah, go get him. All right. See you guys later.
Be safe, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh.
Did you do it?
Oh, my push to talk is the back button, so I back buttoned into Mr. Unlucky stream and typed /raid in there. It didn't work.
Probably get credit for the gesture though.
All right, we got raid going to Finn. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We'll catch you next week. I'm gonna send it here in 2 seconds. Here we go.
Didn't Mr. Unlucky raid us
How is
earlier?
Ishtar going after
Unlucky did, yeah, but he's offline.
Oh, laid back
They
Daddy.
went after-
Oh no, this is a
Yeah, this
different
is
person.
Fintaru.
He just looks like him a little bit.
Yeah, no, this
like
is
white guy with
Finn,
the beard
After that Brutix,
and glasses,
They
but like blonde white guy with beard glasses. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Generalizing
he's
a little bit. You know, most white people.
You know, Finn was a guy back in the day who was very active. Then he kind of like left for a bit, but he's a Twitch staff member, or at least he was. So he'd come and be like, "Hey, hello," and he'd like have like the Twitch like staff gear next to his name. So I'm like, "Oh shit, Twitch staff is here. Stop talking."
Oh wow.
Shout out thing now. Look at this shit. Ah, it works.
Oh shit, we
It
got
needs
the
post in chat though.
Yeah, he's advertising.
yeah, that's cool. It's like a pop up thing that shows like who
Yeah.
rated you and like, hey, go follow
The
these
Marshal?
people. It's like,
oh, Pirates
eh.
Marshall. Yeah, that they use on like the Nina Melegate camp. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say you at midnight.
I root 'em
Fucking
on.
3 a.m. How'd you
Even
let me
if
get
that
here?
includes-
Yeah, well,
You
so
ain't considered ass.
I started trying a new thing because I've had like really bad insomnia for a long time, like
Yeah.
25 years. Like I basically like I have a hard time getting to sleep, and once I get to sleep, I can't stay asleep for more than like 2 to 3 hours at a time.
Which is wild.
So I've been running on like about 2 to 4 hours of sleep a night each night for like 25 years.
That's me with my white patch.
Yeah,
on my
and
beard.
so it's like people are saying like, oh, I've seen all kinds. It's bad too. It's like really unhealthy. It's not just unhealthy to like not have sleep for like rest wise, but it's like unhealthy like cardiovascularly and stuff.
Right.
Because like I saw a thing
body
say like if you
regenerates.
get less than an average of 6 hours of sleep a night for like 2 months straight, you basically double your risk of like heart disease,
Yeah, it wouldn't
stroke,
shock me.
heart attack, all that stuff. I'm like,
Your body
I've
like
been getting
needs to
half
regen.
of that for 2/3 of my life. So,
So wait, what'd you find out?
so I tried the melatonin stuff. That doesn't really work for me. I even
Sure.
tried heavier doses of it. It makes me groggy and kind of
Okay.
gives me that like not nauseous, but like you don't feel normal like gut wise. And it would do that, but it wouldn't actually help me get to sleep or stay asleep. So I was like, the melatonin doesn't work.
Okay.
So what I finally did was, so one of our customers for work is this guy that owns Sativa Sisters. It's a dispensary in Spokane. And then he's like, supposed to be like, I love this water. And then we have air filtration machines. He's like, he like bought like a bunch of these stuff for his house. Then he convinced the other head shop down in Moscow to get one. Then he's convinced his friend at Brazilian Jiu Jitsu out here to get one. Then he gets like multiple machines in all of his gyms, and then like several people that work there. He's like, it's like this guy. It's like this customer's like actually selling our product for us. He's just going around like everyone he talks to. He's like, you gotta get one of these, and then half the time they do.
You need this reverse osmosis.
So we've like,
water.
yeah, there's times where it's like, oh, like with the air filtration things that he's renting to own. Normally we just like sell them or rent them, but he's like, he wanted to buy them, but he didn't have the money up front. We're like, well, what if we just like charge you for like 3 years and you can just buy them over time?
Okay.
And then also like when we have to sell them the filters. It's like usually like the HEPA
You have, like, a
filters and like the
maintenance
UV
schedule kind of
bulbs
thing
and all that
after.
stuff. But we don't charge him like service to like go do them. Like he's just kind of one of those guys where it's like we just kind of give him like some deals and breaks here.
Okay. Yeah.
But I was talking with him. I was like, yeah, I got this insomnia stuff. I've tried the melatonin. I don't know if it works, but I was like, I got a friend that says he just takes like an edible like an hour before he goes to bed, and it works. He falls right to sleep, stays asleep, and he's like, oh yeah, well.
No shit.
He's like, they got some edible stuff that's like, it's got the THC, but it's also got like CBD and like some other stuff in it like help promote sleep. So they're actually meant to be like edibles for sleep. And I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll come into your shop one of these days and like try one of them out. He's like, yeah, hold on. And he goes back to his bedroom. He brings out like a whole pack. He's like, you want to try them? Like, here, just have this. He's like, just gives me a whole bag. I'm like, all right, I'll try it. So I've been doing like the last few days, like, dude, I had 6 hours of sleep one night, 6 hours of sleep
No
last
shit.
night, and
Like,
then
it's a noticeable thing.
yeah, like I'm already getting like twice as much sleep as I've ever had before in a single night.
Whoa.
I was like, dude, this is what. So I've been doing it.
So,
it's like,
have you looked into it at all? Like, what is it for me to maybe even see if it's something available to me? Like, I don't traditionally struggle with sleep. I usually sleep like a rock, and it's become like a semi-recent thing where like I'm not sleeping well, and I already sleep from roughly 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. Like, I get about 4 to 5 hours a night, which is my own doing, admittedly. Like, I know I'm just killing myself, and it's not great. Like, I'm tired.